of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
This is bound to be a spicy series. Let's find out, ladies and gents. Oh! Dad just making them pay. Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Here he comes. Oh, it's Shotzzy!
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Oh my word! The BT pounces.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing. And that will be the game. It is over.
Watch his cam. How bad was it? How bad was it?
Oh! Who was that?
Oh, it was bad, all right. Beans letting them know it stinks in here. One of the nastiest 360s we've seen, and it happened yesterday as Boston completes one of the 3 3-0s we saw on the day. Welcome back in, Alley Cat Nameless. And first of all, is that the best kill cam we've had so far this year?
Oh, absolutely. Vivid just like me for real. If those who know have seen my Twitter clip know, just like me for real. But that was crazy. To do that in a CDL match, man.
Getting it done, getting it done. Nameless, we got a lot to talk about, and hopefully today's a little longer than yesterday because yesterday's matches, all quick 3-0s. The closest was that Atlanta versus London match, but as we take a look at today's, what matchup on today's schedule do you think has a chance to be quick or maybe go the distance?
I think the first 2 games, Puckett, are absolute bangers. We're starting today with an absolute heater. It's Toronto Ultra and New York Subliners. But I think that 4:30 p.m. Eastern match with Seattle Surge and the LA Thieves, our 2 runner-ups from both of our majors, is going to be absolutely insane. I think it can go the distance. 6
teams from our top 8 all playing today. We'll be talking about a bunch of them, starting here with the squad that just broke in to the left side of our leaderboard. Boston, after completing their 3rd win, is now looking for their 4th, and they could pull it off today against the Florida Mutineers. Allie, when we're looking at this crew, they picked up Beans. Since he's been in the lineup, you've had a 3-2 versus London, a 3-1 versus Toronto. Yesterday, you had your best score, a 3-0 against the Guerrillas.
And we're going to see if that luck continues today, heading into our matches today. If it goes 3-2, 3-1, 3-0, I wonder if it'll flip the script and go maybe back to a 3-1 side and we'll move our way up. But either way, Boston Breach is looking incredible across the board. Their hardpoint has continued to look as good as it did with methods on the roster, but it's search and destroy that's really made the turnaround for me, and we got to see what Beans is capable of doing in respawn as well. So they look incredible across the board. I'm expecting today to be a fairly easy matchup for them against the Florida Mutineers.
Yeah, and I feel like the search and destroy was the big difference that Beans. Yeah, he stuck him with that one. He made a big difference there. You saw him talking about the sniper, how he can play different angles with it. It adds another layer to their search and destroy. Well, they're 3-1 since he's come into the team, right? And they also won a game 5. Finally, hooray! Boston can win game 5, so it gets down to the very end. And they beat some notable teams. That Toronto win was a huge victory, so Boston looking great.
Florida used to be the kings of game 5, clutching up when they needed to in those search and destroys, but now they've got a new lineup, and Ant nailed it. This team was trying to get better at hardpoint, but they got worse at their best game mode. Search and destroy is no longer a strength for the Mutineers.
Yeah, there's been no signs of life for the Florida Mutineers. They've looked pretty terrible since this roster change. You could see where the idea was. Coming into the stage at 5-22 in HP, it's like something's got to give. They go to challengers, they grab Fellow, who's sort of been the guy that's breeded the talent. It just hasn't translated to success through the first 2 matches. They've lost their search and destroys, and they've lost their controls. Also on some of their best maps. And the hardpoint, it's been competitive, but with this roster, are you ever going to compete at a high level in hardpoint versus the top teams in the world? Probably not, because the slaying power just simply isn't there. So Florida in a world of pain at the moment.
And to that point, you know, we give them a little bit of leniency just because they did go against the Major 1 and Major 2 champions in the New York and Atlanta FaZe. And having made almost a 3-person roster change, it's difficult to gel right off the bat. But even those members that have been plugged into the roster haven't shown us anything, haven't really shown us their ceiling and what they're capable of. So a really slow start for the Florida Mutineers.
Meanwhile, we've seen some new faces already having big impacts. Bean's one of them for Boston, but if you're looking at Toronto, we all question this move when you put Standy on the bench and you bring in a Challengers player, Hixie, who is a substitute for this team all season. Well, since Hixie's been in the lineup, you've only dropped 1 map. What do we think of Toronto right now, Allie?
I'm loving Toronto right now. I think they look great across the board. You know, it's one of those situations where maybe they didn't need the slaying that Standy brought, and they needed the objective play that's Hixie could do, and that's what we've seen thus far from the Toronto Ultra, and it's been pretty dominant across the board. Those controls somehow have seemingly gotten better, even though they were already one of the best teams in the game. The Search and Destroy has been a little bit shaky. They did go to a round 11 versus OpTic, but the ice is there because it was a 5-2 comeback. So hopes are really high for Toronto Ultra and the rest of this qualifier.
4 straight rounds, Ann.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. Like, everything you want to see from a team in their first couple of matches, we've seen it from Toronto. The ice, getting better at certain game modes, and also the teamwork. Everybody's been elevated by Hixie. Come in and do that objective work. They look great.
Here's what Scrapz had to say about OpTic after the match.
To you about this series in particular, you really came out here and you were frying, right? It seemed like you had a chip on your shoulder. Did you feel like the Rookie of the Year matchup going up against Ghosty in this series, or was there an extra edge or extra fire you had going up against OpTic?
Yeah, I would say probably the edge is me going against Ant, because that guy talks a lot. You know, he loves dolphin diving, but, you know, you can't just dolphin dive around this league, bro. You got to win a gunfight. And, no, there was nothing with Ghosty, bro. I knew that the guy was getting rinsed, bro. The guy defaults to the hill, and if he's not in the hill, he has no clue what's going on, so.
If he's not in the hill, he has no clue what's going on. He was throwing out some haymakers, as Scrappy is known to do. But today, who can you affect on the other side of this matchup? Because you're the number 3 seed playing our number 2 seed in the Subliners, and this seems to be a mentally solid squad.
Yeah, no, definitely across the board. I think maybe on the affecting side of things, as more so matching up to it, is the likes in HyDra. I think in the sense of they're in different roles, but in all game modes, it's Scrappy and HyDra popping off and having the highest KDs and the highest impact on both of these teams. So as long as those two play too consistently, I'm wondering if the matching roles on either sides will step it up today to match their counterparts.
Will Scrapz have to fight HyDra in this one? Do you think we're going to see the AR taking on the SMG, or are they just going to be playing 2 different games today?
I mean, at times, right? Like, HyDra's going to be in their base, and Scrapz going to have to try to kill him a couple times. So in this series, which we will get deeper into when it's time for pre-match setup, these are 2 titans that we have here in the CDL, especially when it comes to hardpoint. It's going to get interesting.
Let's take a look here at the roster. If you didn't know who's playing for the Subliners, it's the same 4 faces you saw raising the Raleigh Trophy to start the year. HyDra, KiSMET, Priestahh, and Skyz coming in with the number 2 seed overall. They fell behind Atlanta here in the last 3 weeks, but is this still one of the most dangerous squads, if not the most dangerous in the league? Where do you rank the Subliners right now?
Absolutely. I think the Subliners are still definitely in that top 4, top 2 conversation. I mean, their respawn is just dominant overall. They've had slight missteps in that search and destroy, but they've been making leaps and bounds to get across all game modes, not to mention their map pool is so deep.
Hixie and Kleenex have been doing their role on SMG. Today, I'm looking forward to that Bulldog HyDra combo. Look out for that battle. Another battle you have to look out for is going to be a good one. I have a feeling, and we've said that a number of times for the Seattle Surge, and they've let us down. But now they're coming into this matchup 3-0 with a map record after their perfect initial series. On the other side, we have the LA Thieves, who are sitting at 1-1. They get the loss to Vegas to open up Major III's qualifier, and then they bounce back and they hand Atlanta a 3-1 defeat. So what are we thinking about the Thieves right now? Hot or not?
I feel like the Thieves are hot. I mean, they come in, right, and you lose to Vegas, and Vegas made a big change. Vegas are a solid squad. It's just going to happen. It's a competitive league. And I feel like I'd be worried about them if they hadn't answered with the victory over the Atlanta FaZe. They get their revenge, and they come into that one. Drazah has a hell of a performance. You know, he's talking a lot of crap. They also play a map that they've been working on in Embassy Hardpoint. What happens in that map? They win it, and now their map pool gets that much scarier, right? So for the LA Thieves, very much still a championship contender, trying to get over that hump. jump. All the game modes look pretty solid at this point, so I think Thieves are feeling pretty good about themselves.
I think the Thieves are still very, very dominant when it comes to respawn, especially that hard point. And like Ant touched on earlier in our week, and the fact that the LA Thieves do better in a best of 5 series simply because of the amount of respawns they can take early. And when it comes to search and destroy, well, LA Thieves have been struggling. But on the flip side of that, Seattle Surge has been struggling in search and destroy as well. But not when it comes to the Major III Qualifiers. It looks like they've made finally some improvements in that game mode. And we all know what the ceiling is like for Seattle Surge. When they're having a good day, they are a championship level, a championship winning team. So it's just a matter of consistency for Seattle Surge right now.
And let's talk about also, like, when we watched the videos and stuff after the major, when they talked about how they didn't take search and destroy practice that seriously, it was Mack who came out and said that. In the series that they had, they won 6-1, and Mack went 10-3. So on top of Pred's huge performances in the respawns, we're getting big performances in the search and destroys out of the role players on the squad. So it seems like they're full force, practicing, getting ready for these matches going forward, and the search is on point.
Right now in our overall standing, Surge comes in at number 8, LA Thieves coming in at number 4. So this could be a good showdown. And we also have had a number of showdowns that are happening off the CDL. We want to give a shout out to everyone competing in ranked play. Ranked is now live right now in MW2, and we had one of our casters breaking into the top 250. Let's all celebrate the accomplishment from Study Nameless. Have you ever seen a logo like that?
Dude, 250 of them. There's a lot of Jay, man, he's been absolutely grinding. He has a dope community on Twitch, man. Make sure you guys check him out. Study with 2 Ys. He's always playing every single day, and he got into that 250. Everywhere you can catch him on Ranked.
Ali, I saw you were averaging 600 viewers the other night. Congratulations on your Twitch. You were grinding some ranked play as well. Will we see any of your ranked clips making it onto the CDL show?
I don't know. I hope so. I tweeted one out. Maybe I should send the link on over. But like I said, Vivid, just like me, for real.
Here's the hashtag CDL Ranked Plays. Tag us on Twitter with your favorite plays, and you could be featured right here on the show like our dude Dobby yesterday and our man Study here tonight. Big shout out to everyone tuning in. This is Headquarters. We got to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we've got a lot to talk about. The first battle of the day is about to go down. You don't want to miss it. Number 3 Toronto takes on number 2 in the Subliners. That's coming up to kick off your Super Saturday.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back.
Bottom the bend, a few more points, and then we'll be
Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the run up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Are you ready for this one? Number 2 versus number 3 as the Subliners take on the Toronto Ultra. Welcome back in. Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat. We've got Nameless as well. And Alley, I want to start with you. Why should the fans be excited about this showdown?
Well, because it's hopefully going to be a closer showdown than it was yesterday with all of our matches. But it is Toronto Ultra versus New York, which is always a good matchup. Last time these two teams went at it was a 3-2 victory in the sense of the New York Subliners. So maybe a chip on the likes of Toronto Ultra and trying to steal this win this time.
Nameless, we've got Toronto nipping at the Subliners' heels. How do they pull off the quote-unquote upset today?
Yeah, well, one, you have to continuously try to expose New York when it comes to those search and destroys. Now, while we did see a big performance in the S&Ds so far this stage from New York, Toronto can definitely go toe-to-toe with them in that game mode, and they should have the edge there. Also, in the respawn, Scrapz has been going off. Whatever Hicksy did for this squad, you know, getting in the hill, finessing his life when it comes to the control, it has bred new life into Scrapz and Kleenex. So bring more of that into this series. It's going to be a high-intensity, high-paced New York, so Toronto's going to have to match that.
Looking on the other side of this matchup, we've got the Subliners who won Raleigh, and then they kind of bombed out in Boston, finishing 7th to 8th there. That was a bit of a surprise for a lot of the fans, but since then they've been looking to right their wrongs. They've got the 3-2 revenge against Minnesota. Then they just handed the Mutineers a hot 3-0. This would be 3 in a row for them in the Major III Qualifiers.
Yeah, but to that point, like the 3-0 versus the Florida Mutineers, like it's a little bit expected from a team like New York Subliners, and the fact that that opening hard point was only a 20-point win on HyDra in New York's favor is a bit worrisome for a team that is so good at respawns. And the last time they played Toronto, they lost both the hard points, and we're looking at a Toronto team that made a change to make themselves better at search and destroy, and their control has been looking incredibly dominant as of late. So I don't think New York Subliners should go into this feeling comfortable, and if anything, should be on edge.
I know we're still getting our maps and modes ready here, but let's talk about Skyz here, Nameless, because this is going to be one of my players to watch. If you're not looking at the SMG, Skyz may be one of the key features to watch in the hardpoint specifically. What's his role?
Well, he's the AR for the squad, right? So you're going to see Skyz hitting those rotations, trying to get spawns for the squad, get into those power positions, and just basically making it a hard time on the side of Toronto Ultra for their SMGs. And Skyz does that exceptionally well. But the biggest difference with Skyz and some of the other ARs that we have in League is when he needs to kick into that next gear and pick up that pace to match his teammates, he can absolutely do that to the highest level. So Skyz, when he needs to be a Mega Slayer, is what I'm trying to say, he can do it. And we've seen it time and time again in this game. And in the hardpoints in this series, in Hotel and Embassy, those are two maps that you can take over with an AR. So it's going to be lit.
Now, Ali, you mentioned it. Last time these two met up, it was Toronto taking both of the hard points. It was a 2-3-5 victory, though, from the Subliners. Yeah. How do you feel about today's rematch? Because that last series was way back the middle of December 18th. They haven't played in over 2 months.
It was a while ago, and to that point, Standy had a .79 in that matchup against the New York Subliners, so I think there's maybe a little bit of pressure on Hicksy now to see what he can do up against our Major 1 champions. And I will just say this as well, from what we saw from Toronto Ultra, is that Kleenex has become very consistent. I know it's a bit early to say that, but in all the series that we've seen Hicksy put into the squad, Kleenex has been popping off, and he's usually the player that I'm like, he's either high engagement, high frying, or low engagement, low frying. So I think that has something to do with the fact that Hicksy was put onto this roster.
You got the green line.
You can't look at closer numbers. I mean, we're halfway through the season, and this is basically a mirror match if you're looking at the digits. But let's break down the specific maps and modes. We now have them locked in. Hotel, Embassy, El Asilo for Game 3. We'll go to Embassy again for Hardpoint, and we'll close it out El Asilo Search and Destroy. Who drew the better map pool here, Ali?
I think it's a little bit of square up from the side in Toronto. Both play Hotel Hardpoint quite a lot, and when it comes to that Embassy Search and Destroy, Toronto's 1 and 2, and New York's 4 and 3. So, and then moving into that El Asilo, worried about the Game 5 simply because neither of these teams prefer to play it. This is not their first pick. It's usually their first veto. So the fact that it got through means that they were trying to counter-pick each other throughout this process.
Nameless, it's a battle between the players and the coaches as well. Who are you giving the edge to? What's the prediction?
I'm going to go with the New York Subliners in this series. I think HyDra is just a menace. When you look at some of the stats this guy has, I mean, even on the maps in this series, he's #2 on Hotel Hardpoint, #1 when it comes to Embassy Hardpoint. The search and destroy, time and time again, he's just taken over series. I think he's the best player in the game, so I think New York did.
Subliners?
I think I'm going to go Toronto. I think in this series, with the enable of HyDra, I think they have the opportunity to get revenge.
I don't know if they can do it yet. I got my money on our #2 seed for now, but we'll have to find out as we send it to our casters live. We got Bryson Tunn to kick off the day. What's up, dudes?
Thank you very much. I'm having a good day. It should be a great day of games, and maybe not all 3-0s this time around, especially as we kick this one off of the gate. Interesting dynamic, actually, between these two teams. Well, looking like some of our top 2 teams heading into Major 2, but a massive fall from grace at the Major. Going back into the qualifiers for Major 3, though, Tan, I think people are feeling confident again.
They will be feeling confident, but I think both these two teams will pretty much be feeling confident. We've seen some good starts from both of them, of course. Toronto looked great yesterday. And can they continue it here up against New York, though? I think I kind of side with what Ant was saying there as well. One of the big question marks here is that SMG duoship from both these two squads. HyDra and KiSMET are going to put up those numbers. Is HyDra going to be able to match that? We know that CleanX can. That's where the issue is going to lie potentially for Toronto. But look, I'm willing to be proved wrong. We've seen this SMG matchup come into things. Questions were asked, and they've looked good so far. So let's see how they do against some of the best SMGs, if not the 2 best SMG lineup in the game. But CleanX really has been stepping things up here for the side of Toronto Ultra, seriously putting up some big numbers.
Yeah, it really has, and maybe that's been the difference for Toronto coming into this stage. Obviously, they made a team change, and a little bit of a controversial team change. People didn't know if this would work out for them, Ton, and that's kind of the thing that people are alluding to. Has this team change helped CleanX out?
100%, and that's, I mean, we've kind of heard from what Ali just said there. HyDra has been the enabler for the side of CleanX. It's been allowing him to put up these numbers, get into the positions to put up the numbers as well. He was always that guy who was doing the dirty work. Now he's the one that can run around, do that dirty work, make those smart plays for the team, but he can put those numbers up as well. It has freed him up. HyDra is the one just cleaning up where he needs to, where CleanX is the one doing the damage. HyDra's not playing bad by any stretch of the imagination when it does come down to the slaying department, of course. Not putting up too bad numbers, staying at a 0.88 in the moment, but CleanX, like, to touch on the side of things from when Stanley was in the team to now. Beforehand, with Stanley in the team, he was a 0.94, but with the small sample size that we've had with HyDra in the team, dropping to 1.14, so that's a really big improvement. At 0.2, it's about a 20 to 30% increase for the side of CleanX in terms of the numbers he's putting down with HyDra in the team. Can he do that here against the Subliners, though? As mentioned, for me, the big question mark is going to be the SMG battle.
Yeah, I don't think it's an easy game, actually, for either side, realistically. It's not. The statistics, series wins, very close. Hotel Hardpoint this season as well, again, very, very close between the two. Were at least talking about them being 2 of the top teams in the CDL before Major #2. They'll be looking to regain that spot for Major #3. And moving into this first Hardpoint, obviously these two teams are also going to know exactly how it has gone between them before.
Of course, and I mean, looking at those records, of course, very, very close across the board between both these two teams. But to touch on recency bias more than anything, New York have lost it the last 2 times they played it. Toronto have won it the last 2 times they played it. Great start for the side of New York, though. They will find 2 or so points, but it's inside to find 3. Scrap finds the next one. It is going to be New York with the spawns heading over towards P2. But a good start for the side of Subliners nonetheless.
Yeah, a little bit of soaking going forward, and they've got an opportunity now to maybe pull the scrap time away from them if they can do it, and that's exactly what New York have struck for. KiSMET will get it eventually, and they're going to keep that spawn as well. Although we will have a spawn come into bedroom as HyDra just does enough work, and they've actually flipped it. New York went for the scrap time, Ton, and didn't get it.
Yeah, overpressure. All of a sudden, Toronto Ultra get that more beneficial spawn. If you're not careful, things will flip very, very quickly. You can see Scrapz spawning up because of the pressure that's been coming in from the Subliners. Heading over towards P2, though. Looking good for a break.
Insight knows that all the lanes are now falling against him. CleanX fortunately helps him out massively. Insight trying to figure out where they're coming from. They still know they're out towards the back as well. Toronto Ultra, this is not a normal hold they would like to do. They know pressure is on its way. Reception will be cleaned up. Here comes it into them now. But KiSMET is going to be the only player left alive. But somehow New York still walk away with it because HyDra is there. And they eventually do take it away from Ultra.
Oh, great shots coming in from Scrap. 30 seconds to go. It looks like Ultra will have another look at it. It was looking like that break was going to come a lot earlier than it did, though. Subliners eventually do get themselves through. Very close game to kick things off. Scrap having a look towards, well, the scrap time at P2. Ultra will spawn out towards the mid-map. Subliners already on their way, keeping an eye on HyDra, 8 and 4 already. He's definitely going to be a thorn in the side of Toronto Ultra right now, but they are set up in kitchen. One kill towards the back from HyDra, though. The break could be coming immediately.
Already gun Scrap, and he's trying to mess his life, so they have to kind of dig him out of that area. Unfortunately, his teammates were not able to get enough kills into kitchen. HyDra will strike again. He's still there. Just waiting, so patient from him there. It's kind of a big brain play because Ultra looking for him, and they've let him slip just enough. Skyz goes through the front, gets two as well, and HyDra doesn't even need to get another kill. It is a great break from the Subliners.
And that's a couple of times now. We've already seen the breaks coming through. Ultra, the first one's there. Subliners, the ability to break is very, very strong. Good shots from inside. He will find one. Can the break now start to come on through? KiSMET just sitting tight. Doesn't even need to fire a bullet. Skyz will find two. Priestahh finds the other. Ultra, once again, having to move away and licking their wounds. HyDra's trying to kill him to mid-map. The pressure is already going to be here, and he's been the one. Both these last two hills, he's been there so much earlier than the rest of his team. Yeah, you might question it in terms of pacing, etc., but he puts the pressure on. He'll find a kill, he'll dip out. He's not forcing anything over the top. He waits for his team, sets them up a little bit better. The break will be coming shortly as they will pick up that final little bit of scrap time. It's a 40-point lead for the side of Subliners. Breaking has been good in the last two hills. Can they find a thread?
That's what we're looking for now as HyDra tries to thread the needle with a Vaznev. More pressure coming on. They're trying to break this again quickly. Scrap already taken down. KiSMET towards the back. And New York, slowly but surely, trying to increase this pressure, trying to get their way through as he calls it well, but Scrap says, all right, thank you, I'll have that one. But they will win out of the trade battles. Inside comes under too much fire. It's another two from HyDra. It could be another break here from New York as they get another one in. It's outrageous how clinical they are at breaking these hills.
Hindsight was towards the back there. A pinch potentially set up. HyDra's just going to turn the wrong way at the right time for the side of Subliners. CleanX stayed alive though, and here we go. 8 from him. Good start. We'll find a third. CleanX breaking it open on his own. Can't find the fourth. Subliners lose a decent amount of time though for CleanX going big there. HyDra will put the pressure on as well, and that's just to force Subliners back. Keep them as far away from restaurant as he possibly can. Subliners, of course, the team with the advantage right now. They are finding the breaks time and time again, but Ultra are holding on with a decent amount of scrap time in each hill.
And now New York again on the outside of the rotation will have to break in. Let's find out how they do this with a listen with the New York Subliners.
I got nade. Take your time. I got nade.
Laying down storage. They're playing cross the run in.
Yo, laying down storage. Yeah, he's still looking at it. One's gonna be cat flanking mid or something.
I spawn middle.
I don't see runs. Play your kills for a second, guys. I spawn engine. I'm gonna go wine, okay? Close in. Done. I'm gonna try wine 3. Wait, go. On the chair. Close left. Yo, they're couch heady, absolute.
I'm in. On the left, heady.
On the chairs. You're good. I got one in their couch. Go shot. I'm waiting for you.
Rotate left.
Other guys, your couch. I'm waiting. Scrap, CleanX, look at the side. Mid time. Dead. One shot. Apps on me. Looking for Hixie. It's on me, mid couch, and 1-0 args. Our rugs. There's two
on the van.
He's going mid to wood.
Oh, yo, he's in the back.
He's just one shot.
I'll get. Take your time. I'm gonna flood left.
One of the backs.
No. We should go right. All right, that's fine. I'm gonna go cheers to help you guys hold. I'm looking at my dark. I don't know where the guy old went.
I'll be backed up kitchen.
Watch your cat.
And wow, the rotation from Ultra and the hold going into platform as well. A back-to-back hard point has put them firmly in the lead, Ton.
And rotations haven't been a problem for the side of Ultra. We've seen it time and time again. The hold was the issue. They have no issue that time around, though. I want to say it was quite one-dimensional from Subliners, though. Certainly a team that is good at finding pinches. You've got HyDra to find routes for your team. Not able to do it there over towards the restaurant side. Currently, nobody getting any time on the board for either one of the squads at this moment in time. Insight finds one to the back, trying to disrupt this push from Subliners. It's a two-pronged attack this time, though. HyDra inside the point over towards the other side. Priestahh trying to wrap around himself. The gunfight from Scrap is there, but neither team really getting a good amount of time. But all of a sudden, what was looking like a healthy little lead for the Subliners is looking like a healthy lead for Ultra.
Yeah, as we move into this next set of rotations as well, I think you are right. The difference in this game so far is New York are doing great in breaking, but they haven't been there on the rotation, and they only had to slip once, which is what we have seen. Now Toronto Ultra have started to hold a little bit better. It is getting away from them, but HyDra's going to fly into this next gunfight, Ton, and they're looking maybe to get this rotation this time.
Yeah, it's all about P2. You've got to fight for it pretty much straight away. Hixie will fall into the jaws of HyDra once more. The streak will continue, a constant menace on the map.
I want to say, actually, with the very first time we headed over towards P1 and the break off of the game. Subliners picking up a decent amount of time. It seems as if the setup here for P1 is pretty solid. Skyz finding 2. You've got Couch's control. That's what you want to try and get if you're Ultra. You go down. The Kixie actually had Kleenex alongside of him, so a potential break coming through. But P2 spawns are the more important thing. That's 3 in a row now for Skyz. This is great time on P1 from Subliners.
Yeah, they're just soaking everything they can here. And Ultra, not only have not got P2, they haven't managed to get this scrap time away from them at all until the last few seconds. Curse to the commentator there. But this is where it is going to matter. P2 is about to pop. Last time around, Ultra stole it from New York. Can they break back in, or will New York Subliners take the lion's share of this time?
Not well, one gunfight there by the side of Scrap. Taking down HyDra on a 4 spree. Look how far away they are. This is going to be a free 10 to 15 seconds for Subliners before Ultra have even got eyes on the point. KiSMET inside of reception is going to be an issue. HyDra just playing his life as well, but the 2 kills that are going to come through is for Ultra. 1 player towards the back for the Subliners. He's going to fall, and HyDra, he needs his teammates to win a couple of gunfights there to be influential. He still possibly can be from back spot.
They haven't found anything done. Nothing from New York worked out there. It wasn't a single kill in the kill feed. Ultra have gone to work with the break, and this is putting them so far ahead now. 20 seconds left to go. We are going over to Kitchen, and New York need a big hold.
Yeah, they need a big hold here. You're very right. This scoreline is not quite getting out of hand, but it's in danger of doing so. Toronto Ultra are going to break the 200-point mark in sight. A streak is available. May well choose to hold on to that one. Kleenex and Hixie are going to find 2 in the mid-map, though, and all of a sudden, Scrap. Does he press the issue? Does he wait on his teammates? He will find 1 on his own. The rest of the team are on their way. The hard point pops. Here comes Scrap. No help, but yes, he has. Kleenex will find it. 6 in a row from him. That's 2 cruise missiles now available for the side of Toronto Ultra alongside a 60-point lead. Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness. Every single place on the map that it could be, New York are falling like dominoes. Here comes the push, a push they desperately need. KiSMET ready in freezer, but the rest of his team aren't here. They are dying, eventually going down as KiSMET falls as well. Skyz is ready to push this one, but he's got to wait. Here they come. New York are ready.
Subliners, you need to find a contest here. I think Ultra just about have this tick. The Subliners starting to find a way through. It's the same break that came last time. HyDra with the first. Can Skyz and KiSMET be there for the last? They cannot. Skyz falls as well. Nobody else from Subliners around. Toronto Ultra, you're going to be within milliseconds away from holding this down. It'll be a 2-point game for Ultra to take it. Subliners here on the rotation, but they're going to be over 100 points behind. They have to be perfect.
And this is a long, long road back into this game.
Good start.
Currently are holding, do have the opportunities of pushing the other team out. But even with full time on this hill, they will need to do it again. And Ultra only have to break them once. 3 seconds is the game that hangs in the balance.
Where's the break going to come from? Well, nowhere right now. Subliners holding strong. And Toronto Ultra are going to be patient. Yeah, really good shots coming in from Skyz. Toronto Ultra have to be patient. But as that time winds on, things get a little bit more panicky. First kill's going to come in from Kleenex. Is this maybe the catalyst for a push that's going to come on through? Not yet. Priestahh's found 2. Skyz has found another. Great hold from Subliners so far.
They've been doing the work. They've done just enough. Again, Ultra full, but with 14 seconds left, we are over to Restaurant. Ultra already dug in. They already have this. New York have got to give it up already. Priestahh on a 6th streak. Just gun Scrap. And now they have to go for it. In it comes. Cruise missile going. New York have to move. There's only 3 seconds left to do it. KiSMET gets a kill as well. Skyz gets another one. It's only Kleenex left on, but they break it. They've broken the hill.
249 are 1 second away from Ultra here. It's one decent break, but it's pretty much, I want to say, 70 or seconds uncontested for the most part from Subliners so far. You can see Ultra playing this slow and methodically, calling in their own streak. They have to get up. Here comes the engagement for Ultra.
They still haven't got it. They still haven't got the bodies inside. They're trying to get a little bit of a trade coming through here as well. This could be one of the greatest hardpoint comebacks we've ever seen. Ultra do not want this to happen in their first map of today.
Here we go.
And they're looking for it. HyDra already finds the first. Kleenex has got a trade coming through. Sky finds another one. He jumps through at the same time. KiSMET is waiting for them to come. This may be down to the rotation. Are they going to be in a position for it? Ultra have just moved completely. They're going to platform. New York, you've got to go.
This is a much better setup than Ultra had over towards the restaurant side, though. Subliners are so far away. Priestahh's going to try and stuff the net here. He is going to be the influential one. 2 seconds away before we go over towards the platform. KiSMET inside the point. KiSMET dead in the point. Ultra, by the hair on their chinny chin chin, just about get it done. It was comfortable until it wasn't. They get the win. but not without some trepidation. Really good map number 1. Subliners nearly come back, but Ultra seal the deal.
There has never been a more stressed time to be an Ultra fan. They were watching the minimap. They were watching the kill feed for disaster. And Ultra, obviously, a little bit jubilant that they've won it, but I don't know how happy you can be with the fact that you came that close to losing that game. 2-4-9 for the longest time. New York almost pulled off a ridiculous comeback, but that restaurant, the platform rotation, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, you could see Ultra started to set themselves up towards that side of the map as things kind of continue to get scarier and scarier towards the restaurant side. They started to set themselves up in a better spot to head back over towards P5 and sorry, over towards the glass side. And from that moment, it's hard for Subliners because you've got to push through kitchen, then you've got to push through the sights of some players who will already be setting up over towards glass as well. And in the end, it's a 15-point game. But I want to say for the most part, apart from, I want to say, well, the last 2 hills, or 2 of the last 3 hills at least, Ultra were nowhere near on the setup. It was really where their strength was lying in the first half of the hard point, at least, though. The rotations were in their favor the majority of the time, but Subliners were finding some nice breaks, but it started to slow down for the Subliners in terms of those breaks.
Yeah, it was a very weird hard point. If you think about that first set of rotations, you're right. Like, Ultra, it was all about playing the fundamentals. They had the rotations. New York were doing very good at breaking. As soon as you went into the second start of rotations, right, basically Ultra started holding. Then
here, right?
New York started getting the rotation, and then Ultra would just break them back out again. And the less said about the ending of that game, the better. Ultra were on the cusp of beating. Look at the scoreline, by the way. 2-4-7, I think, to 1-4-9 at one point. And New York were maybe 1 gunfight away from winning this game.
Yeah, they were 15 points away. Last time around, these 2 teams played Hardpoint Hotel. It was 250 to 236 to Toronto Ultra. This time around, 250 to 235. These teams not differing away from the norm in terms of their matchups. Yeah, I think, you know, that's the kind of reaction from New York. Do you take some negatives from that if you're one of these 2 teams? I think if I mean, Ultra will be very, very happy for the fact that they found the win, but in the manner of things, I think that will dishearten them a little bit. But ultimately, it is the win that counts. For Subliners, it's one of those say, well, look, we pushed them considering we were over 100 points behind. We didn't do too bad from that situation, but at the same time, why did we not play that well throughout the entire map? It's going to be a frustrating one for the side of New York, but also for Ultra. But Ultra ultimately will be the happier ones. And look at those numbers from Climax.
Yeah, I mean, he was having a very, very good time at the start of the map as well. And if you're going to pull positives out for both sides, I think Ultra played fundamentally very well for the majority of it. You know, they had the rotations locked in. New York, they have a better team KD, and that's probably because of the amount of breaking they were doing and just slaying out. If you want to take a negative for Ultra, it's going to be what happened in those last couple of hills for them. No early rotation to restaurant, and when they did early rotate to restaurant, they got broken very, very quickly. I will say, whoever made the call to just give it up completely and concentrate on platform, it was the right call because it was 1 second. But I think it was KiSMET and Insight. I think if that gunfight had gone differently, New York actually had the better position around platform. It's one of those things, you go back, you look at the mini-map in that very, very last hill and see how dicey it could have been if there was a fluke gunfight up towards that area.
Yeah, it could have got really scary, but we were kind of talking about it in the moment. Those are the types of games when you are so close to winning, it's like, okay, well, do we stop concentrating at this stage? Like, you know, is that what that's kind of what it feels like sometimes, isn't it? It's like, okay, well, you're just trying to breeze through the end of the game because you've been relatively dominant over the last few minutes, and things just went a little bit south for Ultra. But as we said, whatever matters is the number that comes onto your record. We can see on the records for Search and Destroy, we haven't seen it a lot from the side of Ultra as we're going to be heading into it, but ultimately they have the lead. They will be the ones happier heading into map number 2.
Well, we'll have to see. This game is started. We're on board with HyDra with a sniper. We've talked about this before, and I always feel like I just want to see HyDra with a Vaznet regardless of what he's doing.
Yeah, especially on this map as well. He's the kind of player you think, yeah, get in launch, get in orange, get up top AC. It's a good spot to be in. But looking over towards this map specifically on the stat side, Toronto Ultra struggling with first bloods, and that is going to be difficult for them because yesterday they were really good at against OpTic with those first bloods, finding 8 out of the 11 rounds in their favor in terms of those first bloods. But for the most part, they have struggled with that factor in Search and Destroy so far.
Skyz just exchanging a few shots around the AC, and maybe he hung around a little bit too long. They're going to go for it, and HyDra tries to get it back with a sniper. But now they are down in lives. Looking for a way back into it, and HyDra still trying to peek that angle. Insight has to be more careful.
But as an attacking team on this map in particular, the longer that the round goes on, the less information that you have. If you haven't covered every single angle, players from Toronto Ultra can find themselves in really nice spots to lock down certain areas of the map. But a gunfight going to go down towards the side of New York Subliners in the middle of the map, and all of a sudden HyDra has to swing into action towards the other side. This bomb's going down to A, and it was all of a sudden looking like an Ultra round, but Subliners now in prime position.
Yeah, Priestahh made what can only be described as one of the most influential kills I've ever seen. Taking down Scrapz opened up the map for them as well, but Insight gets the first kill, brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Players both sides, though, for New York. They have to try and do something, and unfortunately, Priestahh will take down HyDra, leaving Insight alone. And they will just shoulder him, they will stun him, they will not give him time of day to make this play. And New York get it done in the end. But I don't know.
Sorry, go on.
I don't know if we saw it, but when Priestahh got Scrapz, it just opened up the map, and I will say this, New York made a great call to instantly go for that one as well.
And that was really the difference maker. Yeah, okay, HyDra finds that onto CleanX, but Priestahh find that kill to open up that side of the map. You're very right. And for Subliners, that was really well played because they had ran down a lot of time. Ultra, I think they're in such a good position. Honestly, I was kind of in my mind calling that over towards the Ultra side. In that scenario, HyDra up towards the palm trees. You're in a really nice spot to defend over towards B. Subliners still up top PD. Yeah, things are looking good, but this time around it's a little bit different. It's going to be the aggressive attack coming in from Ultra. Shot's not there from the side of HyDra. CleanX almost taken down himself as well, does survive. The fast hit over towards B doesn't work out for Ultra.
It doesn't, and CleanX might have to make some sort of crazy play. He's looking for it here, but it's a mistake, and he gets the kill. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Dead silence reset. And he's trying to figure out where to go. He still has Insight on Overwatch. They go for the plant, but the wrap is coming in from New York.
It's definitely going to be there very, very quickly, this wrap. CleanX is going to struggle to get back over, or is he? Doesn't get any information from that stun either, so Insight is going to have to be the one to survive here. A couple of players pushing him. That's a lot of noise.
It really is. HyDra trying to see if he can find a pick. And he almost finds it, but not quite. Priestahh, though, playing on the ladder, and there's a lot of time being burnt here. Insight already takes down one. HyDra in a 1 versus 2. But they are not going to give him time of day, surely. They are not going to allow this one to happen. And it's shoulder, shoulder, peak, and run down the clock.
He'll do very well to find much here. He's going to find one at the CleanX, but time not on his side. He may well find the second kill as well. He will do. Good shots coming in from HyDra. But Insight just checking that, knowing that it's over. Not necessarily too worried about giving the kill over. Great shots from HyDra, but ultimately a great round from Ultra. That initial push over towards the B side, it's shots like that I'd like to see HyDra just clean up on. Those moments are, if you can land a couple of those extra bullets, you find a kill, the bomb goes down. It's a very easy round for the side of Ultra. Got a little bit more difficult, of course, in this scenario, but they get the job done because of the pressure they initiated immediately.
Well, currently 1-1, all tied back up here in this round. And maybe another quick plant for this. There's going to be a lot of players here from Ultra as well. HyDra's going to spot it when they go down. Priestahh's able to get it. Scrapz gets another trade. Now it's in a 1 versus 3 within seconds of the round starting.
Things do be that way over towards B sometimes. It gets a little bit wild. Important there for Ultra, actually. I want to say that HyDra sitting on a 2 spree. Oh, it's sitting on a 4 spree, sorry. 2 off the cruise, of course, is not going to get it because Toronto Ultra wiped them off the map. Nice comeback so far from Ultra. Of course, we're only down 1 round. They were down 5-2 yesterday. They very much do have the ice. And it's important that they got that cruise missile potential away from HyDra. That locking that one in. Ultra 2-1 to the good.
Yeah, no, if anything, it's probably just a big counterplay, right? Like, they figured that one out. They hit it with numbers. Something out of the playbook. I doubt we'll probably see that exact same break from both teams again in this game. But this is the opportunity now. Can Ultra find something on attack to take it to 3-1, or do New York bring this back again? Already, New York overextending all the way past P2.
Oh, they're both going to be aggressive. They're both getting aggressive. CleanX will find one. Oh, my goodness. I mean, the round is over in the blink of an eye. These things can happen when both these two teams start getting aggressive towards each other. Skyz is laughing about this one. And KiSMET, yeah, I mean, this is just clean up crew. There you go, 2 of the easiest kills that Kiz will ever find.
And well, I said it was being a little bit aggressive, but it turns out Ultra were going to match that and got caught. Didn't even get to really see that apart from the final kill cam, realistically. But last round was fast, this round was faster.
Yeah, sometimes you do get that, especially from the defensive team when they want to push around, get control of PD, disrupt whatever the opposition are trying to do, mostly over towards the B side. But again, very similar, not as aggressive, but both teams stacking towards the side. HyDra is surely getting challenged here.
Oh, he has been. He's gone down. Scrap with the sniper. Probably a little bit worried inside, giving him some cover all the way. And he has to back off as well. Scrap's now a little bit exposed. They could potentially find him as Scrap will get one onto Priestahh. Now backs up. Gets a second kill on HyDra. Must have been weak. And now KiSMET is alone. But I'm going to need a replay of that one.
But weak off what?
I don't know.
I'm bewildered. Still a decent chunk of this round to play out. 40 seconds to go. KiSMET has found himself in a position over towards the B side. We'll plant it for Ultra side spawn. Will run himself over towards mid-map and just try and find a pick, see how things go, but information gained for Ultra 2v1 in their scenario. Cleanex is popped daddy, KiSMET in trouble.
Trying to figure out they're coming through and they found him. Cleanex does not mess around. Sniffs him out before he can do any more damage. Top of orange stairs. And that will be a defuse, but
I'm still
I don't know what happened with that Scrap. That's what I'm thinking about. The pistol, man.
Maybe KiSMET's put some bullets into HyDra there. We may well have a replay from the observer side. So Scrap hits him here. Has HyDra been hit coming into this fight?
Yeah,
yeah, that's it. KiSMET shoots him and Scrap just gives him the quick one tap from the hip.
Oh, that's devastating as well. It did look a little bit crazy. I thought Scrap was instantly dead. We knew they had made their way through. They managed to sneak into laundry and get past. Yeah, New York had the opportunity to go further ahead, but at the moment, it will all be about Ultra. 7-3 on Cleanex, and again, they're being aggressive over towards P2, New York.
This time for Ultra, you haven't matched it, but Scrap is there to just hold it down! The second shot is absurd. The first must have been clean as well. KiSMET will even things up. HyDra will fall. But my goodness, Scrap has turned things around here for Ultra in these last 2 rounds. Bomb going down, 3v2.
He's looking for that last player, trying to keep his head down as well. Skyz is going to be careful, he'll get a haircut. KiSMET already moving through the challenge.
Got him.
And we'll find it.
Yeah, gets a bit of bad timing there, does Scrap. And now KiSMET is going to be the catalyst for Subliners here. Glass smashing inside, knows exactly what's going on, but can he prevent it from happening? Yes, he can. KiSMET falls, Skyz now 1v2.
Oh, he's already been tagged up as well. Gonna have to chow this in a second and look for the kill and hope for the God Beam. But they are, again, they're playing it this same angle, this same strategy. Do not give him an inch. Do not allow him to fight anything. Inside takes the kill as well. And you got to feel a little bit bad for KiSMET. He threw the stun in knowing Insight was up there, but it was just out of range. He couldn't get the stun. But this is what started the round. The 2 snipes from Scrap. Oh, that's actually like dead center of his head as well. That is pixel perfect.
Yeah, that's a great shot. It's one of those, you're sitting there in rank play, you hit that, you're letting your team know exactly what's going on this side of the map. Nicely done from Scrap. First one is clinical, yeah, okay, well held. And if anything, it's a really good read from Ultra. Subliners have done that a couple of defensive rounds in a row. There's been a big hit towards this side. This time around, it's going to be Ultra the ones to do it themselves. Twitching over towards the trophy system. Yeah, you might as well get rid of it.
It might get him caught though, but Cleanex will have his back. It's a little bit tense here. New York do not have the map control they want, and Ultra have taken advantage of that. They pushed out towards P2. The only issue is it doesn't always leave them in the best trade position.
Stun's coming out. Bit of info here for Ultra, who start to get aggressive. HyDra will find one at HyDra and just hightail it. Play towards the back is going to be an issue. He should be dealt with. He will be. Cleanex gets caught between a rock and a hard place, and all of a sudden Scrap left in a 1 versus 3. Sniper attack in hand, though.
Checks that as well. Now he's going to move forward. He is severely outnumbered here. That bomb is going to go down. KiSMET pops up and it hits the hit marker. And KiSMET takes the easy kill in the end. But that's what I was talking about P2, Tom, by the way. when you were that aggressive, there were 2 players pushed forward. It's not an easy trade situation for them.
Yeah, and because they actually push up to that side of the map, get aggressive for a certain moment, and then just sort of sit, that's okay. But then they start pushing towards the back, then you've got to play with somebody who may be up top PD. There's then players who can push out of the double doors behind you. It's a very tough situation to be in if you don't win your gunfights, and they were never easy ones for Ultra to find. Patient play from Subliners there. There was a couple of moments where they were just sort of kind of sitting tight, not necessarily having to make any moves. Ultra 4-3 to the good. HyDra 1-7. He's been the aggressor for the side of Ultra. He has been the one trying to make plays with that bomb. You can see he's got it in his hands right now, but he doesn't have much support. Those initial breaks are going to have to come from plays from him, and he may well find the shots at the KiSMET here. The long-range tag will get the job done. 4v3 for Ultra now.
I will say HyDra actually played really well there to stay alive. Yeah. I think all of New York were looking in the area, but nobody actually saw him. Kleenex gets another kill up the top as well. And Ultra have basically played New York for fools here, because HyDra was already pretty far up and nobody saw him. HyDra, though, going to try and make a difference. Can he bring his team back into this round?
It's the fight over towards PD. I'm more interested in Priestahh trying to make a play, but Ultra just sitting nice and steady. Will find one onto inside. This now becomes a little bit more doable, especially with HyDra finding one to the bottom back, and Ellie finds the second. HyDra will clean up, and thankfully for Ultra, he does so, as they will find the round in the end. Things got a little bit scary there. I mean, if HyDra's heading up top AC, I'm not even trying to child that gunfight. Gets the job done in the end, but I mean, that got a little bit scary for just a second. Ultra still in control here, though.
Yeah, New York did a really good job to even kind of bring that back to scary. 2-4 with bomb down is never normally something you think about. But they found it. If he found that second kill, it would have come down to a 1v1. Or technically been 1v2 because Priestahh was alive. But it still would have been very, very difficult for them to do anything considering the time. But props for them finding the kills. Can they now rescue this S&D? 5-3 for them. Scrapz is going to be on the cross. He hasn't seen anybody, so backs off.
Oh, it's a big grenade coming in from Kleenex as well. Straight up top, you have that through the window, and that's a stinger for Subliners now. Ultra, number advantage in the round. HyDra just happy to sit nice and pretty here. Now, did this player who is up top, which is HyDra, hear him? Yes, he did. He dives out, fires the shots into bottom laundry, and all of a sudden for Ultra, it's panic stations.
They've got to be careful because KiSMET is also moving forward. And now, heavily in the advantageous position. Insight versus KiSMET could be a factor. They're going to double chat it. They're going to double chat it. Here they come. There's one, and he doesn't get the second. Holds it off to begin with. Scrapz, though, going to be on the actual flank as well. It's HyDra versus Scrapz, and Scrapz backs off because he only has a pistol. It's a good call.
Daddy. He's called Daddy, and no. HyDra will be getting no information now. Scrapz in the prime position.
He's seen him as well. Sniper, pistol, Vaznev, all into play here as he tries to get the hit marker on a HyDra. HyDra's going up close. The pistol is out. The nade is out as well. Both for the 1v1, and Scrapz gets it. The 1v2, and he celebrates. He outplays HyDra with a dead silence, a sniper, and a pistol, and a Semtex. And Ultra take the S&D.
Oh, it's filthy from Scrapz. And honestly, as soon as HyDra moves up onto the plant now, I'm thinking that this is done. He's just going to fly them. But the Semtex is held for so long from Scrapz. Lays it down and says, yeah, come on, chow me. And John Wick himself, a couple of influential pistol kills coming through from the young rookie. Toronto Ultra, 2 to the good. And 2 very good maps out of them. Scrapz 10 and 6, Kleenex matching. And the 2 youngsters from Toronto Ultra doing God's work for their side. Subliners didn't really have much of an answer there.
Yeah, that was, I mean, he's rightfully confident. He finds the 1 versus 2, hits the sniper. That was the easy play. The one that was stressing him out was trying to take on HyDra with the sniper and pistol. One wrong step could have proved disastrous, but he played it perfect. The dead silence, the getting in the right position, insane.
Yeah, really, really well played from the side of Scrapz. And just patiently, if anything, the rest of his team did well to trade some kills towards them. And Subliners, I want to say there was a couple of rounds that they looked like they were in a really good position, didn't get anything from that. They'll be going back to the drawing board on both those first 2 maps, but Control coming up, it's anyone's game still. We expected this to be a close one. It has been for the most part. Ultra just about edging it so far, though.
They have. Let's see if they can do it in map number 3. That is coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Call of Duty League.
Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL. This is our Scuff play of the game. The 1v2 from Scrapz waits for it. Gets the pistol and gets the sniper. Now it's all pistol all the time, Ton.
It's just the daddy play. I just spots him here though. Couple of shots in, 35 HP. Not many of them landed from HyDra. If he managed to pull off the quick scope, that would have been something to talk about. But because he puts that Semtex down, HyDra has to chow. And he knows exactly the angle that he's chowing from. HyDra does not have the information on the Scrap. And he lets the camera know. Don't know what he's saying. Don't think it's nice things.
I think it was, wow, that was a genuinely enthralling 1v1. I'm glad we had that. I'm fair, and that's what he said. It was just a very nice thing to his colleagues on the other side and the other team. But yeah, moving forward into this control time, we were talking about it in the break actually, because this series has not been going the way we thought it was going to go. So tell me, do New York have a route back into this?
They possibly do, and it's maybe a bit of a strange one. Control in general has been very good for both these two squads. We know that in general, the stats across the board for both two teams in each and every game mode is well matched. But when it comes to aLaCielo, we haven't seen a great deal from either one of these teams. Toronto Ultra haven't played this since the 16th of December, which is a long time. That's last year, Brycey. It's a long time ago. But since then, they've mostly been playing inside of Fortress. They've been playing Hotel. We'll just have a quick reset here. We can discuss this whilst we wait. But New York haven't played this much at all with only one win themselves. They actually picked aLaCielo, though. It was their opportunity to pick this or Hotel. They choose to go in the direction of aLaCielo. Toronto haven't played in it a long time. New York's record's not good. So are we going to have a bit of a mid-off here? Or both these two teams potentially fix this? I know what the problem is.
Go on.
HyDra doesn't have his McDonald's next to him.
I don't think that's the general advice for anybody about to kind of launch into this high-octane gameplay, but I think some of the difference might be is realistically Ultra feeling very, very confident since their team change, and the more wins they chalk up against big opponents, the more that confidence is going to grow and feel like they're doing the right thing. New York, after Major 2, questions were asked. Was it just a Major 1 thing they peaked early? Can they continue to build? For me personally, I still think New York are a top team. They just need to figure out these mistakes, iron it out, maybe help with their map pool or something. Something just needs to change in the background, and I think we'll see them going to dominate again. But the truth of it is, this is one of the most competitive leagues we've ever seen in the history of Call of Duty. So many teams have made moves that have improved them that there's about 8 teams right now that it wouldn't surprise me either way that the results went.
Yeah, it is difficult at this moment in time to try and predict where some of these top teams are going to go against each other when they do eventually match up. But I think you're right. You look, New York came out in Major #1. The first couple of weeks looked terrible, quite frankly. But then since then, it seems like they figured something out on the pacing side of the game, but everybody else, it just feels like they're potentially catching back up. I'm really concentrating what's going on in the Ultra cam. I mean, they seem to be having a hell of a laugh. But looking over towards the CDL points, Subliners still sitting pretty, as are Toronto Ultra.
They certainly are. Now, if you are watching this at home while we wait for this to start, take a good look at the CDL points. It's starting to get a little bit stressful for some of these teams. Last year, we talked about the bubble, about Major 3. We're on the cusp of that again. It is not easy to get these points. 50 from qualifiers and up to 65 during a major. Some of these teams are quite far behind, and we don't think they're going to get a lot of points moving forward. A big win in the tournament could change their fortune, but a bad tournament could sink them lower than they already have. If you take anywhere from maybe 5th downwards, Minnesota Røkkr all the way down towards it, that's probably what we're going to call the bubble so far until we see some separation. London Royal Ravens are in a horrible position. Florida are in a horrible position. LAG are in a horrible position. They need to be better. Fortunately, Boston Breach actually got themselves a little bit further out of it because they're now 3-0, Ton.
Yeah, they look really good, of course. Coming up again today in their 4th game ever since the change with Beans has come through. Boston Breach have looked good. They've had, I want to say, a favourable schedule though as well. It hasn't necessarily been one of the hardest we've ever seen, but over towards everybody else here right now, Røkkr 0-2. That's going to be disappointing from them considering how good they looked in Boston. Royal Ravens... I'm sorry, I'm very distracted.
You remember talking about confidence?
Yeah, I mean, it is seeping out of this guy. But just a quick touch on Ravens as they sit at 0-2 and very much at the bottom of the CDL standings as well. They actually looked quite good yesterday, so I'm intrigued to see how they do carry things on. But I mean, if they could just get an ounce of this guy's confidence, then I think they'll be fine.
While we're waiting for this one to start, do you want to tell the story of how we met him?
Scrapz?
So when we first met Scrapz, so this is something that I don't think we've really talked about on stream so far, but the very first time I met Scrapz anyway was in Minnesota last year.
Minnesota, wasn't it? Yeah.
And we were just having breakfast before we left for the next day, and Scrapz was there with the rest of the Ultra boys and stuff, and he was already trash talking the pros. I have never seen that much confidence out of an amateur player at the time. It's not an act. That's just how he is all the time with everybody. He was trash talking pros before he went pro. And the truth is, he hasn't stopped, he hasn't relented, and he is doing it. So it's kind of crazy to kind of see him from like I said, an unknown who we're just having breakfast with at the same table to all the way into the Pro League and still doing it.
And one thing I actually want to comment on, I actually remember I was sitting there with Vortex as well, and Scrapz came over, and I just seen Vortex's face. He was just like, man, this guy, like, because I know we know what Vortex is be like in the challenger scene. Obviously, he's a good friend. I'm very biased towards him, absolutely dominating that side of thing. But Scrapz said no last year. Very much the talk of the town coming out of Vanguard. But heading into map number 3 is the talk of this series. He has had a hellish game. CleanX also, I was in the other green room actually chatting to the guys whilst we were having a little break there, and I was telling Studdy, well, I think it's because CleanX is having a blinder, and Studdy went, what does that mean? It means he's playing good, Jay. He's playing great.
Well, it's enough Toronto Ultra hype. And you see if now they can do everything they need to. New York, though, looking to regain here on this control. They will be on defense to begin with, but the man we've been talking about, Scrapz, will try and get them into B first.
Very curious to see how these two teams do match up on this one. We, as mentioned, don't really have a great deal of statistics to come into this one. Both two teams not necessarily looking fantastic stats-wise on this map, but we haven't seen a great deal either. It's very much about how they're going to be playing on the day. So far, so good for Subliners, though. Good defense over towards the initial B push that a lot of teams will go for, and just about rebuttaling the attack over towards A as well. Good start here from the Subliners.
Now defending fantastically well, as I thought Ultra managed to get to there, but one of them was his teammate. They push Ultra all the way back again. You are correct. Very good start from them, and CleanX as a missed nade stays alive at the moment, but they need to get into a point to stop this clock.
Not much to talk about from the Toronto Ultra side. Attacking around so far has not been good, but it takes one good break when it does come down to control. It's only a 3-life lead for the side of Subliners, but time is very much not on the side of Ultra. That's a big kill from CleanX, though. That's going to release some pressure, give them an opportunity to push onto Zone A, stop that clock. Hopefully they can lock this in and then send themselves over towards B. But look at the map positioning here from Subliners, just positioning themselves up top in Ultra spawn. It's very easy to transition over towards A or B from this position.
Inside, just trying to go on an Overwatch, trying to make sure those players cannot get past him. So then keep capturing A. That's all he's doing. Keep them away from the doors and the window. Allow your teammates to use time. Here comes the push. He knows. He's trying to get through as well. Scrapz goes for a chow, but there's 3 players there. Scrapz, you got to be careful. Eventually, they are just throwing bullets through the doorway. And Ultra know exactly what New York are trying to do with this contest. The trades come through eventually, and Ultra will walk away with A in the time they need.
This guy's done really well to find the 2, but ultimately, Ultra are the ones who come away in the beneficiary, but Skyz finding 3 is going to slow down the transition from Ultra, which is happening over towards the B side. Hixie now in a bit of a dangerous position. He could play spoiler to Subliners as they regroup, route themselves over towards B and try and get themselves in a good defensive position.
Hixie has dead silence, so they shouldn't have heard him in here, but there's more awareness than anything else.
He popped it and stood still.
That's really silent.
Proper.
He's actually staying alive out of that. He somehow got away. Gonna find Priestahh as well. Looking for KiSMET. Not gonna get it in the end, but it will be a trade that goes through, and Ultra are on to B.
And he opens it up. We said his positioning is going to cause a problem for the side of Subliners. He waits for them to make their mistake. Skyz is going to call in the streak, though. Only finds one. That's still ticking up. 2 ticks at minimum for Ultra here. Subliners in a better position now, though.
I'll tell you something, Subliners managed to just pull that one out of the fire, mostly off the back of Skyz. The cruise missile has done wonders for them. And now they're just trying to hold the line here as well. More kills going through. This is exactly what they need. Push Ultra all the way back as New York trying to take control of this round.
HyDra always going to hit this route. SMG players, that's what you're going to do. Get yourself up top, get yourself into green. Yeah, okay, the Vaznet from that sort of situation isn't necessarily the best, but he goes to the challenge to down mid, finding the right insight. KiSMET pushes over, this should be Ultra.
Skyz has managed to make a kill, though. It's huge if he can continue to try and make some more KX fires too as well. And while it will rain in with the nades, HyDra is sprinting at this. Not going to get it in Ultra. 20 seconds away from getting nothing in that round. Find 6 ticks and a round win.
I almost want HyDra to kind of slow down that. Finds the kill on Hixie, you know exactly where he is, and he gets super aggressive, which, I mean, it's in his nature. You don't want to leash the animal that he can be. But if he stays alive top green there, it will slow down the push from Toronto Ultra because they have to look for him. That's the point. As soon as he starts getting aggressive, goes back towards his teammates, and yeah, okay, he's unfortunate to get caught out, but nonetheless, if he plays his life maybe a little bit better there, they're in a better situation to retake that one. Well played from Ultra there, though. It was looking pretty doom and gloom, I want to say, for the majority of the beginning of that round. Get a hold of it. Nice transition over towards B, and it was mostly Hixie and was able to find the kills. Cleanex has not slowed down in this series. I'll be very interested to know his numbers over these first 3 maps if they continue this way.
And New York look for any sort of opening. They found it. Skyz and HyDra combining. Now trying to get inside away from top radio. It's still an issue for them. He'll be putting trophies down. He'll be peppering them every single place he can. It might be that New York have to ditch this and go for B.
They found a kill over there, actually. Priestahh will find it on Hixie. So that now kicks them into gear over to this side of the map as well. If they can get rid of Cleanex as well, that will be a bonus. He is going to find one into HyDra. Not having a great control himself at this moment in time. Skyz 10-3, making 11-3 now, just snapping left and right. Isn't able to find Scrap, and Insight is there as well. You can see from Ultra, when things get a little bit scary over towards the B side, they just hit New York spawn, and then they flank from there. Hixie is able to find one. Still a little pressure here on Ultra. New York Subliners will transfer that pressure over towards A.
I think it was actually great play by New York. They gave it up in the end.
Yeah. Smart play.
They've managed to get themselves not only that clock stopping and that ticket B, but pretty much a clean A. Be a very difficult retake here for Ultra if they go for it. Insight's already going to find Priestahh. There's going to be a player up radio tower. That'll be Skyz. They'll be trying to make sure that nobody gets into the players in the point, and they have just stopped it with literally a split second to go. Skyz is still alive up here and gunning everything he sees.
He's 14-4. Skyz trying to throw New York on his back because A is so close. It's just a transition. From Subliners now, they'll lock it in. They have presence over here as well. Priestahh locking down the AR routes where he can and just finding every gunfight. That might be the round. It might be done.
I think it is. I think it's done and dusted. Oh my goodness. Wow. New York played that perfectly. He almost didn't get A, but when you got Skyz just treading everybody he sees on that side of the map, they keep using one side of the map to open up the other side. And Ultra were just chasing their tails back and forth.
Kind of getting dragged across the map, weren't they? Skyz is having an absolute beast of a game here. Oh, in map number 3 at least anyway. Just dominating over towards the radio tower. His SMGs haven't necessarily been setting the world on fire here. It's a very poor game by HyDra standards. But they find the round. It's an attacking round apiece now. New York over towards the defensive side.
Priestahh setting up for this one as well, but the kill doesn't matter because it's in for his teammate, and while Insight will get one, they are going to be outnumbered for a few seconds. HyDra knows this, goes for a check in the close corner. Not found anybody so far, knows where the player's going to be, guns him regardless, and now keeps on moving. HyDra just flies out into the open, and that may have been a bit of a mistake.
Honestly, I want to say he's made a couple, but he's that kind of player. You can't tell him to not challenge things, because if he starts doing that, he's not the kind of player he is. But I've seen a couple of challenges when he's been in this position that Skyz is in. Yeah, Skyz has got an AR here. This is fine. I've seen HyDra challenging on top of it, over towards the tower with himself a Vaznev in hand. It's a good clear from New York Subliners, though, as the attack's still ongoing for Ultra here. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's maybe hard to see. Next does eventually take him down, but Skyz continue where he left off. But it's a B hit coming in from Ultra now. Subliners have to answer.
Oh, wow. Scrap actually was aiming for that for a while. He knew exactly where Priestahh was going to come through. This could be on HyDra now. The rest of the pressure coming in. Ultra desperately trying to get some time onto B, but there are just too many bodies, too many nades for them to do anything.
Free spray coming through. KiSMET and Priestahh over towards the front side as Skyz just controls the flank as best as he can. HyDra now going to push into the middle of the map. I would imagine those lives are not favorable for Ultra, who have not really had a sniff yet. One tick towards A is all they have to their name. KiSMET is going to get caught, though. It's another push over towards B, maybe a bit of a distraction tactic.
And it looks like, for New York at least, I was going to say they've managed to find a new gear because that engine is purring for the guys on New York. They're looking much more confident around this map. They are shutting down Ultra everywhere they go. Right now, Ultra on A, and New York look like they might make a chat onto this. They've got players moving in for it as well. KiSMET and HyDra combining for 3, and this is what I meant. They are feeling themselves. They are running, they are gunning, and Ultra are moving scared.
That's a big kill from CleanX though coming in. It's going to be a hit over towards B for the side of Toronto Ultra. They spawn here, but they spawn into danger. Scrap is there to find one. Scrap will find a second as well. Priestahh on the flank. It's still doable here for Ultra.
And it's going to be difficult for them though. CleanX will find HyDra as he moves forward. Time still stopped. They're going to go for the chow. Hixie knows where it's coming from, but Priestahh is already laying in wait. Dead silence popped, and right now Ultra still can't rely on their flank. They're worried about it as KiSMET will find one as well. That clock is ticking again. KiSMET almost finds the second. Trade still abound for both teams, but Ultra still alive.
Ultra only 6 lives remaining here. Shots coming in. Are they going to actually lock B in? It's looking that way. One more kill. Priestahh is there to maybe shut it down. No, he is not. So 5 lives remaining. Contest comes through. No, he jumps through the front door, finds 2. And that might just slow things down here now for Ultra. The gunfight's not going their way. Both points so close. Scrap inside the point. But only 2 players left from Ultra.
The 2 versus 12, we will get the 8 tick. Whether or not that'll mean anything at the end, we don't know. 5 ticks for Ultra, but it is not 6. They will lose their attacking round done.
So close to getting a hold of both. Things getting very stressful for what was for the most part, a dominant round from the side of Subliners. But Ultra, we're finding small gaps, and Subliners were just about jamming the fingers of Toronto Ultra in the door as they try to pry themselves through. Very, very close round. Yeah, okay, the lives were influential, of course, towards Subliners. But ultimately, they close it out where they need to find the important kills towards the end now. For the side of Ultra, you've got to defend as well. Subliners held the defense and won an attack. Can Ultra do the same?
And this is where it does get a little bit stressful if you're Ultra. Keep in mind that obviously if New York win this round, they win this map regardless. But they are now significantly ahead in lives. So if New York can lose this but still get 5 ticks, they will have defense as well. Really just comes down to, is Ultra, can they bring themselves back?
Ultra have not had anyone on the flank here so far. A little bit of a difficult position to be in. Scrap trying to find some numbers here. 12 and 21 from him. Both 2 enigmatic players on either one of these lineups, not necessarily having the best of games. Insight having to call the crews in as well, just to slow things down here.
Yeah, it's a little bit stressful coming through. Let's find out how it is going, though, in the Toronto Ultra camp with a listen in.
Either?
The box and play.
I'm getting pushed out, bro. He's not gym though. Where'd he go?
He's in our low gym now.
Yeah. He's on our box on point. Box on point, dead.
Nice one, low gym.
Still low gym, I think. I don't see them.
Don't see him. They got fun house, I think.
In lockers?
On their shed. On their shed going to A.
He's in our top middle. In our top middle. Yeah, I'm trying to get to
on
the
stairs
on me. Weak HyDra. In our top middle stairs. I'm trying to get
dive to kitchen.
Yeah.
He's back to our stairs again.
I'm gonna try play towards
dive around top, bro.
Okay. I'm gonna try and get fucking exit kills.
Go to top mid.
I'm in B house. Hello, lockers.
Go help.
Weak on me.
Make a push it.
I'm alright. Really weak as well, right side. Went back to the stairs. Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Top mid. Top mid got me.
I have our top
He
window.
jumped out. Bottom. He made cakes.
Lockers now 2 there.
2 in our spawn. 2 in our spawn.
Yeah. One's a B, 2 on spawn.
Lock side.
Top
Mount. Weak, Charlie.
Mound dead.
Nice. I'm in tools. Tools, dead. 3, last guy. Caesar.
Yep.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be slow. Maybe top or mid.
I think he's outside somewhere. I think he's underneath me. Underneath me. Ace and E, weak kids.
Cakes.
Underneath me. Nice, good.
Wait, I got
That's bro. No, I'm good.
Watch heavy.
Might hit the right, bro.
Stop out.
Well, calm and collected from Ultra as always. But they are only just holding on in this game. 1 tick down on B is all that New York have got, but 2 more and this map ends.
Yeah, barely holding on. New York Subliners are really slayed out where they've needed to. Skyz is the only one remaining, though. The side of Subliners for the moment. Can he continue to lock down the spawn of Ultra? Hixie just going to try and push forward, trying to influence as best he can. Good kills coming in here, though. 45 seconds or so. Yeah, okay, Ultra will be down in lives, but it matters not if you can just keep Subliners away.
Subliners now positioning all across the map. They're going to try and hit this with 1 big hit. That's what they want. HyDra's going to go down already. Inside gets a second one. Sorry, CleanX gets the second. And New York, they were trying to line up. They were trying to position for a big hit, but they cannot get the bodies in position where they need them.
Skyz still towards the back. Could be the catalyst for a play here. Hixie goes for the challenge and finds it. Heated up just a little bit in this round, and he may well be a big reason as to why Ultra send this to a round number 5. Big gunfight coming here. It's going to be up against HyDra. Just needs to bail out the rest of his team, getting the job done. HyDra is going to be there to maybe cause issue, but KiSMET, the last one alive, a really solid hold coming in from Ultra. They find the round and send us to a round number 5.
And then I think New York only got 4 ticks there as well. So it should be Ultra on defense, but I will say, I think it was a little bit of Hixie. You said sometimes you don't get a lot of kills. They can be influential. And what they were doing there was staggering New York away from being able to make that push. New York wanted to hit it at once and try to trade out around the point and come out on top of those trades. But they could never hit it as a 4. They could never get in position because Ultra were just being tricky. They wouldn't give them the angles. They wouldn't commit to anything. And Hixie was picking people apart.
It was looking scary for quite some time, though. But Control is one of those modes. It doesn't matter how you start. It is very much about those influential kills. Both teams find an attack. Both teams find a defense. It will be Ultra on the defensive side to kick off round number 5. Which way does this one go? KiSMET through the middle of the map. Can't find that first kill. I think for Ultra, they've never really had an opportunity to pin Subliners in off the rip. They may well hear those. They find 2 kills.
HyDra's now going to try and just get some kills, but nobody's be able to get any. Scrapz finds another one. Inside's on a 5 streak as well. The slaying was in favor of New York. But at the moment, Ultra are just going scorched earth on them.
They haven't got a kill yet. If you're in New York, that's a scary start towards this side. HyDra will find one. I think KiSMET may well be dead here, though. The grenade will get him out. Scrapz could be in trouble. He'll have to back down as well. But only 2 kills falling so far for the side of Subliners. It's not a good start.
And New York are trying to find something here. If they can bring this back in this game at the moment, it will be pretty superb because they are just not finding any way through. Insight's on a 6 streak. Has another cruise missile coming through, and he's just dancing around. He finds KiSMET as the rest of New York are in position here, but they cannot find Insight on a 7 streak.
He's played that so well. Finds the kills, dances around, wastes their time, gets out. 7 spree from him. The rest of his team starting to fall, though, so needs to find himself in a position where he can do something for the squad. The child from KiSMET's going to come flying in. That's bar control now for Subliners. A little bit of life coming from the New York side. What was a fantastic start for Ultra. Streaks are available for them, though. That's going to make a difference.
And the key thing to know here is New York can do this very much. They have time. They have more than enough lives. It just takes one good break. They could not find it in the previous round. They'll be looking for it this time.
Good shots coming in from Hixie here. Looking to try and clear out. Another big gunfight going to come in. Priestahh will find it, though, over towards that B side. So that gets a little bit scary. Toronto Ultra have to dig the trenches and hold on tight now.
You can see New York are setting up again. They're looking for it. If they just get the kills to go their way. Clinics somehow stays alive and dips out of it. I don't even think it hit him. They are just being annoying every single step of it. Bear in mind, there is still a cruise missile ready to come in.
Good shots coming in from Kleenex, but with the Vaznev, that's not going to do much from that angle. Insight has to stay alive, and just the fact that he is alive and kicking helps the squad here. Here comes the cruise missile now coming on through. The rest of the team need to put themselves in a position to do something about this, though.
He's looking just to get it. There's going to be a trophy there as well. The trophy deflected. New York are in position. They're in that first tick as well. Insight's going to find one. Can he find any more? New York still have bodies in this area with 36 seconds left to go.
Next few kills are massive. Scrapz backs down. Did he stick him? No, he didn't. Still a lot of presence from New York over towards this B side, but 26 seconds. Time is running out, as our lives.
And New York are now trying to move. HyDra has to be everything for him. The furthest player up from New York. With 18 seconds left, it's time to commit, but they've already lost the bodies. Skyz looking for it. 27 and 18. He's been gunning, but gunned he is. And KiSMET, how big is the dog in him? Because it has to be Cerberus at this point to come back into this game. As he moves, he has to die for the point. There's no choice. He gets onto, he stops the clock with 1.2 seconds. Is this going to be enough at all? KiSMET's still gunning.
HyDra is still alive in the point, but he's the last one alive. The last bastion for New York Subliners. Can he get it done on his own? This will be something. Instead, nearly a 1 versus 3 as the rest of Ultra file their way through. Surely HyDra is dead. Ultra 3-0.
And I'll tell you something, it didn't feel like it was that much out of the realm of possibility. Lives pays. And then all that work Ultra did at the beginning of the round, it came back to them because they managed to win that on lives alone, but it was close.
A great control. Honestly, both these two teams had their moments throughout. Both of them had opportunities to win rounds that were seemingly getting away from them very, very quickly. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how close the maps are. It doesn't matter what the scoreline says. The main one is that the series scoreline is over towards Ultra. That is 2-3-0s against strong opposition. But I feel like we've been saying this about Ultra quite a lot throughout the season, that they look fantastic. The consistency is where we want to see things improve for the side of Ultra. Consistently putting up 3-0s against two of the best teams in the game, though, is a good way to start.
Yeah, and maybe this is where we now need to start putting Ultra a little bit higher in our estimations as we meander our way to Major 3. Those are two big scalps they've managed to take, and if they can convert that into a Major 3 performance, it is looking scary for the competition, Ton.
Yeah, they look really, really solid there. I think, you know, we talk about kills, etc. For the side of HyDra, it wasn't necessarily there, but when he finds those kills, that always seem to be important. He's setting his team up for success. Had a good game, but Kleenex was kind of final throughout that whole entire series. Pricey, I'd be very intrigued to see what the numbers are saying on that one.
Yeah, me too. Well, it's time to go for our breakdown with our wonderful desk.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and congratulations to Toronto, who continues to roll. Since HyDra's joined this roster, they've dropped one map, 3 straight series wins, and you just took out the #2 seed in a 3-0 fashion. Ali, let's start with HyDra and the numbers he dropped in that game 3. 28 and 34, 36. He had over 60 engagements. What does that mean he's doing on the map? What's he bringing to the team?
64 engagements. That is insane. The second I saw that scoreboard, I was like, this is supposed to be your OBJ player. This is supposed to be the lower engagement, impactful kills. This is supposed to be pushed up in the spawn, getting a couple sprees going. He was in the mix throughout this entire aBeZy to try and relieve the pressure of the rest of his teammates. I can't wait to talk to a member from Toronto Ultra and kind of ask them, like, what in the world was this guy doing to get 60 engagements on aBeZy? But regardless, Toronto Ultra just continuing their control dominance across the board. I was wondering, you know, they were already so good at it, and with the addition of HyDra, could they possibly get better? Having a player that's going to be in that spawn awareness, that's going to start that spawn trap, and it did somehow. This was a dominant win on this aBeZy. Obviously, it went to round number 5, but just some of the plays Toronto were making on the map, New York is no team to sneeze at when it comes to respawn.
Nameless, I was looking at some of the numbers here. Toronto was getting outslayed for the first half of this game 3, right? Yep. New York was bringing it to him. Skyz was seemingly in control of this map. How did Toronto clutch up, though, and shut down New York in that final round?
Well, in the final round, I mean, you just saw they had a really good setup. Insight gets over towards AC. They're getting the spawns and back palms by Cliff, so they just basically had control the majority of the time. But I actually think they got the victory earlier in the map. We saw the first 2 offenses were won by either side of things, but really it was that second offense from Toronto getting nearly every tick, almost winning that round, got to the very end. Their offense is so good, and it's because of what Ali was saying when it comes to HyDra. He got inside of their base, he pops his daddy, he's playing his life, right? So now you got him and Kleenex both being annoying, and then Insight and Scrappy just picking up kills left and right. So just a great control, and now it looks like aBeZy is going to be a part of one of their dominant map pools, which will make this team even more dynamic.
We had a chance to talk with HyDra. We talked to Scrapz. Tonight we want to talk with Kleenex, the unsung hero of this team right now, and it looks like you're starting to enjoy the addition of another SMG to the lineup. Kleenex, talk to me about tonight's win. How did you feel about matching up against the Subliners, and how do you feel now knowing that you just sent them home with a 3-0?
We know how good New York are for teams, so, you know, we matched up pretty well against them. You know, first time with Charlie playing them, so not much to expect, but, you know, it went pretty well.
Toby, congratulations. Now you start 3-0 in Major III Qualifiers, looking good for winners so far. And I just want to say a personal congratulations to you, because this has been the most consistent that you have played as an individual recently. And I want to know, is that something that just, you know, affected your gameplay and the fact that you've just been obviously putting in the work and you just hit a flow state? Or is HyDra kind of, you know, some of the reason for that as well when he was added to the squad?
I feel like it's kind of both things. Like, Charlie helps me free up a lot on the map. I can just do whatever I feel like I want, but I also feel like I'm starting to finally translate how I play in practice into the matches we play. So yeah, both Hixie and then, you know, also just starting to play better and feel more comfortable with the team.
Kleenex, congratulations on the win. I mean, these last 3 wins have just been insane, especially the last 2. You guys are looking phenomenal. And I want to ask you, you know, when you guys made this decision to bring in Hixie to the squad, was it directly because of like how it would help you perform better? Was that like the discussion like, okay, these are things I want to do on the map. We need Hixie to come in.
It wasn't specifically me, but he makes the game a lot easier, and for everyone, Scrappy likes to just fly. So Charlie's just the most fundamentally sound player we could get, and he's really good at doing his job and playing his role. So just the perfect fit for us and the perfect fit for, you know, all of us.
So when people look at numbers and stuff, they'll probably be like, well, Hixie isn't dropping the same numbers that Standy was dropping. Can you explain to the fans, the Ultra fans at home, and the rest of the COD community what Hixie does for you guys that's making you guys roll like this?
He has the best comms out of our team. He can lead our team. He can be an IGL when we need to step up. S&D has improved quite a lot because of him. You know, came in with his strats, came in with his touch of gameplay, and just like everything just helped as soon as he came in. So just that type of guy.
Kleenex, final 2 questions for you. This one's coming from the chat. Are any of your teammates related to Tactical Rab, and are you related to him?
I'm not related, but we got a guy over there, you know who I'm talking about, Scrap.
Young son.
Looks quite similar, right?
A little bit. And then the last question we had for you is who was harder or who was easier? Was it OpTic or the Subliners today? Because you beat both teams 3-0.
I'd say New York's definitely harder. Wasn't quite sure what OpTic was doing. They weren't looking quite like themselves, so I'd say New York was the harder team. Just well-rounded and pretty good to play against, or pretty hard to play against, I'd say.
Appreciate the honest feedback, and congratulations on another 3-0. Your numbers were ridiculous today. We'll let you go celebrate with the team.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
That's Kleenex, and Toronto continues to roll, baby. We've got a lot of exciting matches still to go. 3 more today. Before we get to the next one, though, reminder, you can pick up your CDL gear right now. shop.callofdutyleague.com. It's hoodie weather out here in Ohio right now.
That Vegas Legion one is fire. I feel like every time we get like a new rollout of hoodies, they just keep getting better. Those are nice.
And of course, if you don't want to wear your gear just outside a game, you can also wear it on the map as well. Nameless, we've got 12 to choose from here. I'm looking at the left side. I feel like we need to see a little bit more Mutineers in my lobbies. No one's been rocking one of those recently. Do you think the Mutineers who are playing next could get some folks excited at home?
I mean, they got the best goggles there, right? Like, I like that orange that they got going on. I think they can. We'll see. We'll see if the hard point is a little bit better.
Mutineers are coming up actually in that 3rd match. When we come back, though, this should be another banger. It's going to be number 8 versus number 4. The Surge have not dropped a map. Will they be able to keep it going? Tonight, they match up against your LA Thieves, runners-up from Boston Major 2.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
And Dylan Allen has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. Round number 2. Oh my God! It's all coming in. They haven't got the first thing, but yet Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
Welcome back, everybody. It's match 2 of a 4-day match day on a Super Saturday here for the CDL. We're going into Major 3. We're currently in qualifiers week 2. And we're about halfway done. This matchup, though, could be the best on the weekend because we have a surging Seattle squad taking on the LA Thieves, who just took out our #1 seed in Atlanta. So some top caliber play on both ends of this matchup. But which runner-up do you have more faith in, LA Thieves or Seattle Surge? Because Surge, they got runners-up in Raleigh. We saw LA Thieves, of course, get second in Boston.
That's a really tough one. It's almost like you're asking for my prediction right now, which when we head to the maps and mobs may go either way. But to be honest, it just depends what Seattle Surge that we get today. Because if we got the Seattle Surge that just played the Minnesota Røkkr, that was a hot 3-0.
Taking a look at the Thieves' first-tier name list, we got to talk about Drazah. He's been playing a lot of ranked, right? We see him in the top 10 right now. Yeah. He's also been shooting a lot of bodies. He's setting the tone in and out of game with his trash talk, and he's not afraid to fight anybody. But what makes this Thieves squad dangerous? They just handed Atlanta a very difficult loss.
Well, I mean, they're a top 3 hardpoint team in the game on the season, so they've been unbelievable when it comes to that. And then also, fundamentally, this team is extremely sound. They have a really good camp, good coaching staff. They're world champions, so they know how to win. Everybody's been there on the biggest stage before. So when they have an issue, they're really good at identifying it and figuring it out, which is why we saw them steamrolling and search and destroy in their losers bracket run. And coming into this one, we also saw them crack the code when it comes to Atlanta FaZe. They lost them in the finals. They go up in this series, playing maps, expanding their map like aBeZy Hardpoint, which they're now winning. So dominant in Hardpoint can lead to victories when you're solid in the other 2 games.
Now the Thieves have dropped to the Surge in the past. That was way back on December 16th. It was 3-1 to Surge, who took both of the hard points. Let's talk about Seattle recently, though, because this squad has struggled online, at least up to Major 3's qualifiers. They're now 1-0. They haven't dropped a map yet, but can you keep that momentum going up against the Thieves today?
They need to have a really strong respawn against Thieves today. From what we saw against their Minnesota Røkkr, that hotel win on the Search and Destroy 6-1 was because Mack was having an absolute series, 10-3, and Simp was also 8-2. But I'm not convinced that their Search and Destroy is fixed right now. Thankfully, they're going against an LA Thieves team that also struggles in that game mode, but they have to take those respawns. I'm looking at that map 1 hotel. They beat LA Thieves early on when they first matched up on that map in 250 to 198 fashion, and they're squaring up on it again.
Let's talk a little bit about our predictions real quick. We're skipping maps and modes. Nameless, where are we leaning?
I'm going to go with LA Thieves.
LA Thieves, give me a score.
I'm going to go 3-1 LA Thieves.
3-1 LA Thieves. Allie?
Seattle Surge, 3-1.
3-1 Surge. I'm feeling a game 5, and I hear it's on Fortress. Let's throw it to our casters. They're ready to go. We got Miles and Chance. Chance, unbutton another button for me.
Yeah.
That's okay. Oh, crazy start to this one. I'm going to have to go down a little bit, aren't I? But yeah, very excited to get into this series. Cannot wait to see how this one rolls out. We've got a very, very exciting respawn series ahead of us, I think, Chance. Search and Destroy, hey, man, who knows? It could be a great day for the guys at Seattle Surge. It could be, you know, back to business. But here we go. They're looking at the maps and moons. We did skip on the desk. Hotel, Double Asilo, HyDra, Fortress. Chance, anything crazy there that sticks out for you?
Well, obviously, Search and Destroy is sort of the name of the game for Seattle. We have beaten that talking point to death. However, Maps 3 and Map 4 have basically been auto vetoes for Surge the entire year. And, like, they're now 2 for 2 for choosing HyDra to play. So, a map that previously they banned all the time, now they're getting things in the mix. So, I think Seattle, post-Major 2, have been making significant adjustments, not just to Search and Destroy, but their entire game. So, I think sort of like sneakily Surge have been working on things behind the scenes.
Let's see what happens. Again, all of this is just practice for champs, right? That's what the game is. Let's find out what the game happens here, though. Over to Hotel Hardpoint map number 1. We roll. Max the man on the time. LA Thieves. It's a classic look here on the opening break. The tags are in. It's 3 down. It's all over to Sib, and that should be the hard point for the Thieves.
Yeah, super controlled opening break. Get the ARs posted up, L-triggered, watching over your teammate inside the hill. And they haven't read the spawns just yet because accuracy has ended up taking a pretty long route to go on this flank. And you see Seattle looking to break it down. Final few trades coming through, and accuracy eventually, as soon as he jumps into the play, gets the final 2-piece and gets Seattle that time.
Yeah, it's a lovely time to add as well. There's 15 plus seconds now to go into the back of the bank, over towards the back side of the hotel though now. Kenny's going to get a little bit of fresh air before hitting a sweet corner to stop the push now from Seattle Surge. They're looking towards that P2 hardpoint. That's the lobby. That's the right-hand side of the mini-map. And here comes the hit. Kenny, he's got all the positioning in the world, but no problem. His teammate's got the kills from the front. Good luck from the Thieves. That's the first hit slowdown.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. Kenny's only job is not to die. His teammates get all the kills for him, and he blocks those spawns, and now gets to jump on the play and pick up the 2-piece just to slow the approach down. And you see, as soon as a player like Mack crosses, that's just Octane feeding the comms. He's going to be out towards the back, and like clockwork, LAT, everything covered. They know exactly where the players on Seattle are coming up. And for the moment, not really feeling too much pressure on this game. And if Brett gets that kill, maybe the pressure opens up just a bit, but these are looking nice and secure.
Well, this might be the pressure. It hasn't quite finished yet. Sib's going to be the last man there on the play. Cleans up the kills. That's going to be a hard point now for Seattle. However, they haven't quite identified the remaining members of the LA Thieves. Most of them on the rotation towards Nu. Only one staying behind towards the old bit. So a little bit of time wasted there on P2 towards the end for Seattle, but still nothing too much of a problem. Can they win the fight for Kitchen now, though? All down to Mack and the 1v2 here, trying to find a couple of shots in and out of the most difficult gunfights you may find here on the map.
Well, right now, Seattle have just been behind the game, so they're forced to break into these hills, and this is probably the most difficult one to break of the ones they've had to jump on, and instantly the door just gets closed on him. A 3-man wipe in accuracy. He gets sniffed out as well. Good trades through and through, and that's sort of the problem of, like, yes, Seattle might be able to collect that scrap time, but if you're consistently behind on these rotations, eventually you're going to get punished, and so far it's looking like the Kitchen Hill has been the one that delivers for LAT.
Here we go, 30 plus seconds remaining on this one, trying to get in. Sib with a nice bit of shots there with a aBeZy. Not really enough to get too much more out of it. 25 remaining. Trophies all over the place. Pred, though, in the feed. He might be the man. Keep this play alive and kick. And Kenny cuts him in half on the backside plat of the Kitchen there, and that should be the end of it. 5 spree there from Kenny. Now, with that being said, let's see how the Thieves are going with a quick listen in.
Sib and P2, Sib and P2.
Okay. I'm trying to play.
He's stay P2.
I got it.
Yeah, play your kills, go. We're deep down, yeah.
Try to go mid, guys. I'm a late mid.
Yeah, I'm couch right now.
I think. Couldn't go.
No, got it. Okay. He's on D2, guys. On D2.
I'm playing the mid side. Yeah, play the mid. At the lobby. Yep. D2. I got it. Yeah, D1. Yeah, it's fine.
I got it. I can't shot. There's two.
I'll get it.
You push out bar. Looks like
I'm gonna go left.
Alright, one is in bottom bed.
Alright, I'm gonna play the lobby down here.
I'm gonna have to miss
You can pitch our cat or something like that?
One is in bottom bed.
Right back to the lobby.
Alright, sir.
I need none of this.
Yeah. You jump across.
Take it. Actually check it on top of the heat.
Alright,
sir. Okay, bro. And Lamar's on your four, I think. Low bed, he's pushing through. And lobby. Low bed, not push me.
Lobby, two lobby.
I can help you, I'm pushing.
Yeah, I'm just living.
They're not challenging lobby shit.
There's two
here. Use native white, guys. I'm here.
I'll play the back. I'm helping you wide, though.
I'll send you one, bro.
I'm in down.
Alright.
Behind me, lobby.
I have secret, bro.
Lobby.
In white.
Okay. I'm living.
I'm gonna tell what you do. Yeah, I'm gonna dive out. Go. I got time.
In white, just right out.
One dead. Nice job. White still.
Well, just like that, the comms for LAT might be on cruise control, but the gameplay was from Surge. Finally, they get ahead of rotations and turn that into a good chunk of time, and hey, built the most sizable lead of the game.
Sizable trying to hold on to it now, though. They've got a little bit of a battle to work through on the inside of the restaurant. Envoy, nice flank. Nobody get the kill, though. Oh, he's making it a fight against Pred. Just about wins it. Accuracy there on the outside. Clean hard point wipe there. Seattle Surge, the time's theirs.
I mean, hey, they might have been behind the game early on, but if the breaks have been this consistent on every single hill, they can make the best out of a bad situation. Maybe Kenny trying to be the fry man for the squad, though. He's got 16 kills. You feel like you'd be getting more value long-term out of them, but It's only these final 10 seconds, and this is a rotation I wish my rank play teammates would pay more attention to, of LA Thieves and Seattle. All the pressure is back kitchen, even though the hill is on plat. It's because if you get ARs in those positions, you get the guys out of the hill, so that's where you apply the pressure, that's where you try to make the break from, and see how LA2 are able to fare.
Well, when you talk about your rank play teammates, you may as well just say it to my face. With that being said, now we're going to dive to a listening with Seattle Surge so that I can compose myself after that dig.
Bottom bed on me, guys.
Bottom bed, one shot. Sado dead. Bottom bed, one shot. He went to front side, bottom bed.
I'm one shot, guys.
Back. He's laying down back. Is he bottom bed? Yeah, he's laying down back. Kenny was bottom bed. I need HP. I'm in the hop. Dead. Last guy fighting mid. Mid or top.
He's top on time. I'm going to stand up.
I'm trying to find camera. I'm behind one more on top. One more back. Back again, I'm behind him. Behind him. Nice. They're all spawning pond. Kenny's backstairs.
Okay, I'm coming up. I'm coming.
Backstairs.
On time, then. I'm going
They're gonna be double. Go to carry. He's here. Double carry. My small carry. Double archer's dead. One more. Go Dante.
Nice 3. Last shot.
He's dead. Nice. Last. He got me. He went to the burst to wine. He's going to wine. That's Tom.
Our desk. Dub archers. Our desk said one's dub archers. Dub archers still cat.
Seattle Surge certainly bringing the heat here. Envoy a nice 2 there, cleans up the last few players, and there's a first set of hard points now come to a close. Oh, baby, it's a wonderful opener there from Surge.
Yeah, now the last guy in the hill for LAT, as you can see, Surge are just swarming all over the map. Flipping spawns, getting shot in the back. His accuracy is basically putting you in the pinch at the exact same time, and Mack doing the world tour just to be able to clear out couches and try to accrue maybe this little bit of time and able to deliver. That is a massive route that turns into a 2-piece on the hill, and Surge have been able to do that every single time on this P1 hill.
We promised a good respawn, and it is a banger so far. Here comes the last bit of pressure towards P1 before we have to go over towards that lobby side. Seattle Surge in position over here. Pred's going to be the man first in. Every possible corner now should have a Seattle Surge tushy in it. Get ready for the hit from the Thieves. Here they come. It's going to be through that bar side. Simp's the first man in. First kill goes his way. The second as well. Traded out. Here's the next wave of attack, though, from the LA Thieves. Not quite out of this yet. Mack finds another. That's a clean set of kills. Last man, Kenny, tagged up. Easy reads. More time to Seattle.
Yeah, and Civ on this side of the map has just been the straight-up difference maker for the team. And now you get Pred to snap in position after the fact and clean up those kills. Nice little 6-spree for him. Get the cruise missile and maybe just the stamp on the game. If you're LAT, I don't know if you want to bother with Pred's side of the map. Maybe try a different angle, but this is just going to be Civ's side, and they deal with Pred, they deal with Civ, and that dynamic duo just locking both sides down.
Smoke on them. 20 seconds left. The game will not end here, but it is going to get very close indeed. Oh, a big win from Envoy in the back. Stops the bleeding for a moment. Rotations down. LA Thieves are in. Can they make something of this? Pred wins another absolute stinker. Matt gets his on the inside of the kitchen, and that could be game.
I mean, this is just the absolute torture. Look at how far away Thieves are just to try to think about this rotation. I mean, Octane's in position. Envoy maybe not too far behind, but it's another 10 seconds before you can think about even contesting the time, let alone about winning the gunfights to get there. It's a couple trades early on, but now it's a snake battle inside a kitchen.
Oh, good luck. Accuracy on the back door. Here comes Envoy. Doesn't read the corner. Here's the hit towards the front. It's clean kills. It's done. It's over. It's all Seattle all day there on Hotel. What a closeout, son. Didn't see that one coming, but GG's. Seattle take the first.
I mean, that is just an instant game as well. I mean, I think LAT won the first rotation up through like kitchen. Then Sid goes on like a 5-spree on the rotation over towards desk. And after that moment, Seattle literally never looked back. As soon as they got control of the game, they held it firmly in their grasp. They just started taking him to task. And I mean, you had a pretty lights out performance, at least early on from Kenny. I mean, in the kill feed, he was ever present. It just did not make a difference towards the end. 11 and 22 out of Octane, 11 and 20 out of Drazah, nearly double negative for Envoy as well. As soon as the slang kicked up, just a notch, not even like an absurd amount for Seattle. It just turned into a snowball effect, and they ran them over like a truck. That is a clinical performance. If you have more non-tradeds than nearly every single player had kills for Pred versus LA Thieves, you know you're getting the dub.
It was looking great at the start for the LA Thieves there, but wow, only one player able to manage to get over 2,000 damage alone. Kudos to Kenny for that one, but not quite enough from the rest of the squad. Here are the highlights from that first map. Wow, I'll tell you what, Seattle Surge came to play today. We'll see if the Search and Destroy treats them as kindly as that Hotel Greenberg did, but for now, a wonderful way to start the series. Chance, you know they need those big respawn wins. Nameless had a 3-1 on the desk. He might not be wrong, but this series could go the distance.
Well, we'll see if it goes the distance, but I know the big question for Seattle has been their Search and Destroy. Obviously, it's only been one map in this stage that we have seen them, but it was like night versus day for how they looked in stage 1 and 2 in that game mode compared to the performance that they had. They were making moves all over the Mack. All over the map, and Mack was absolutely frying. So I think if Seattle get anywhere near that level of performance in this series, obviously they're going to be in a fantastic spot. It's El Asilo we're going to. And LA Thieves love to play on that map, all for a 3-8 record overall. So I think Surge are going to be feeling themselves after that one. All 4 players positive, accuracy on point as well. Anytime the team KD is a 1.4, you're feeling great going into new.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is 2 runner-up teams from the majors so far here in the year. Will they make another at the upcoming Texas major? We'll find out in a couple of weeks. But for now, Seattle Search, LA Thieves, you know they've both got that dog in them. See what happens on El Asilo now. Search and Destroy coming up next. This is going to be a fun one indeed, Chance. As you said at the start of the series, Surge looking to broaden the map pool, looking to get reps on the maps they don't necessarily have the finest records on. And for now, LA Thieves, big fans of El Asilo. Will they find the crazy madness here, or will it be another crazy victory for the fellas of Seattle Surge? Because Chance, what was it? Almost hit the record for Search and Destroy losses in a row. Unheard of for a roster of this caliber that we've seen since their inception in Vanguard.
And also absurd to hear a player just say that you're not even trying 100% in a certain game mode for the S&D practice. I know Mack talked about it in the most recent interview that they had, but just that acknowledgement. I know Search and Destroy is a weird one to scrim because it plays so much differently in matches compared to online, and it's tricky getting online practices because there's only certain teams you can play against. So I know it's funny to begin with, but when you get to a record-breaking in a bad way performance, you have to start turning things around. So it'd just be fun to watch if they can bring it into a different map. It was Hotel where we saw them playing with all the confidence in the world, making moves all over the place. Mack was balling out. Civ also posted up some very nice stat lines in the map too. And now it's a different one on El Asilo, and they're playing against a team who, admittedly, the record isn't great at 3-8 overall, but still well experienced. I know quite a few of those losses are to teams like Atlanta FaZe, where Atlanta FaZe, one of their best maps in the game. So I think LAT overall, the round count usually pretty good. It's just a map they struggle to get wins on overall. So definitely an interesting square up, and I definitely think this is now where we truly get to learn about how many improvements Surge has actually made.
Improvement is going to be the name of the game. That's going to be what we're really looking for here. A win is one thing, but looking to see them go toe-to-toe with a tough squad like the LA Thieves and Search and Destroy, that is also a wonderful indicator for success. Here we go in El Asilo, map number 2. Here in this series, an absolute slugfest. We are guaranteeing you, ladies and gents. A lot of 3-0s yesterday, an exciting 3-0 to start the day off today, but you bet your bottom dollar, or whatever the hell the metaphor you're looking for, wherever you come from, this is going to be a treat.
And again, that record is just absurd. I mean, the first blood pretty halfway decent right in the middle of the pack for LAT, but I know both LA Thieves and Surge's conversions when they actually get the first bloods pretty poor, which obviously the records would indicate that you're not having a great deal of success even when you're finding the picks. And we'll see if Sip can find one in the outer lane, as this is a pretty aggressive B hit off the rip. No dead silence, no trophies just yet, so impossible to absolutely fly.
Octane is atop of the mountain. Eyes across that B-bomb site. Max getting in there. Larry tags up. Envoy backs him right up. This might give you a bit of clearance to go towards A. Watch that flank though. Here comes Kenny. He's going to make a play towards the outside. Sneaky man making his moves. Sib. Right place. Right time. Will the gunny prevail? Gets one. Wait a minute. Oh no! There's a ton of Surge players in this back alley. Kenny bites off more than he can chew. 4v2.
Yeah, just a bit of a mistake there out of Drazah, because Kenny absolutely heard that player jump. So Sid could have been dead to rights, but then Kenny gets forced to chow a little bit too quickly, and the help for Surge was there. And funnily enough, it was the B hit off the rip. They just get the bomb down at A so quickly after the fact, and Octane by himself, nowhere to go, in a perfect first round coming out of Seattle. Sid with that opening 2-piece, and obviously the help from his teammate in field sealed the deal.
Happy with that one. This was the kill from Sib. Gets a Drazah, spots Kenny, and this is perfect teamwork. Kenny comes from that corner, gets a tag or two in. And it's a little bit of help from the bomb carrier Mack there, but Sib, great moves there. Doesn't take the challenge, backs up, trusts his teammates. That's good minimap awareness. We may not have red dots, but don't forget the blue ones, team. They're your pals. Most of the time, they're here to help.
And that's got to be great communication as well, just because we know Mack had the bomb and was like the most aggressive guy up on the wall. So he ran back to help out his teammates. So someone was either begging for help in Sib or just the big brain plays were there. And now you don't need a 200 IQ to know if Pred's in a spot like this, he can make that impact play, but he's very loud when he drops down. Doesn't matter though, still gets the first blood.
How did he get that kill? Kenny somehow managing to deal a decent amount of damage. Not the kill. Mack though goes down. Drazah finds his 3v2. Lives towards the LA Thieves.
Oh, that's unfortunate for accuracy. Dead silence runs out and he gets spotted, and Octane just gets sent in for the kill. Down to 50 HP, but more importantly, no time on the clock. Pred trying to make a play on the other side, but he's going to be spotted or at least heard after the fact. Only has 15 seconds to work with to defuse a bomb, and with the Vaznev in hand, simply nothing can be done. So he wants just an extra kill if he can get it.
He will get it in a few seconds if he checks this right. Yep, there it is. That's going to be 3 spree on the round. That's the one consolation you get to take away from here, Seattle Surge fans. Apart from that, though, LA Thieves, they find the equalizer.
And nice little bounce back just inside the site. I know Pred got the kill on Kenny, sort of on that like outer A zone lane, but all the other LA Thieves won their individual gunfights in and around the bomb. And I mean, 2 for 2 right now for both of these teams on the actual bomb plants, and the offensive conversions shortly follow.
Talking about them conversions, man. And so far, it's all working. The stats have not lied thus far here in the Search and Destroy round 3. Here we go. LA Thieves on the defense. They're stacking up the A site. Stick as Thieves, if you'll excuse the pun. I will Seattle break this. All of them upstairs for now.
There's going to be so much noise up top, right? You see Octane in face cam comment a decent bit as well. All of these audio cues, players pulling out stuns and nades, and maybe trying to send Kenny in for the kill. LA Thieves maybe with flank opportunity, but if they heard 3 players up top and this bomb starts to rotate over towards B, right now it's only Drazah responsible to catch out this rotation, but I don't think the timing went his way. And this is looking like Mack is going to be able to get this bomb down for free. We get to see how Seattle hold this bomb.
Yeah, Thieves 2 guns up over towards that B side of the map. Like you see, he's going to walk back into the sneaky Drazah, the assassin from the back line, no problem. Sib, just like that. Flying solo. His wingmen are out, and he's not going to be able to get a constellation kill on the way through. There you go. The LA Thieves. What a round.
Yeah, and Kenny always enthusiastic in the player cam as well. I think pretty happy about how that round developed. Great kills. I mean, as soon as the bomb get down, I think it might have been Envoy that was the first one in to catch Mack as soon as the bomb goes down. And even for the reads, Drazah just taking the full wrap. So they might have been a little bit slow on the rotation to actually stop the bomb plant from taking place, but they were incredibly fast at just swarming over that garage area after the fact. And that is as efficient of a retake as you are ever going to see. LA Thieves, their bread and butter.
It was cool patient play from Drazah as well. He spots, or he's the audio cue for at least one player there by the bomb site. Doesn't smash a door open, takes the long way around, catches out accuracy, setting up for the post-plant position. Nets that kill, nets his teammates some space and a bit of time to play with. Great stuff there. LA Thieves take the lead here in the Search and Destroy. Back at it we go.
Yeah, no shocker on the aggression into the A site, doubled up down low, Pred and Mack, and very standard setup right now across the board for Seattle on defense. And I think LAT maybe a little bit happy to take their time, maybe accrue some of that dead silence before you start making plays. But for the moment, you only know that accuracy is in his home. After that, they're still waiting to use some stuns and nades to sniff these players out.
Stuns and nades, that's what Mack's going to be dealing with in a moment. Trophy on its way here, his field upgrade. Another one round like this, they're going to have to pump the brakes, let those deadies build up. Now, though, you're chilling. Ken on the other side of the A-bomb site door. Here we go, stacking up, getting ready for the hit. They're blowing the fan clean off the wall. Here comes the chow. Pred's got that corner covered. Mack wins his. Doors banged wide open. Mack looking to get a little bit more than that first. As Envoy, he's going to get the tags through the wall. Drazah gets involved now, but Mack wants to get with a gunny. 30 seconds on this one, and you're holding it down, and Seattle Surge have found all the kills. LaRue's alone. He's gone. What a round, Seattle.
Yeah, and that's impressive work out of the trophy system as well off the rip for Mack. So an SMG in that site, you know it's the stuns and nades you have to deal with, but they were never ever, you know, reduced HP. And funnily enough, the wall bangs never properly came through. I know Mack was getting tagged up a bit, but you know, we see players like aBeZy or Cellium just insta-kill players through that wall. LA Thieves not quite able to find it, and obviously you see how difficult it can be to break in that site. And I'd say even on the stuns and nades front, just a little more value out of Seattle. All those players ended up getting funneled inside of that pool area, and both Mack finding the kills and even accuracy from the outer lane moving in. Just an efficient round on defense.
Efficiency is so hard to do here in MW2. Only the greatest can really pull it off. Bomb plant towards A, real quick. An exchange of lethals and tacticals here from Kenny and Pred. They're going to empty their pockets on one another. And now it's just knives and lint. Here we go. Kenny from upstairs. The retake is on. We're moving fast for the Thieves, but you're moving loud at the same time. Not Drazah, though. Dead silence through the back line. Will he be able to catch someone out? Civ. He's shaking it in the corner there by the pole dance. And he's got to find something else. Top stairs now. Oh, wait a minute. All LA Thieves. Sib's got the boomstick downstairs. Kenny might be able to get the pinch here. Oh, Kenny finds one. The bar kill from Mack should seal it. And 2v2. The clock is ticking. There's no way, son. Absolute fiesta downstairs. And Seattle come out on top.
Yeah, good lord, that's a difficult hold as well for Seattle. I know they get the bomb down for free, and you're feeling great after the fact, but when you're getting swarm bottom pool, hit from every single angle, you have to trust your teammates to deliver on all the gunfights, and Pred and Mack down low, trusting each other to win their respective, you get left, I get right, and they just simply deliver. So again, Seattle, we know they've been putting in a serious amount of work, especially in this game mode, and round like that, I definitely think it shows. And more importantly, just to recognize of how quickly you're actually able to get that bomb down. I mean, they cleared out the site, had the bomb planted within the first 15 seconds of the round. No time wasted for Surge.
Is that efficiency? Ooh. Drazah gets away with his life. Bomb planted at A, though. Thieves downstairs now trying to stack into a position, get themselves angles covered. Pred upstairs, though. Moving quietly. Oh, Drazah does not hear him coming. That's going to be 3 in a row there for Pred. 6-1 overall. Still hesitating to go. Less than 30 on the clock. Mack wins his. Pred. Oh, no. Falling to pieces now for the Thieves. Chance.
This is it. I mean, Kenny for the 1v4. They even closed the door in his face, and now you just got to get the trade. No big play there for Kenny. And again, ecstatic in the player camp because his team just got broken down. Pred gets in prime position and then just waits for the kills to fall on his lap. Drazah too loud to hit the stairwell. Easy read right there for Pred. And then obviously you have Mack jumping on the site after the fact. I mean, everybody from Surge in those final moments got in the mix. So Pred sets him up, everybody else there to knock it down. And right now the woes on Elisilo for LA Thieves. It seems like they're just continuing.
Yeah, there was a moment there, the final seconds of Kenny's face cam where he gets the kill on the player on the site, and then it's just, what is happening? What is going on, boys? Seattle Surge, a 2-round advantage. And I can't believe it, mate. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, they were world's worst at search and destroy. And what do you know? Back-to-back wins. It's not over yet.
Oh, Pred's so aggressive as well. Yeah, but look at the teamwork right there. Drazah and even Kenny was down low, so everybody in the mix to shut down that push. And now in a 3v4, and you're kind of trapped on the field side of the map. I know at least the bomb carrier gets out, but accuracy's been left on an island. But he finds a pick, but his teammates down low don't quite get the trades. Envoy, maybe that thorn in their side, leaving the players in a 2v3, but the thorn has been pulled. And right now, Simp and accuracy, the AR is trying to make moves, but can't quite make it happen. Now Simp for the 1v2 and starts off with a 360.
Yo, he hit that one. Very, very good. That's a 10 from the judges. He's going to try to get the bomb down. Timing. What? 1v1. Drazah comes out on top, and Sib is very, very upset with that one.
And meanwhile, just a smile on Drazah's face, those pearly whites. Chip Skylark has grinded this game. I know if it wasn't for the fact that he had to waste time, you know, scrimming and playing in a CDL, he would be #1 on the top 250 leaderboards. But Drazah has put in some serious work. Nice play around the door in that moment. And I think Sib probably most upset about not getting the highlight reel play, because that would have been a very solid, effectively, like 2v4 clutch that Sib and Accuracy would have had. And Sib would have collected 3 of those kills. But either way, necessary bounce back round right there for LA Thieves just to stop the bleeding. But still down a round. Going to get back on offense.
And we'll see what happens now. One more for the LA Thieves to tie it up. 4-4. We're creeping. We're crawling. And we are slithering through the bottom side of LSClo. Standard setup there from Seattle Surge. Thieves, though, on offense. We look at this field play. You've got 2 players way out on the top side of the map. They're going to get spotted soon. Can they get closer towards that B-bomb site before their fate bell rings?
It's also like, it's all these AR gunfights on the field side of the map to try to get Drazah in position, but it's also just Pred versus Envoy. And you to get too aggressive, you just get caught. So Seattle's ARs are delivering on one side of the map. Meanwhile, Pred has put himself in prime position. And Envoy, if he doesn't find him, well, good news is he does to even up the odds, or maybe even get the advantage now that Kenny finds the pick. I was going to say, Envoy's Deddy nearly ran out, but now he gets to fly for free around the map.
Mack's got his Deddy, though, and there it is. Ding dong. Less than 30. Mack moving. Checks the bomb site. No one home. Has to keep the roll going now. Sib. Oh, that's a lovely spot on a Kenny. Tags are in. Here comes the silent reinforcement in the form of Mack. Will he catch out Octane on the timing, though? Awkward play inbound. Sib's quick reposition, though. This could be great. You spotted 1. This is going to be a tough retake, but not impossible. Has to win a fight. Can't win a thing. Mack. 1v3.
That was a big stick on that plant right there by Envoy as well. But Mack in the 1v3 knows where a bunch of these players are, but he only has attack. And breaking you this site's not easy. You get shots like that, maybe it can help, but the Vaznev shuts him down towards the end. And I know Envoy started out 1-5, but that round really started to crank things up and make the big plays. And it's actually Kenny who gets that final kill on the trades. But I think as soon as Envoy at least catches Pred out behind the desk, you're feeling much more confident about your ability in that round. I think LA Thieves maybe making a couple adjustments. Pred always playing in and around that money window. And if I had to take a guess, Envoy probably just heard him jump over that desk and just waited for the timing on when to pounce.
Yeah, you can make an educated guess when you hear the mantle thump thump. He's prone behind the desk. Great reads, good work out of Dylan Hannon there. Octane with the old boomstick. Downstairs, we've seen a lot of SPX today. It's been the snipe du jour. Any more to be found here on LSClo? That might have landed the stick. Oh, you're in trouble, son. There we go. Envoy managed to get the first blood there. An awkward Semtex slows the feet of Mack. Gets the kill. 4-4, still tied up. Crazy moment. Oh, my word, nearly. Can Octane find Pred here once again? Prone in money.
He loves it. This is just Pred's little area. Gotta be very difficult about how like tall your helmet actually is, or maybe just on the good timing. Nail biter in that moment, but in the meantime, the only one that can make a play is going to be Accuracy. Dead silence and on the flank. So Accuracy has to open things up for the team. That's the start, maybe to try to soften up a blow for Pred to start making moves, but only 35 seconds to work with. You're going to have to fly.
Oh, he saw Octane. He saw the cake. He definitely saw it happen. Bomb down. Will he be able to check the corner here? Accuracy. Tags in. Nearly gets the kill. Ball down to Pred. 1. Might be able to hit the site. No. Player behind him. Great work out the LA Thieves. The resolve was there. They take the lead for the first time since, what, round 1?
Yeah, just about. And great moves right there from Octane as well. Accuracy gets the kill, going on to rotation, jumps up in that top window, and Octane just backs down to stay alive. But it has been a long time coming for LA Thieves to get back in this lead. You are correct. And I know, again, Envoy started off 1-5. He's now picking up first bloods and feeling just a little bit more comfortable in this game. The adjustments for Thieves have been on point, and only one final adjustment to make to get this last round win. I know Pred is probably the guy that you're thinking about playing around. Trophy's out in and around the site, but Mack is by himself. And Trophy's down. They've seen this trap before.
Pred's waiting for it. He's not playing games this round. One more bit of noise to cue it. How diddly doodly gets in there. Envoy, the man to drop. It's still map point for the LA Thieves. Drazah now pops steady. Sibs brings in the snipes to the inside. And he is tweaking right now. Son, look at him go. Doesn't manage to catch that player who just made the way on the outside. That's going to be it. Drazah, another big win. 3v3.
Oh, now you're getting pounced on the side as well. Pred trying to help his boy, but he gets caught out, and the breakdown is in. And LA Thieves in a 3v4 close the door and get it done to tie this series up 1-1.
It was a fun one while it lasted. But there we go, 1-1. The LA Thieves pull it back there on LSC low. The search and destroy woes somewhat continue there for Seattle Surge. They did manage to break the curse, but for now, a difficult look for them there. A bit of a fall apart in the final round, but until then, good stuff. LA Thieves, though, congratulations on that bounce back. You're going to need it, because again, this series, I've got a feeling we're going the distance. Good stuff out of Kenny there once again. He certainly has come to play today. Good looks in the respawn there, 10-6 in the S&D as well. Pred on the other side, he was the hitman for Seattle Surge, 9-5, just over 1k worth of damage there, Chance.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised as well, like even that strat for LA Thieves towards the end of just like no one helping Envoy out and watching that door form and Envoy being like tunnel vision on the guy towards mid just to give up the free first blood, because moments like that, it seems way too easy for Pred, but obviously if they can't convert the round, doesn't make a single bit of difference, and obviously the pop-off plays towards the end of guys like Drazah going on those routes. So good stuff from both teams overall. I know we said we'd learn a little bit in Surge, maybe just a little bit more is what they need.
Well, we just got a little bit, but what we need now from you, chat, is just a little bit of your time. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break. On the other side of this bad boy, we're staying on LSC and we're playing Control. Don't go too far. This is the CDL. We'll be right back.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Well, the LA Thieves bounce back in the series here by winning the crazy El Asilo S&D. But we stay on El Asilo for now. Control, map number 3. Someone's taking the lead after this one. Chance, which way are you leaning?
Oh, damn. I wish you didn't ask me that question. I actually have no idea. Again, like for both of these teams, it's their most commonly vetoed map by a mile when it comes to Control. Surge is the team that ended up picking it. And I suppose maybe based off that, the expectation for me is that Surge has been putting in quite a bit of work, not just in Surge and Troy, but on maps like HyDra, Hardpoint that they're not choosing to play. So if they're choosing a map they've commonly banned, I think they might have cooked something up. But at the same time, Kenny has also been the fry man for the side of LAT. Not easy to shut down, and there's also a tilt factor that might come into effect when you're nearly like punching your desk after losing rounds where you probably shouldn't have won to begin with. Not always easy to bounce back from.
It's not easy whatsoever. The mental aspect of the game, something we've talked about plenty. Good luck to you. When things start to get frustrating, it's very, very hard not to sort of let that spiral out of control and let it affect your gameplay. Someone who has not been affected in the gameplay department, though, is Pred. Look at these stats. Sheesh.
I think the biggest one there in my mind, it's got to be the attacking KD as well. If you have an SMG that is performing that well on offense, and I will say, keep in mind, it's like their least played map by a mile, so I'm assuming there's just one performance from Pred that is definitely going to be inflating those stats because they have a 1-1 record. But hey, if you can put up some big performances like that, especially on the attacking rounds, you're going to be having a great time. So, well, I think Kenny on one side is the player to watch because of the series but he's been having. Pred, obviously, always going to be a lethal threat. And in the first hard point, he popped off as well.
He did. So Pred respawn dominance. Keep an eye on that coming up in a moment. Had a PC crash, guys. We'll get back into this ASAP. Until then, Seattle Surge gives them a moment more to ponder how they're going to roll forward in this LSC Control. Long series ahead of us, no doubt about it. The respawns are going to be nail biters between these two teams, even online. And the Search and Destroy, as you just saw, a fun one indeed. Seattle Search woes continue to a degree, as is tradition. Top left-hand side of the screen there was Sib shooting bots in the firing range. LA Thieves upstairs, they're going to be enjoying a little bit of downtime as well as we get back into this ASAP. And it's all smiles for the Thieves.
I feel like in these player cams, it's just becoming like very easy predictions on what's going to happen. LA Thieves, winning or losing, are going to be joking around, having a good time, smiles on our faces. Again, this is a team that like they might tilt within a map, but the regain is always going to be on point. And Drazah being the motor mouth that he is, a central figure in keeping the vibes flowing. And then on the flip side for Seattle, you know for a fact that we could watch through Sib's glasses, him just in the firing range, shooting things nonstop. Like even during a match, he does not appreciate downtime. He just wants to shoot his gun.
Yeah, I mean, and he does it do very good. Sib shoot the gun well. Does everything else pretty well, to be honest. I mean, Sib's an absolutely brilliant player. He has been a force to be reckoned with here in the CDL since he got into it. Accuracy under the tutelage of that man, keeping things all good together. It's that mental game though. I mean, thinking about like, you know, when things go wrong, when things get really bad, it's moments like that for the LA Thieves. We're all smiling, all laughing. Just somebody says something dumb, someone makes a joke, somebody lets one rip, whatever it may be. Anything to sort of get the mind off of the loss, focus forward, and keep things rolling. That's the name of the game right here, and that game we're playing is Control and Asilo.
I mean, you know, not that I'm an expert on this sort of thing, but like in any state of competition, if you hesitate even for a second, that's enough for whoever's playing against you to just like put you in the dirt, and that's enough. And I know, especially for Call of Duty, if there's ever like a seed of doubt in your mind, any game mode, any moment, you're just gonna get torched. Like you need the confidence. That's why like ego chows aren't always a bad thing. They're incredibly effective in Call of Duty, not just for like peeker's advantage, but just because you're challenged. Like you are trusting yourself to win the gunfights, and I just think again, confidence is king. That probably is the biggest struggle point for Seattle Surge and Search and Destroy. Once you lose enough maps in a row, it just gets in your head, and that is so tough to deal with. I think like not clutching a 1v3, like for Sib, for example, is a round that most people just do not care. They're like, damn, that was a good try. I 360'd that guy over by barrels. I'm snapping right now. We'll get him the next round. But if you don't have all the confidence in the world and maybe frustrations are a little bit high within the team, then you go more of like to the punching desk style. Of course, that being said, for Surge, I mean, this is a team that's stuck together through thick and thin all of the end of Vanguard, and obviously they finished on a pretty high note. So these guys sticking together through this year, obviously they are very capable of the bounce back as well and making those improvements. So make no mistake, I know we're highlighting Civ quite a bit, or at least I am, but this is a team I do not think is going to lack any confidence either.
No, and they really shouldn't. I mean, you've managed to pull yourself out of potentially one of the worst deficits you've seen as a squad since what, like Seattle Surge 2020. I mean, that's the closest you get into it with that search and destroy run. So kudos again to Seattle Surge. It's the mental games, the fortitude chance, true fortitude.
Yeah, and by the way, that was their 100th S&D loss as in the CDL, as like in org. I think that was the first team to 100.
Wow, well done, Seattle Surge. Balloons for you. You've lost 100 search and destroy matches. That is, they're the first to do it. Unbelievable. Well, congrats to them, I suppose. We have had a server crash, ladies and gentlemen. The player PCs are all good to go, but a server issue has prevented us from getting into this game, and we'll be rolling back into that one in a moment. Kenny looks tired, doesn't he? He looks tired. He sees over this, man. He just wants to get back in there and, you know, put some good numbers up for the L. Well, we got that out of the way. Let's get back to let's get back to business. If you like the CDL, and I know you do because you're in the stream, and you like playing cards because I know you do because, well, I know you do. Upper Deck, of course, their trading cards, the 2021 Call of Duty League ones are now available. If you've been to any of the majors this year, you'll know what they look like. You've seen them in the flesh. All sorts of goodies there. Scan that QR code on screen. They are beautiful. They are very fun. Great fun to collect. A lot of those signatures as well. I've seen a couple go up on bidding websites, and the numbers are crazy for some of our more storied players there. But whoa, ladies and gentlemen, third time's the charm. Strap in. It's time to go LC low control.
Yeah, and just to backtrack to the playing cards real quick, I know the craziest thing about that was Scrapz, not Wuskins, on the playing card. Saw him in person, blew my mind, because I was like, I didn't realize, like, I knew you guys were twins. I didn't realize how twin-like you actually were, because I've known him for years, and just assumed it was Wuskins at the event. So if you see him in person, you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about.
I shouted at him. I shouted, woo, and he was like, no, man, it's me, mate. I was like, no shot. Crazy. Into the game we go, though. Here we have it. Control is up. Thanks for sticking with us, pal. Sorry about the delay, but in we go. Mack's trying to clear out the inside of the map. Over towards the A side we go here on defense for the LA Thieves. Can Mack find anyone here? He's checking literally everything, and this is good checking. On A we finally go. Oh, unlucky there from accuracy. That final bullet would have been sweet there. Anyone here to pick up the pieces? Not just yet. LA Thieves looking strong in the first few minutes, seconds.
What? Yeah, this is 35 seconds and only 2 kills have come through. Now we get all the way up to 5. So I think these guys just came off the fact of playing S&D on this map. That was an absurdly slow pace, but all of that for Surge to snap into position, get these players to spawn out and try to stack up on this B point. You got Pred responsible for the flank. Kenny just shuts him down. These players right now can hear everything. If you are standing next to a player on this map and they kick open a door, you're going deaf. That's deaf.
I hope so. Anyway, for some of you, there's the first segment from Seattle Surge. Good work. 40 seconds remaining on the round. Will they be able to get another? Pressure's there. It's Octane from upstairs, and Envoy with a final cleanup kill. Pred, last man on this side of the map for his boys. He can still be that pain, but he's got to stay alive for a few moments more. Just over 30 to go.
And he's got dead silence, but the only play he can make is calling out the players that are above him. Number 4 has him trapped. Envoy got that information, and Civ's getting kills in the meantime. They know Pred's down low, and you see a guy like Kenny jumping from the top rope just to shut him down, and you got Drazah in prime position. I mean, the number of players on this LA Thieves team that can effectively be the main AR. I mean, pick your poison.
Kenny tags good. Not enough to get that kill, though. The second segment of B's on its way out. There's a 2-man stack. You got to get going. Accuracy, last man left on it. If you can win one fight, that's great. No, good work there from the LA Thieves. They stop it. And we are still moving forward in the time department. 15 seconds to go here. Max up close and personal, though. He could be the man to get it done. Coverage there. As Drazah manages to get a few more. Kenny's playing this one real close. That is a great bit of movement, and he's in. That should be the round. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Number 6, accuracy onto the point. Octane's got to win this one fight, and he can get it done. There we go. Civ might be able to get there in time, but no way. He gets the gun up. There it is. LA Thieves hold firm here on the first round.
And honestly, that is just the pain of starting off a round that slow. I mean, Seattle Surge, again, there was like 2 gunfights that took place in the first 30 seconds of the round. And by the end, when the clock is ticking and you're forced just to sprint base first into whatever point you spawn closest to, free kills there for the side of LA Thieves. You were just getting funneled into a bad spot. And I think we're uncharacteristically on a start that slow. Not something I expect to see again.
Yeah. But once you see the game plan is there, and the sort of the machinations of that perfect B hit were there, but it just took a little too much time for Seattle Surge. We'll see if they can find a success in the next defensive round. For now, they're on defense. They got stacking up bodies towards A.
That's a quick first blood as well from Accuracy, who as soon as he gets to the tower with the trophy out as well, incredibly annoying to deal with. And I think off spawn, LA Thieves might pick a different direction to go. You see Octane even wrapping back. They're trying to find the cheeky angle just to take him down. And I was going to say, good luck with that one. I would just be going to B.
Yeah, that's a nice angle, though. You get that kill, it's one thing. But you got to deal with all these players in these corners. Oh, they're everywhere. Mack, though, he's the last man to get a kill. Traded out immediately there. Fred doesn't dodge it. Battleharden's going to keep him in the fight pretty quick, though. Here comes Drazah. Doesn't check the floor. Pred stays alive here in the top bar. He's still finding these kills, and all comers are hitting their way towards him. Finally brought down. Accuracy, the next line of defense here. Envoy with a suppressing fire. Thieves have managed to get a little bit closer to the point. Stacked up on A. Chance, no hope for Seattle here. Surely keep him off.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, LA Thieves, that's their 4th kill they've gotten in 1 minute and 10 seconds. So both teams on offense feeling the pain of being able to convert either of these rounds. I mean, almost completely unable to touch either zone. And I mean, maybe a last-ditch effort, but LA Thieves not even positioned to make an attempt on this round. Envoy, last one just to die. That is 2 just absurdly clean rounds, at least on the defensive end. Neither team able to orchestrate anything resembling an attack.
No, that was 2 bad ones back to back. We'll see if Seattle can find something on their next attacking round. So far, yeah, defense has been very, very strong here for both teams on L as CeeLo. See if that's going to change up next. Seattle, you've had a moment to think about it. You've seen what the Thieves have got in their bag. How will you attack this time?
And this is a map that's weighted a little bit weird. It's about 60-40 for defense across the league, but there's only 3 teams that are actually above 50% on offense. And I think Seattle was at 40%. Again, they were only 1-1, but I think LA Thieves are now like 1-7 on their offensive round. So technically the league average is close to 50-50, but a lot of teams just have not figured it out just yet. It looks like Surge on their attack, at least able to create opportunities and get Pred behind enemy lines and just get shut down. And we are right back to a stranglehold for the team on defense.
Oh no! Well, Simp's going to find one on the way out. Octane snippity snaps the both of them to the Shadow Realm with you. Be gone. As those 2 are out of there, son. Just under a minute to go.
And this is just, I mean, good luck. You got Kenny effectively behind enemy lines. He can just jump on you whenever you try to be a little bit too aggressive, or maybe bad timing going his way. He gets shot in the back as the players cross through field, and just like that, a brief moment of opportunity, and 3 players stacked up on that zone.
They're stacked up. Numbers are there. Trophies as well. You are set for this one. Second segment gone. Third surely on its way out. I mean, if you're the Thieves, chalk it. Look towards A. That's where you need to get the defense set up. B, long gone. An additional minute on the clock.
And you'll take a moment like that, talk about a massive opportunity, close on lives as well, get all of the extra time. And again, Seattle, they've only played this map twice, but technically one of the more successful teams on offense. And this is a great round so far. Good awareness by Accuracy to check every single corner. And now if you can ever get this player off of radio, you're going to have a great time. Or maybe Accuracy, just to keep these players at bay. It's only Kenny up by radio. At least they know where he is. And unfortunately for Seattle, he's able to get 2, but this is also 2 ticks. And now you have to flood into the zone.
No way. Kenny gets 2 out of it. Pred somehow finding the damage into so many of those players. No kills, though. Can Simp just come in, just cough on these guys? They're all so weak. So many 1-ies. A full segment remains. LA Thieves posted up on the defense. Kenny once again with the big digits. 14 and 9 on a 3 spree. How many kills has Drazah's got right now?
And you're also, I think, Seattle playing the waiting game. They're waiting for the kills to come through because accuracy is speding up the spawn trap. Every single one of these players is going to spawn exactly where number 1 on the minimap just died, and they have to cross the line that is accuracy before they can make any moves. So they're just worried about the funnel system. Any death right here for LA Thieves could be an absolute dagger. The good news, though, for Thieves, they find all the kills. They take care of accuracy, and they keep their defensive life alive. But obviously, with one final tick coming through, it only takes a moment for Surge.
Yeah, wanted this weird back of the map setup that the LA Thieves just made work so well. Sib unable to get any purchase from that side of the map. Now he's getting things going. Oh, nearly the second Envoy, 2 HP. You lucky devil. Walks away with it now. 25 seconds remaining on the round. The LA Thieves once again backed up towards the rock side. The defilade cover. No one's penetrating those rocks. Less than 20 to go now.
And this is kind of a dangerous setup for LA as well. It's all the ARs completely posted up, but if you can get in corners and force the gunfights up close, like if you get Pred and Mack in position, which Pred now is, this is not fun for Kenny to have to deal with. And there's Pred for the first strike. The trades, though, are in. Envoy's so quick to help out, but it's still a trade fest. It's still Seattle with the pressure on, and Mack doing his best to stay alive.
Oh, here comes LaRue over the top rope, dives into it, drains it. 3 seconds to go. This should be the round, and once again, closer, but not quite enough on the attack. Seattle Surge, though, they take the lead in the segments department. They will be getting defense on round 5 as it stands, and that might well have got them the map. We will see, though. Another attacking round for the LA Thieves.
And I'd be very curious to check on Drazah's damage after this game as well, because I see 4 and 12, but I feel like he's been the guy that's almost been living at the radio tower. So his output might be decent. His impact maybe fell elsewhere, not just in the kills, but a back pocket idea. I'd say for the end of that round, Envoy's the guy that if he's not in the position behind enemy lines, I think Surge actually are going to be able to convert that round. But big plays in the big moment, and how LA Thieves turn to attack. And at some point, they're going to have to get an attacking round, either this one or the next, because right now, Surge have been better on offense.
This is a great start. Octane's in there. You've got your double doors covered. You've got Octane on the outside. This is good looks at the Thieves so far. First segment gone. Can they stack up and get the second? That's going to be a 3-man stack for now. It's going to go real fast. Sib's going to be able to try to get into this ASAP. He is under the coverage of his teammates, but oh, nice pick. A's gone, though. This is the attacking round of the LA Thieves.
They're going to get cleaned up, though. Bunch of trades coming through. And, yeah, Kenny last man standing, and he's in his spawn. So you chalk up the point, but you get the kills and at least buy yourselves a bunch of map control as well. And now you got Mack, the one that is in control. He's the player down by pool, lighting things up and putting the pressure on. He knows exactly where these players are going to be spawning and trying to keep them at bay, and very annoying to deal with. And that is just the start of the push. Right now, Thieves just desperate to get out of their spawn.
Well, Thieves, slowly but surely, they're getting it done. Kenny schools his son, Drazah, and Pred within a single magazine. 140 on the clock. Sib, oh, you might have seen a shoulder there. Beautiful work. Takes care of Octane. Trophy's putting in overtime as well. 1:30 to go.
Oh, wow. Great reads and great shot right there from Sib. Just that little bit of extra. I think Envoy, the player that's trying to be annoying for Surge and trying to slow players like accuracy down, and he will do exactly that, finding an extra kill. Envoy just trying to buy his team a little bit of map pressure so they can start to creep up and make some moves. Maybe a bit of a flank coming through. Maybe trying to catch these players field side, or maybe it's the cruise.
It's the cruise. It's Kenny's cruise. And it lands just above Sib's head. Good old Trophy helps out there. Envoy trying to make something happen. Trying to extend the spree. Less than a minute to go now. Octane's got the kills in the back line covered. The pinch is in now. The setup is there. Is this the moment for the LA Thieves to get on the point?
Well, we talked about the spawn trap, by the way. Now it's Octane that's got it. So he got into accuracy position, and he's trying to keep these Surge players at bay. So every death for Surge can be a dagger. You are going to be so far away from the point. You got Envoy on a 5, and these next players standing, they have to make the big plays. Sid has to find some of these kills.
This could be it. Sib's trying to find something. It's not a fast cap. It's only 2 players. Well, 1.5 if you can count those players in and out. Pred now trying to get into it. Does. Oh, he wins a big, and Drazah's still on the point, though. Not over yet. LA Thieves keeping the play going. Mack gets brought down. Up to Pred now. Still keeping things close. On the outside is accuracy. Trophies are in position. Pred finds another. He's gone absolutely huge. You've saved the point for now.
And I hate when I do it. I took my eye off the mini-map, but those players were all over Octane behind that, like, back cliff or back mountain. So I don't know if they got the close spawn or just were very efficient of jumping on it and taking care of that errant player. But the pressure's still on. It's only 1 tick to go, and Kenny is beaming.
He is Himothy. 10 lives left to attack this one with the LA Thieves. They've got just about 20 seconds to go as well. Mack wins a big one on the small door. Envoy now looking for the revenge. Oh, he nearly does drop him. Madness is the final 10 seconds. Can the LA Thieves get any closer? I don't think so, and it's going to come down to kills. Come down to the decider here. A single seg. It's not over yet. That should be it. Throw in the towel. We're going to the final round. And I do believe, based on the kills alone, Seattle Surge should have accrued defense.
I think they're good on the tick battle as well. I think LA Thieves got like completely shut down their first round on offense, and Surge at least got like 2 ticks over towards A. So whether it be kills or just the objectives, Surge should get the defense. Admittedly, though, the past 2 rounds, the teams on offense have created some serious threats. Just not quite able to deliver, but either way, 4 for 4 right now on defense. You have to imagine a sizable advantage for the team that pulls it. And that should be Seattle. Again, tied up 1-1 in the series. You definitely want to have that edge going into map 4.
You do indeed. Well, there we go. Seattle do get defense. Round 5. Here we have it. One last crack at El Asilo. And admittedly, both teams have become, very adept at these attacking rounds. Last time around, we saw LA Thieves clean up A so fast, so clean. And this time round, it's not as clean. They're keeping the pace up. Octane on the back line now. He's in trouble. If he reads this, no shot, no hope in hell whatsoever. 27 lives apiece as we go back to square one.
Well, look what's happening, though, because Envoy actually gets through, like, the middle of the map to try to force these spawns. Unfortunate for Octane, actually, that he just gets flanked. And I was going to say that could have been a good opportunity of B. Instead, they got a little bit too aggressive, did not read the flank coming through, and instead just get mollywopped around the point. Even Drazah, though, trying to find the errant kills, but LA Thieves, a bit of a scattered game right now. Just getting picked apart along the way. Only down on 2 lives, but also running out of time.
Lovely creative defense there from Seattle Surge. Wonderful reads of all the situations they found themselves in. 40 seconds to go. You've still got a bit of a capture taking place on A here, though. Mack, he's going to be the man to creep on in. I don't think he got spotted. He gave it away now. Can he get a kill out of it? No, we should see A gone. The second segment, toast. Third's on its way out.
Yeah, that could have actually been another big moment for Mack on the flank. I don't think he did get spotted by that player on radio either. And, well, now you got threats on the other side. If you want any man on the front line taking these gunfights, Kenny's going to be that guy. He is the one that's been frying all series long, but Brett is quick on the trades. But 2 more players from LA Thieves in the back. And again, Octane back towards his home. He is the man trying to cut off these players for Seattle. Not fun to have to get out of. It takes so much time to deal with ARs in these positions. And both him and Drazah just keeping them locked in their spawn. Good luck with this one.
That's huge, man. Such wonderful work there with the AR. 25 and 20 out of Octane. Keeping his boys in this one. The capture is on. Can they keep the trap going? It's a 3-man stack right now for the LA Thieves. It is over unless Seattle Surge can get in there and get in there fast. Mack now through the side. All tags are good. He gets the kill. 2 more players right on top of the point. Drives through the wall. It's good work out of the LA Thieves, and they find the special sauce. Better late than never. They secure the final round, and they take the lead here in the series.
Yeah, and I really need to watch the previous round when LA Thieves were on the attack, because I think it was the exact same situation where Octane gets the back truck, and I don't know if Surge were just able to quickly wrap back or if they just got gifted some spawns to spawn right on top of them. But either way, perfectly executed towards the end. The exact same game plan for LA coming through, and hey, they delivered. Got the 1 offensive round that they needed, and I was hoping the damage for Drazah would be better. Not the case. He did get fried at least the first couple rounds.
The mere fact that he exists in that top sort of red pylon position is a very important thing. It's sometimes like having a snipe on a guy mid. Like, yeah, you're not hitting the shots, but you're denying that entire area to those players. Sometimes it's maybe good, sometimes are maybe not good. Here we go, though. Highlights, ladies and gents, from this El Asilo, as we will pack our bags and put our shoes on, and we're going to go to another map. And I hope you brought your swimwear. Yeah, that's the only hint you're getting if you've already forgot. But nice work out of the LA Thieves there to finally clutch up on that attacking round. The final run, round 5. Both teams proving to be so formidable on defense.
And Envoy really was making plays. Even the final attacking round that Seattle had. Again, that was a ton of ARs, but it was literally that moment right there where Envoy finds the flank to get the players out of sight, just to make sure Mack's life is by his lonesome and too many players to deal with. So Envoy, obviously, typical for him, game-winning plays through and through. The flank's always going to be present on the map, and when he's finding success, you assume everybody else on the Thieves is going to pretty much just follow in quick order. I don't know if we're actually going to catch it in the highlights, Ben, those spawns coming through. I think it was a little bit before this, so it's going to be a mystery to me, but not a mystery to LA. Again, advantage in the series, and the map we're going to now, HyDra, a spicy one. The Surge have only ever played it once.
Well, HyDra it is. Map 4 here, or Hardpoint. We promise you a longer series. None of that 3-0 bull we've been getting recently. Come on, so give me a good series. Give me a good series, and that is what we've got on our hands now, folks. 10 and 6 out of Kenneth. There in the S&D. Great work on LSC S&D for Kenny. Hey, good save, brother. I appreciate you. But that control also. He did put the numbers up. Kenny has had a whale of a series so far today. The same can be said. A couple of members there, of course, from Seattle Surge. The respawns have been strong. Will they keep it going here on HyDra? That is the question I pose to you, Chance.
Well, I think Kenny certainly will. Every single map he has been on point, but for Thieves, a 2-3 record overall, which means like solid, but nothing too crazy in either direction. It's LA Thieves. They're world champions. They're going to be a super well-rounded team in every single game mode. For those guys, it's about the development over the course of the year, where they really find their strengths, when they catch their rhythms, when they like collectively figure out the timings as like a team. For example, like the performance they just had on the LSCLO control, I think you're going to see Octane try to get in that position time and time again when they're going towards that B zone. I think they're figuring out exactly how they want to play these rounds, but obviously outslayed by a little bit. A solid performance there that they're going to look to carry through, and you always love when the team accuracy is perfect for both of them.
Honestly, it's kind of weird, right? That they're both,
a lot.
It does, man. I mean, I suppose it's just, I don't know, it's this level of play or the nature of the map. It's crazy, man, crazy. Well, there you go, team accuracy, a stat that we may be looking at throughout the rest of this year and be like, this is creepy, man. There was a clip on doing the rounds, I think, on Scum's Twitter of like both Ray and Shotzzy at the same time, like both putting their arms over their heads, and like the simulation crapped out a few times today. But we'll see if it keeps it all together on this HyDra hardpoint coming up in just a moment. A very, very fun and contentious map here in the Call of Duty League world. LA Thieves, Seattle Surge. Neither teams are too fluid on this one, I think. Chance is safe to say, but we're almost ready to rock and roll on this one. We're going to be putting our swimwear on, getting our snorkels out, and getting them flip-flops on. We're going to HyDra.
And it should be a fun map for both of these teams, because I know Seattle have only played it once, but Miles, we casted that map. And if you remember, I think it was Boston that they were playing against. Whatever team it was, I remember Seattle constantly were having, or maybe Minnesota, where like someone was always spawning out or getting behind enemy lines. Like I think it was actually Bance, constantly being annoying, making the plays towards the back. But Seattle, the entire time, we're on point with the reads. Like they were chaos spawns coming through on nearly every single hill, but Surge was Johnny on the spot, pretty on point. The comms were nice and fluid, and obviously I'm expecting the comms from LA Thieves to be like as on point, if not better. So I don't think there's going to be too much funny business on this map, at least in terms of players being caught unaware.
Well, we'll see. It's difficult to be aware on a map like HyDra, of course, with 17 lanes, most of them being underwater. You know what's up, guys. We've had a server issue. We're going to get back into this one ASAP. But in the meantime, everyone on the LA Thieves, somebody cracked a good one, and they're all cheesing, and they're having a good time. We'll look at now the hard point ahead of us. Let's go toe-to-toe. Let's see some head-to-heads between these two teams. Again, both respawn wizards. Dangerous stuff. But Chance, massive difference there in those rotations.
Yeah, I mean, and this is obviously going to be a bit of a map-specific thing as well, but LA Thieves definitely existing with just like the skill that they have of where they're struggling to rotate, but their breaks are on point. What did we see though on the first like hotel? As soon as the #1 rotation team in the game got control of the game, well, they were simply too clean on the holds to let LA Thieves break through. So overall, very strong record for both of them, but that 11th in rotation is going to be a standout thing. And if LA Thieves don't start to address that, I mean, pretty much now it's like the halfway point of the year. Every single team, like even the team that is at the bottom of the league in hard points, is starting to be very competitive. So you got to clean stats like that up, and obviously on a map like HyDra, we'll be talking about the rotations the entire time, so maybe a focus point for this game. And I'd say the other side of that, of like not just the thing for LA Thieves to focus on, but also for Seattle, if they start winning search and destroys, they're gonna be one of the best teams in the game. Like their hard point and their respawn is ridiculous. The stats are fantastic. It's literally just the 2-5.
It sounds so easy, man. Just like, guys, don't just get an S&D under the belt. And they have. They've managed to prove to themselves that you can win them. Let's see if they can keep winning them. That's the question, though. But the big one for the LA Thieves going into this one, don't hate, rotate. It's all fun and games, laughing about water and whatnot and blah, blah, but get in that water, son. Get over towards those new hard points. It'll accrue you a huge amount of points. And that goes for you folks at home as well. Playing rank play, get in that water. Run a pistol. Win them gunfights. There's always going to be a guy down low. And guess what happened, ladies and gents? That's right, we've had a slight server issue. But until then, we're going to keep waxing lyrical about the good merits of a good old HyDra hard. And Pred's had enough. He's out of here. He's gone. He's gone. See you later, Pred.
He'll be back. They always come back.
Yeah, they will.
How it operates.
Let's take a quick look at the overall points. Pricey brought this up in the last cast, rightfully so. CDL points, friends. I mean, this is something that we typically don't worry too much about the first two majors, but we're now here. Major 3 on its way, the hump major, halfway through the season. And we're looking at the top 8 teams. Those are the ones that are going to be going to champs. The bottom 4, right now. If we had to go to champs right now, today, the bottom 4 ain't making it. Don't even pack your bags. Don't nothing. You're not coming. It's just the top 8. See those points get rolling up there. Seattle Surge for them, very, very, very important. Want to get themselves up a little bit more, create that buffer space. Team standings so far as well here, Charles.
Think about how absurd that is for Seattle Surge as well. Just the fact that like they're the team that's 8th on the bubble, and the team that's directly behind them is Vegas Legion, who made a roster change, and the first thing they do was come out and like beat Atlanta FaZe. So like it is dangerous teams immediately right behind you. And even teams like London, they might be 0-2. They might be super far down on the standings when it comes to CDL points, but like all of the maps they're playing have been incredibly close. Like it is nothing but dangerous threat after dangerous threat. And I think when we saw the actual points, LA Thieves, a little bit secure. They're in the top 4 range. They're doing a lot better on land compared to online, and we're getting these like top 2, top 3 placings. That's a massive boon for the points. But for Surge, it's dangerous territory. Like on the bubble, it's like if the struggles they have had throughout the basically online portion of the year continue, they're going to be faced with the fact that they might end up in the bottom 4. So every single match is going to be important. Every single collection of points you can get is going to go a long way.
A really long way. And it's still a long season. We may be just still coming up on halfway, but still, the team staying so far here, Major 3 qualifiers, they have been wild. Boston Breach, top of that as well. Don't forget, Boston will be playing Florida in the next series. Can't wait for that one to get down as well. Long day of Call of Duty ahead of us, chaps. Cannot wait to get into that. Bryson Tunn waiting in the wings for that one. It's going to be a barrel of laughs. Here we go into HyDra hardpoint map number 4. And Drazah, one of the finest to touch the ranked play ladder this season with a 1.04. And ladies and gentlemen, guess what? You'll never guess. We're into the game. Let's go, baby.
You actually baited me so hard right there. I got baited because I didn't hear the call, so I was just...
It's not my fault. It was the team. It was the lovely folks in Columbus. Oh, they were pulling my tit. Here we go, baby. Mack's already swimming. We're going towards that new hard point. He's already hitting the road.
That is great techniques on his pullouts as well. I mean, look, he's broken every single rule. If this was like Olympic standards, because you only get 1 before he'd come out, but he's got the extra kicks in the mix, and now he's got a flank to do literally nothing. Gets instantly shut down, and perfection on the opening break for LA.
LA Thieves holding down HyDra. Watertight defense so far. See what I did there, chat? Yeah, that's right. We'll be here all series. Looking for another down low water wrap. It's going to be Envoy keeping control of nothing so far. But look at number 7. That's Mack. And now Pred taking a dip. Going for a swim, trying to get across map. Avoiding those dangerous guns, the LA Thieves for now. But if they can get to the other side of the map, that's where the problem starts. And this is all looking like problems so far.
Oh, LA Thieves, the team 11th in rotation. You see Mack already the first player that's able to get through. And Envoy might be at the back of the map to, I mean, try to keep the spawns, but really he's only blocking the spawns for Seattle as Surge have been pouring on the pressure on the point. And all of this just to not win the rotation. All of that work to get to the back, and it's still going to take you 20 seconds to actually break through. But hey, I guess the good news is you did break through. LA Thieves maybe able to get it done. Someone's got to trade Pred. No, Thieves. It takes so long to be able to get this time.
It's so hard, man. HyDra is a brutal, cruel map at the best times. 25 remaining on the second point here. We're already looking towards next. That's what Drazah's going for the fight here. And this long, protracted gunfight against Simp finally comes to a close. His 6th kill in the game so far. 3 in a row for him, and we're going to look towards that new hard point, all Seattle. Top left-hand side of the minimap, ladies and gents, cast your eyes. And here come Drazah.
And look, I mean, I'd say the only thing for LA could have been a lot better, but still pretty good. You have a sizable lead going into new, but Mack obviously very precocious about these spawns. He is playing the deepest pocket of the map, and he could hear that coming a mile away. You could see from third person that reaction to the footsteps on top of the mountain, and now it's just about those gunfights straight through the front, or knowing for Surge block the spawns. Now you're going to be in a pinch. You lose the good spawns, and poor Mack, all the work he tried to do it on the flank just to get delivered into a kill box. And now you have LA Thieves, might not have technically won the rotation, but it looks like they're going to be in prime position to actually win this hill and run up the lead just a little bit more.
Doing the best. Up top, good cleanups now. You've got a couple of members of Surge winding up for this hit. They should be able to get in here. Close range, checks all the corners. Nice work. Oh, tags in. It's the submachine gun masterclass. Oh, out of Envoy alone. Gets them both nearly there from Surge. Mack on the quick spawn at the back line. Not enough to get Kenny. Simply too hot to handle right now as the hard point back and forth we go. Over towards the far right-hand side of the map. That's up next. And again, for HyDra, it is a tough one. You have to oscillate between these far corners of the map. Difficult to take the routes. Difficult to watch them as well.
This is going to be tough, too, because Kenny's about to shoot 3 players in the back. Everybody coming through the mid-alley. There's one for Kenny. Everybody else going to have to scatter. So Sib's trying to do what he can off to the side. And honestly, a kill like that could be pretty impactful. Because I know Kenny was making a play, but now Envoy in the water is just a dead fish in the sea. And I think just because Octane fell, yep, Surge, it is just a walk straight through the front. Octane, last man standing, hiding in a corner. And hey, does a good enough job to get the kill, to get his teammates the spawns. But the better news for Surge, Sib is now on an 8th spree on that rotation.
Count them, ladies and gents, 8. A lot of records have been cracked thus far here on MW2. We're looking to crack a few more. See, Surge with a nice bit of time here. A few more seconds would be ideal. Back on the back versus Drazah, and that is a big old rock to be snaking on top of, and he gets it. Sib, though, makes it a 9. 12 and 8 overall. See if he can get a few more for those kills. And we're going towards the next hard point, the generator room. It's a tiny one. It's a fun one. Here we go.
All that parkour, and that's how your streak gets shut down. That is just unfortunate and a half. And, well, now you're trying to flood in across the middle of the map. Envoy's getting tags on players as they make those moves, but maybe Pred found the route towards the deep pocket of the map, and now you get the pinch on the hill. Mack in it from the back, Pred from up popping. I think unfortunate for Kenny, last man standing around the hill gets eviscerated in the perfect swarm on the hill. Surge get the job done.
Still holding it down. Big win to Mack. There's a third at the back door if you can get it, son. As the Thieves start to swarm their way forward. Oh, Mack once again locking it down. Doesn't actually catch that player through the front line, though. Will accuracy catch him? As look at him move. It's Octane. Not bad for a main AR. He's got them. Slinky hips flying in and out of that tiny window. Final 15 seconds here for Seattle Surge to accrue some time and get themselves back into this one chance, because it's still a very closely contested game either way.
Yeah, good luck reading these spawns, right? Number 1, Octane spawns up over towards Dome. Number 4, Envoy spawns out on the deep left side of the map. And I think Surge just sort of know the idea, so they're putting a lot of pressure towards the middle portion of this map. Taking the water routes to get the time, but Octane is still the key man right now for LA. And I think Octane can actually hear Sib on the approach. And it's really just about these battle for spawns. Surge right now, though, getting all the kills. They don't have the spawns, but hey, I guess you've done enough just to get the pressure around this P1 point. And as soon as Octane falls, the P1 time going to be that much easier to collect.
Yeah, real easy. Smooth shots from Mack there. All of that through that little shack. And this is good time. Are you going to be able to spot this player out from the water side? You're not. It's Envoy. He dives up. Pred's now got mid covered. Perfect timing. Gets another 11-11 all around. This might be enough to get the break towards the back. That's what Pred's playing for here. Spawns for the next hard point. Can he get there?
Was a Vaznev as well, so these are not fun gunfights for him to have to take. Also, oh, he didn't get hurt actually jumping up. So guess who doesn't have their audio cranked up just high enough, but Envoy takes another lap and finds him. And unfortunate timing right there for Pred to fall, because you call in the cruise, but now there's only 2 men guns up ready to hit the point. He's forced to hit the man, not actually on the action. And when Octane jumps off, finds an extra kill. I think just the fact that they were an extra man down for Surge, tough to get a massive amount of value off that cruise.
Oh, and you're running out of players now for the LA Thieves towards this backline. The spawn should still be rock tight. Rock tight, watertight, rock solid in the far right hand side of the map, and I take it back. Octane's now top left. That's going to cause a problem indeed. 30 seconds remaining on this one, and it's not over just yet. Røkkr could go big in a moment, but he has to hold. Can Drazah stay alive? He just about, gets it from the hip. That's nutty. 20 seconds remaining as this hard point is coming to an explosive ending.
Yeah, good time for Thieves to get for that little bit of scrap, just have a decent little lead, but Envoy, yeah, that is not exactly covered. They can see straight through it, so he does get sniffed out. No rotation, sneakiness coming through for LA. Gonna have to find a different way to try to break this hill. They got to break through the middle of the map as well. Sib's going to be watching that cross accuracy. He's got the crossfire set up as well. Right now, pretty clean hold. Not easy to deal with, and Sib wins the gunfight as well. LA have such a long way to go.
Oh, Envoy knows there's a player behind him. There's a shark in the water, and Sib, I don't think he's running anything other than attack there, but he's not going to be able to do too much damage from down low. Can't help out too much from upstairs. His teammates are doing what they can on the point. Here we go. LA Thieves want this break. Don't let Seattle Surge get further ahead. That's the goal right now. And Mack, oh, Mack wins 2. Unreal stuff on the flank. Kenny, though, immediately in there. Traded out. Røkkr can't get any more. Sib goes big with a 2.
Yeah, now I think if I'm Surge, try to leave over the back spawns, or maybe just get the final 30 seconds. LA Thieves forced to chalk all of it up, so that is an electric kill. And if you remember last time, Envoy played deep in the water. This time, Sib is going to be taking his turn to swim. The water is not chlorinated. It is not easy to spot him out, but Drazah, the awareness was there.
Yeah, he was at enough of a depth that he could not be seen whatsoever there. But just as he comes up for air, Drazah with a good timing there on the turn. Still looking to get the lead back, the LA Thieves. Mack once again driving the dagger into the back line of the front. If that makes sense to you, let me know on a postcard. Envoy trying to keep the hard point alive as you got numbers now for the Thieves towards the back. Priestahh trying to hit his way through the front. Can't get it done. Sib on the side. Every angle covered. Thieves with the time, and now the lead.
Yeah, that is clean, and now Mack going to be forced to take deep routes, but you're going to get spotted. Impossible gunfight to win, and LA Thieves much stronger hold on this hill this time around. Last time, it literally took a 9 spree from Sib to eventually break those spawns and get this hill time, and for the moment for Surge, nobody able to deliver. Kenny goes on a little tear towards the middle of the map, cleans everybody up, and talk about the response in that moment where Surge get a near full 60. You have LA Thieves responding in kind. But again, as those rotation battles commence, on rotation, nobody for LA Thieves able to find an opening. Surge closed that door, but also for Surge, I mean, it's sink or swim time on this map. Got to be perfect or the series ends.
See what he did there, chat? You see what he did? You see what he did? Over 200 now for the LA Thieves. Seattle Surge looking to hold down this line. And this is a very similar look in awkward spawns. Number 1, oh my god, Octane's right in the back. This should be fine, though, because, Sib, the back line's safe and sound. Kenny now through the front. Pred reads it. Oh, baby. Seattle Surge, they've taken on all comers, and they're still on top.
That is so distant as well. Sib playing parts of the map half the people watching didn't even know existed that you could get that far back. And, well, Sib is still in his home. Draws it nowhere to go, and it's actually Pred that gets the kill. You got players trying to sneak through. Sib has still been iron boots towards the back, and the full 60 that they wanted, it looks like they might just be able to get. They have taken the lead again. But we know how this map goes, and we know almost assuredly it is going to end on P2. And look at where number 8 just spawns, gets gifted like a presence to try to set up a pinch on this hill and just create all this pressure. LA Thieves, they're fighting the 2-front war.
They couldn't be scripted, right? Surely couldn't be. Well, he's taken care of there. Wonderful work from Envoy.
No hops.
No negative hops, but he's in. Still dripping wet. So now he's dead. That's bad timing. That's unfortunate. Lead change maybe on the cards here, but number 4 has got to go wild. Envoy wins it again. That's the backside covered for P2 once again. Still in the hands of the LA Thieves. Now looking to get into the hard point. Pred over the top. Not a whole lot garnered there. Accuracy hops this time round. A little cleaner. The gunny not so much. Kenny with the corners. Lead change again. LA Thieves can win it here.
Oh, this could be it, though, just because it's a desperate battle for spawns as well. But Seattle, they have such a long way to go. Drazah desperate to stay alive inside the point. Seattle can't win it here, so now it is all about that battle for rotation, and every single player on LA Thieves is falling one by one. Octane, though, can pick up the big 2, and his teammates get the spawns just in time for the trades. Now it's all about the sprint fest, right? Seattle, gotta hit it straight through the front. You do not have time to waste.
Envoy does not have sonar. He has to use his eyes to detect people in the waters now. 10 seconds for the win here in the series for the LA Thieves. Anyone there from Seattle to make their way forward? Kills from Sib. Max down the next man up. Oh my, Octane up top. He's going to get it. 2 more seconds. No one's home. Nobody's there. It's a 3-1 to the LA Thieves.
Kept the spawns for P2, and hey, finally winning those rotations, Miles.
Yeah, finally, indeed, and that is it's going to bump the stats for the LA Thieves, indeed, for Seattle's close but no cigar. Word to nameless 3-1, the final result. Is a very exciting respawn-based series comes to a close. Nutty comeback, nutty closeout in the final round of the control, and of course Seattle showing a bit of signs of life in the search and destroy, but not quite enough there. As we look across the final scores there on HyDra, Sib with a big game there at 30 and 21. Across the board, everyone from the Thieves mostly solid, and Kenny, of all the players, not to have a big one.
Well, really, it was like Sib, not with it. Like, it was a solid game, but really just a fantastic moment that bumped his stats up again. The 9 spree that he goes on just to start like creating opportunities for Seattle. But if not for a pop-off play like that, this game looks a lot worse. And I'd say even for Drazah, the turnaround that he had, I think we shut off his stats before the map, like a 0.68 in the series. Obviously, they got bullied out map 1. Drazah struggled on the control as well. Well, he cranked things up across the board on the HyDra to help seal the deal for his team. And I'd say even for Octane, when he's top dome, if he doesn't get that 2-piece, I don't know if LA Thieves are going to be able to win that game towards the end, because Surge were putting on the pressure. But clutch moments on the El Estilo, clutch moments on the HyDra, and even the comeback Thieves were able to orchestrate in the S&D as well. The ice certainly flowing through their veins.
Indeed. Well, Icy on Hotel for Seattle there. That was a very dominant look in the hard point. We'll see if they can keep that going this year long. But another loss to Seattle. Tough stuff from them. LA Thieves walk away with the dub. And your boys' predictions so far looking pretty sweet. How we doing, Desk? We feeling good?
Not looking as sweet, but feeling twice as sweet, Miles. Thank you for asking. LA Thieves getting the victory here, and we were a little bit worried for this team after that game 1. Then they win 3 straight, Allie.
Yeah, a little bit worrisome in that opening hotel, but it did technically go the same way when they first matched up. And I will say, though, I'm happy to see LA Thieves rotating on HyDra.
Rotating
one of the worst
to
rotating
winning
teams, yeah.
They're moving around the map now, and it helps. We like what we saw out of Drazah specifically. Let's take a look back at some of these highlights, though. And as we take a look at some of the key moments in this game, Nameless, what did you like from both sides?
Well, first of all, let's just shout out the LA Thieves. Big victory for them. But I got to say, because it just happened, that Gens hold by Seattle Surge was the best P5 hold I've ever seen on HyDra. I mean, just beautiful. Pred pushing out, Sib in the back, being aware of the spawns. But for LA Thieves, you know, just had a couple key times they had really good holds. I mean, that P4 was fantastic. They stacked 3 players around the hill. They got Octane on the back rock, and they picked up the kills in the water. So overall, you know, some good holds out of them. Some better rotations. Still not as clean as I would have liked to see out of the LA Thieves, but they're working on things. And HyDra can just be sort of that kind of map where it's like back and forth 60s left and right. And we saw that here. It's 2 great hardpoint teams, and in the end, it's LA Thieves who end up getting that final P2 spawn, just prioritizing it and getting the kills they need.
Yeah, and what's super weird about this, again, this HyDra hardpoint, both these teams typically veto it. I mean, we're looking at 90% of the time Seattle Surge gets that out of a series, and 50% of the time LA Thieves are trying to get that out of a series. So like I touched on, they are the worst rotating team in the league on that map and mode. So to see them early rotating, that's what got them that W with all those P2 holds, is a W from the LA Thieves camp.
It was almost even, around 226, but at the end, it is LA Thieves to the finish line first. And right now, we have someone in the winner's circle. Welcome Kenny back onto the show. How we doing, Ken?
Good, how are you? How are you?
I'm doing excellent, especially with another swift day. Yesterday was all 3-0s. You guys at least give us a game 4.
Thank you.
But what was it like, Kenny? Was this a stressful series for you guys? What were the vibes like coming into this match against the Surge?
I don't think it was that stressful. I feel like we just came out slow in the first hard point. And I mean, they kind of just dominated us the first one. So I feel like we trying to hit the reset button, and it feels good to win an S&D and reset an S&D. I feel like that's something that we had in our back pocket last year, and that's something we've been working on. But overall, I don't think the series was that stressful. I just feel like, once again, we just had a bad map 1.
I was really impressed by your ability to close games out, especially that game 3 and that game 4. As we saw tight matches, it was LA Thieves at the end that was coming out with the dub. What is it about those final moments of the game? Is it just scoring the kills at the right time, or is this something that you guys are doing on the comms?
It's definitely a comms thing, but I feel like it's our chemistry as well. I feel like we have some of the best teamwork. So when it comes to like those like heated battle moments, like where we have to clutch up, I feel like our teamwork just kind of like is already like implemented and glued. So we kind of just like work together without comms sometimes, and I feel like it works really well in like the clutch moments because we kind of like all think the same. in a sense. And so when our chemistry's on, we kind of just like tend to clutch up a lot.
Cool. I know you said that you guys started slow in the series, and that's why that map 1 went the way that it did. But you, on a personal level, I think you were frying throughout every single map in this series. And I was wondering, I mean, that Elasilo 27 and 21, you know, it's not very often we see somebody with his oven hand popping off like that. What's your favorite map?
Favorite map?
Yeah.
Well, it's usually Mercado Hardpoint, but they vetoed it today. But yeah, I mean, Elasilo, I've been pulling out an AR a little bit more because the map is so, I feel like, so long range heavy that 3 ARs typically work on defense at least. But yeah, I mean, Mercado Hardpoint is probably my favorite.
Kenny, you're a jack of all trades. I seen you pulling out that AR. I'm like, finally somebody uses 3 and it gets to a CeeLo, and it was working out really well. There were some tense moments there, though.
Yep.
I want to ask you about a CeeLo Search and Destroy coming into this series. You guys are 3 and 8 on that map. You had some really tight ones. You had some round 11s. What is it about that map that you guys keep going to it for? Like, what did you see in it? Because it hasn't been the greatest for you guys up until this point.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we're like top 2 or top 3 in like first bloods on that map. It's kind of just like our man advantage thing. So we don't feel like, I mean, our record shows that we're bad at it.
That's okay.
Yeah, it shows that we're bad at it, but overall I feel like we choke it a lot of the times where we're up a man and we kind of just like lose these clutch scenarios where I did say we win them, but it's usually when we're down a man. But usually we're up a man on that map, and I feel like that's something we've been working on. Is just like in these man up like moments, we need to like work together way better.
You guys had a rough start to the season. You finished second in Boston, and now we're just 2 weeks away from going to Texas. How many teams do you feel accurately have a chance of raising that trophy at the end?
I mean, I feel like all teams right now. I don't know. I feel like this game, I actually do. I mean, maybe a few, not, but I feel like every team you got to stay hot versus, because anybody can catch you slipping. I mean, Vegas beat us. They played really well on that day. And I feel like they just got a new player. So I feel like this game can lead to some upsets, and it showed. It shows. It's been showing the whole league.
We appreciate your time. We got 2 more matches to go. You're a badass. If you're getting fined, I'm going down with you, bro.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Much love to Kenny and the LA Thieves pulling out our second win of the day. We got to show you our scuff play of the game, and this, of course, was the close to that second hard point. They dropped game 1, but game 4 goes to the Thieves. Here's how they got it done. Allie, walk us through it.
I mean, it was just a lot of the rotations, like I said, from the likes of the LA Thieves. They were constantly here early, but it's actually going to be the control play.
Game 5. All right.
Kenny pops a 2, and look at Sam, man. When he was in that deep spot on truck, I do that in rank play, and they get really mad at me. And I can only imagine the Seattle Surge getting stuck in this spawn trap by Octane.
Yeah, he had them in the blend. I mean, when you get back there, you're blocking. You can see them just all running over, trying to get to bottom base, get through Tool and make a play. And Pred actually gets out, but it's just him, so there's not much you can do when he's in your back head.
LA Thieves locking it down, scoring that 5th round, and then going on to finish their sweep. After dropping game 1, they win back-to-back-to-back maps and are continuing to climb up our leaderboard. Currently in that number 4 position, but challenging Toronto and the Subliners. We still got a lot of fun to go this weekend, and we have 2 more matches. When we come back, the Mutineers are back in action. Boston looks to stay perfect. You don't want to miss it. It's all going down. Major III Qualifiers live here on the CDL.
Oh! You spun on him, bro.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
4v1, I think it was, the clutch, something like that. And we were just, you know, playing the round out. And I hear, oh, cat, you know, he's pushing up. I'm thinking, oh, he's dead. Okay, so let's play it nice. And then I just hear a roar behind me, an absolute roar. And then he's like, watch it. And then the kill cam wasn't running. So I was doing the roll the tape. I want to see this. And luckily it came up, and yeah, he's blown him away and left a bit of a little doo-doo in his pants, I think.
That is Beans, one of our favorite new additions to the Call of Duty League, all the way from Challengers, the Academy teammate now on the starting lineup, filling in for Methods. And since he's joined, Boston is now 3-0. They've taken down Toronto, they've taken down London, and most recently a 3-0 to LAG. That was yesterday. Now you're going up against the 11th seed in the Florida Mutineers, and you have to think this is the road to 4-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's crazy about Beans is the fact that I think that he's on route right now to have one of the best rookie opening qualifying performances at 3-0. I think Owakening is 9-0 holding that. So should they win this series, it could make that continuation and maybe make a contention.
Nameless, let's talk about this Boston squad. Of course, Beans isn't the only one doing damage. Awakening has the numbers. Nero and Vivid, though, they have been the stars, the players that we love watching the highlights from. But can we talk a little bit about Beans here, 22 years old. We're calling him a rookie. This has been a grind to get to this position. He had a rough game one. They still get a win, but the man just brings the vibes.
He does bring the vibes. You know, he brings an extra layer, as he likes to call it, to the search and destroy. He's extremely hype. So, you know, when you think about Beans, and also you talk about sort of his path to become a pro, it's a lot harder when you're coming from a different region, right? When you're coming over from across the pond, and you really have to gain that respect of the American players as well. And he does that, and he was lighting up the challenger scene, and now he finds himself on the main roster, and they're off to a 3-0 start. He's already fixing things like the Game 5 issue that they had, and the vibes are at an all-time high, so I love this addition.
On the other side of this matchup, we have a team wearing teal. They go by the name of the Florida Mutineers, and they were looking to find some new life, to find some new energy in their respawn. They were winning searches, but dropping their hard points. They went out, they grabbed Capsule, the SMG from the LA Thieves bench. They bring up Fellow from Challengers, and they put Brack back in the starting lineup. So far, you're 0-6 as a squad. They haven't found any success. You gotta start scoring points this week.
It's so tough simply just because having to make such a big roster change, one of the biggest roster changes we've seen this season with the amount of players, is they go against Major 1 and Major 2 champions right off the bat, and now they have to go against a Boston Breach that is completely undefeated with their new squad, was already a strong contention before they had to make that change. So you gotta hope that they have the composure and the mentality into some of these matches to understand that we're a newer squad, we're gonna take some time to get some chemistry, we aren't going through the honeymoon phase like we might have expected, and we need to get our team chem on par and not take these series so personally, because again, the Major 1 champions, Major 2 champions, Boston Breach, it's a tough schedule.
Nameless, if Capsule is going to be dancing at the end of any of these maps, where could Florida be feeling good? Where are the vibes coming?
Nowhere. I mean, these are like basically Boston's best maps. I mean, I will say that HyDra, though, we saw Florida play against New York. It was really close. It came down to the wire. It was like 228 to 250, so maybe some opportunity there. It hasn't been a map that the previous Florida rosters have liked, so it might be looking good in scrims. I also have to point out that this Florida team, you know, with this roster, last iteration of the roster, are now on a 12-map losing streak. That is the CDL record, with potential to expand that record in terms of losing streak in this series, going up against a hot Boston Breach. I think this Florida team's, it's been pandemonium. It's been a struggle. Hopefully they can figure it out.
We got the casters ready in just a moment. Real quick predictions. Give me maps, because I know you're going Boston, Boston.
I'm going to go 3-0.
3-0?
3-0. I mean, Fortress control.
I'm going Florida Mutineers. Screw the map count. This is a fresh team, and we got two beautiful casters. Pricey, done. Let's get it done.
All right, thank you, Puckett. Interesting one, I suppose, this one. Boston looking great. Florida yet to really get out of the starting blocks, including
a very bad statistic for them, which Tony you brought up just before we went live.
Yeah, Ants just stole it off me there as well. I was furious. I was ready to bring this one down. Yeah, it's a CDL record of 12 map losses in a row, so that is quite impressive for the Florida Mutineers. But the caveat is some of the games they have had have been very, very difficult matchups for them, and they don't get any easier here with the Boston Breach sitting nice and pretty towards the top of our standings. I kind of agree with the desk here. I think this could be one-sided, but we were just talking to Jay there. He's been talking to fellow through the week. He said their practice has been significantly better than what we had last week for the Florida Mutineers. They didn't get a lot of time to scrim together due to initial media obligations, etc., that some of these teams do quite often have, and just getting the reps underneath their belt is definitely going to help things. But you're going in against the team who are on the hottest winning streak right now in the league. This is going to be a difficult game for Florida Mutineers once again.
It is. I suppose with no controversy, you can't overcome it. We'll see whether or not Florida have found something with a week of practice. If they can just get a little bit better. Probably not the best matchup they would want right now against the hot Boston.
Boston were really good at this map yesterday. Keep an eye on the ARs. It was Awakening and Beans who had a really good time of things. And they're looking for the flip over towards P2. Big fight going on over there already. Nero trying to set himself up. They are off the rip coming out from the young SMG. Staying alive, looking for this wraparound as the time does continue to go over towards Boston. And just looking over towards things, I mean, rotations are something that obviously you need to make sure you are doing on this map specifically. Florida 11th overall in rotations. Good hold rate, but good hold rate is expected when it does come down to HyDra. Nero is going to get caught on this rotation over towards P2. That rotation will belong to Florida. And as mentioned, their holds are good when they get there, but they need to be when it does come down to this map.
Oh, so far, so good. You can see already they're now going to have to do a hard break. Capsule still laying in wait. Will eventually get Awakening. Can Beans get the second kill onto Brack? And it doesn't need to. Nero will eventually clean it up, but time still ticking as Mutineers hold P2.
Some breach. Looking for the break through the front. Dome control wasn't there for the side of Florida Mutineers, and that's pretty much part and parcel of holding down this point. So it's allowed Boston to get themselves into an advanced position. You would have thought that the contest was going to come through there. The shots are good from the Florida Mutineers, though, and all of a sudden they can start to stretch out. Capsule already thinking about P3. Rotation going to be paramount once again, but looking like Boston Breach are going to have that under control. 23 seconds to go. Capsule.
It is a big swimming map at the moment. Boston will break in for scrap time, which is actually really important for them. They were quite significantly behind. Also, looks like the spawns are blocked towards the back of B3. It's going to be Awakening who's going to be sitting back there. It's a great opportunity here for Boston. If they can just hold off Florida.
Yeah, they won't be too disturbed by what's going on there. I mean, you lose the P2 rotation, you lose the majority of the time. It's nothing too untoward by any sense of the imagination. African Code, they're trying to find a break here. Capsule will be the one that find the first kill through the front door. Boston kind of all over the place here. Looking for the kills. It's going to be a bit of a flurry in the middle of it. And all of a sudden, Florida Mutineers have found themselves a nice little break. And I believe as a team, that's their first clean break in hardpoint that they've got so far of the new squad.
That's quite impressive. I will say Havoc did a great job to stay alive there, but two different players were shooting at him, and it kind of pulled them all out of position as they look to continue to push this lead even further away. They have put the spawn back as well. It's exactly what they want to do, as I say that, and Brack spawns back there at the same time. We're able to find two on the flank, but we are off to the rotation. This time again, it will be Boston there first.
I'm going to be there first, but Havoc all the way around the water side. Beans already keeping an eye on this one. Will get himself into Dome uncontested. Bean's gonna have to back down from that fight. Doesn't want it, and all of a sudden Havoc fighting for this rotation for the Florida Mutineers. It's been 2 out of 3 hills. Looking good for them so far. It's a 40-point lead, but plenty of time for Boston to bring this one back. Good shots from Havoc. Not quite good enough. Beans will hold it down. This is looking like some good time for the side of Boston.
Oh, Vivid's just being so sneaky. He's pushed out miles onto this hill, all the way past ruins, and he's killing players before they can get there. Eventually, though, some of the Florida Mutineers will start making tracks. They're getting into this, but they haven't had a great time getting anywhere near.
Yeah, no pinch is going to be set up here now, but Havoc will find a kill over towards the ruin side, and this becomes a little bit more difficult. Awakening once again. The 1-2, give him the hands. Brack now the next on the chopping block, potentially. Good shots coming on through. Capsule will find a kill through towards ruins. Boston Breach are continuing to lock this down, though. That's not the grenade you want to see from your teammate.
Nope, one of the worst nades you've seen. Unfortunately, doesn't cause too much damage. It just means that they are going to have to sit all the way back here for this next rotation. Florida completely shut out of that hill. And while they have gone behind, it is not that far.
can see already Fellow making the push over towards Banana, so the Boston Breach aren't going to spawn anywhere near. They are going to spawn quite literally in Narnia. Very far away if you are the Boston Breach, and you've got a gauntlet to get through here. Havoc now down this right-hand side. Just locking it down, trying to stay alive for the Mutineers. They will have to clear them out here, Boston, if they want to find a successful push through. Successful push has not fallen their way so far. Beans towards the back, though. Will line one up. Can he find a second here at the Fellow? Needs the rest of his teammates to, well, either push the front or spawn with them. Potential break for Boston now.
You see the pressure still coming through. He's going to find Havoc as well. Call it out perfectly as well. Beans knowing exactly where he should be, but burns an awful lot of time. And realistically, at this point, Boston have not managed to get back into it. They'll be looking to try and get over towards P1 and P2. They don't want to be caught in that trap again.
Awakening with the first big kill. I don't think he's going to predict this one, though. Havoc, sneaky as ever. It's all about this rotation. Last time around, it was the Florida Mutineers, the first ones there. They have locked that P2 rotation in. When we do go over there in around 60 seconds, a lot of Call of Duty to be played. A lot of things that could go wrong before we do get there. Vivid. Going a little bit of a swim. Any word that kind of means wet that begins with a V? I'm not too sure. Kills falling his way though. One, not two. Awakening will clean that one up. Potential for a break here over towards the P2 spawns. Good play from Vivid. And look at Florida Mutineers now spawning out. Big kills coming in from Boston.
Well, that's a perfect flip from them in the end, Ton. And Boston have played that to perfection. Vivid making the kills he needed to. And Florida not only do not have P1, they don't have P2 either. They'll be trying to get their way forward, but first they have to get through Beans. They have got a player on the flank, though. It's going to be Brack. And that does mean Boston are going to have to back off here and relieve some of the pressure on the P1.
It's good time being soaked up. Brack towards the back is going to be the issue. Good shots coming in from Nero. Spots him. This is a great flip and a great hold so far from Boston. They get the majority of the time at P1. They lock in P2. With 3 seconds left on P1, Florida Mutineers not that close. And of course, breaking has been an issue for them in general. We have seen it be a little bit better already on this map specifically. Boy and Beans down this right-hand side. Brack will catch him. So dome control now for the Florida Mutineers. There is potential in this.
They have good numbers. They've got through as well. That is a huge jump. They're now all over the place. And Florida look to get through it. They get a couple of kills into the hill. They should be spawning them out now as well. They've done it. Every single kill they needed has come through. Only Beans can be the hero as he gets two. Oh my goodness, he spawned them back.
He spawns them towards the back. That is disaster class from Florida Mutineers. You do all the hard work and while still doing some of the good work. Brack will be the one to take down Havoc. I think he may well have died anyway. It was nearly a very good break from the side of Florida Mutineers. And Beans says absolutely not. 15 and 9 out of him. Big kills coming his way. And look at this rotation as well. Awakening. Setting himself up over towards P3. Boston starting to stretch their legs in this game.
Now, Awakening is out of the play, but this is where he wants to be. The problem is, he wants teammates to be nearer. Now the pressure's going to come through. They know where he's going to be. They're already looking for the back here, Florida Mutineers. Awakening is going to have gunfights all around him as he does eventually go down. Boston are not there as fast as they would like to be. The benefit being is that now they can try to capitalize on the chaos.
They're trying to find a way through. Off the top rope. Is that going to be the case? Not quite. Really good hold. And honestly, Florida Mutineers, they look great over towards P3. P2 is being kind of hit and miss. Both two teams kind of going 50-50 on it. Boston Bridge still the ones with the lead. It's been a close, well-contested game between these two squads. 25 seconds remaining. Boston still having a look at this because they know they can still spawn Boston towards the Florida Mutineers towards the back, I should say. Is Nero now going to go for the challenge? Around the Rosie we go. Capsule now coming on through. Nero trying to lock it down all on his own. He's got a little bit of backup up top as well. This is 15 good seconds for the side of Boston up for Florida. Looking like they will clean up this scrap, but look at the rotation. Boston not there, and they disrupted a lot of that time for Florida.
Yeah, that was also just being so annoying because you know you're going to keep spawning them back because you've got spawns blocked on the other side. So no, I couldn't get that one out. But now it comes down to this. Boston have the rotation, but their setup is not ready. Can Florida Mutineers break this early?
Breaks have been much improved so far. Capsule finds two, and it's just too easy. Like a knife through butter for the side of Florida Mutineers. Boston Breach just falling so flat. And that is just something that can't happen. That's a momentary 4 dead. You get wiped off the face of the map. All of a sudden, you had that early rotation. You were looking good, and Florida cut through you just far too simply. Boston Breach now going to fight for this 20 seconds, but Florida could have an ever so slight lead by the time we head over towards the next hill if they can continue to lock this time down.
They've done an incredible job here, Tone, really have.
been so much better.
They were not supposed to have broke that as easy as they have. They were not supposed to hold it all the way through, and they are gunning everywhere they can. Capsule 22 and 15, a 3 streak for him. And this game is still 1 point difference as we head into a new hill. Both teams starting to get in the lethal range to end this.
And the Boston map pick that they will want to make sure they secure. Capsidol may well be the playmaker here, but the rest of his team has to push through mid-map as well. Is he going to get some time in towards the back? His team's starting to find some trades in the middle of the map. Capsidol trying to make the move. Awakening cuts him down. This is good time for Boston. 35 seconds remaining on this hill. Boston will be within touching distance of the win if they can continue to lock this down.
I think Boston might want to keep an eye on, though. He's getting the rotation out here because they can't win it. They have the opportunity to play this a little bit loose and fast and go for the trades inside. If they win them, they can then go for that P1 flip as well. Capsule, though, fighting towards the front. He will take the time away. And this may all go down to that P1, P2 flip. Neither team is going to be happy about this. Nero tries to be the hero once more, as it is going to be Boston Breach that are flooding into this and refusing to give any more time. Vivid will get the last bit of scrap time. But now it's a little bit stressful. Florida in the better position.
You got to try and get him out the point whilst they're making this push through mid-alley. Look at those trophies. Brack is just so well protected. You may well be fighting for P2 spawns, but Florida Mutineers can win it here at P1. It would take something special, but the kills coming in from Vivid and Nero towards the front. Keep an eye on Awakening as we go towards the flank, but Nero starting the piece. Boston are 15 seconds away here at P1.
Fellow has to make a kill. But now, with 10 seconds remaining, the Florida Mutineers have got to have hot heels. Fellow's going to get one. Havoc trying to get close. Capsule also pushing towards it, but they're falling. And Vivid is looking for that last kill as well as he guns Havoc away. And Beans takes down Brack. And it is over. Boston, they were in the bad position, but it doesn't matter. They took P1 away, and they took the map.
Nicely done for Boston Breach. Things got really scrappy, and I was considering what they were doing when they were heading over towards the final hill on the rotation, but P1 belongs to them. They wanted the maximum time they could get to head over here. Things got scrappy, and Boston reveled in it. Florida Mutineers, I will say again, much better in the hard points, but being just a little bit better, you're still a bit short. Some of the rotations were great, some of the holds were wonderful, some decent breaks as well, but Boston Breach, when they were getting a rotation and a clean hold, it felt like they were getting a lot of time on those holds, where some of Florida's were a little bit sporadic. Yeah, okay, you were holding for the most part and you were maybe trading the kills out in your favor, but you were losing a lot of time for some of the breaks that Boston were finding, whereas when Boston locked and managed to hold for the majority of the time, they were getting all of that time, what it felt like, at least anyway. We'll have to go back and check the stats, but Boston just felt like a little bit more efficient throughout that game, Brycey, for me.
Yeah, maybe. I was trying to figure out if there was a difference in the slaying, but realistically, no. Both these teams are doing very, very good work around the majority of these hills, and there was a point for Florida where I really thought they might be able to just put this one over the line. They were playing very, very good Call of Duty at so many points on this map, but Boston came out on top. A great rotation, and that break out of P1. Florida Mutineers must have felt their heart sink at that point.
That moment where Beans managed to shut down that P2. I mean, originally it was a really nice break from Florida Mutineers. It was a 3 clean dead. Beans left on his only finds 2 to shut it down. And I think it was like, I want to say about 20-25 seconds that Florida Mutineers could have grabbed a hold of. Instead, I don't think either one of the teams really get anything from that. And then they lose rotation after that as well, because of the fact that Boston have spawned out after the initial break. So that's one of those moments you maybe look back on. It was a chaotic one. Yeah, Splain really doesn't tell the story there at all. It's 1 kill difference, and it's towards Florida Mutineers, very even across the board. Beans had a good game there. Did continue to slow down towards the end, but
massively,
yeah, I know. I mean, really, really close. But a big game from him. Awakening once more. The AR battle on this map is really where Boston have been thriving. Awakening 22-19. That.
And at this point, Ton, you kind of have to say, Florida Mutineers have got to be feeling a little bit of pressure, because the map count is now up to 13, I believe.
Yeah.
And while they looked better, it's difficult to judge for me, simply because Boston have looked great recently. Now, do we take that as obviously Boston being way better in this scenario, but Florida have still improved? If Boston are that far ahead, it could be difficult to measure how much the Mutineers have been kind of progressing.
Yeah, it is difficult. Florida Mutineers have not had an easy schedule. I think, you know, to put them in a good spot, 8 games against some of the teams like Vegas, like some of the teams like London, that would kind of give us a good indication, because right now they're playing some of the hottest teams in the game, which I think, you know, we've seen the report card yesterday, and I would agree with it based on what we've seen so far, but it is very hard to judge based on who they have been playing. We have seen some close maps from them. We've seen flashes of potential, but I very much rely on what he's saying in this scenario, in the sense of that search and destroy has been such a big thing for this Florida Mutineers team. It was keeping them in series, it was winning them series, and all of a sudden it has looked a little bit flat. But Fortress is one of those maps where they do typically do quite well on, but that was the old roster. So I'm wondering if that's going to translate here for the new one as we do head over towards map number 2 and Albagra Fortress Search and Destroy. The record sits at 3-1. Both these two teams with good stats on certain levels of things. Boston are the best attacking team in the game. Florida, the best defensive team in the game. So some of these rounds are going to be tight and going to be important for these squads. More so for the side of Florida, who want to zero down here, Bryce.
They are. Let's see what they can do. We have heard rumors of Florida getting their practice in, getting their breaks ready for S&D this week. That work out from Havoc's going to see a player as well, but has to get out of there. He's not confident in taking it. And right now, Florida have given up an awful lot of map control.
They have done. And Florida are pretty good, at least at breaking out from these 3v4s. If they do lose first blood, their first blood rate is pretty poor, sitting at only 44%, but 60% of the time they win their 3v4s, which is a crazy statistic. A lot of that obviously based on the previous squad, but let's see if the Florida Mutineers' new look lineup have got the ice as well. No kills yet to fall through. Boston happy to sit tight and wait for Florida to maybe go for this plan.
So I think Beans is the player on Overwatch calling this one out, and as he has jumped across, you have seen the move. It looks like Boston are now going to go for a retake. Right, going to be the first one that's dropped anybody, though. Takes down Vivid, looking for the second one, trying to stay alive. They're going to come out. Nero will get it. Havoc gets a second kill. Oh my god, the round is over.
That ended so fast. Florida Mutineers set up. I mean, honestly, we were concentrating on the gunfight that was happening over towards railings, but then Capsule and Co lock these fights in, and the round is done ever so quickly. Florida Mutineers one on the board, nicely done.
Here's an interesting thing that I don't know if you caught it, but I'm fairly certain Beans was in a position to watch the cross over the bomb site, and when he saw the players move over the bomb site, that's when Boston started moving. So that was a playbook kind of play coming out of them. It just didn't work out. Florida Mutineers were in too good of a position in the end.
It's such a weird map because sometimes you can start to get aggressive and try and dictate your play from there, find the picks initially, or do you just try and make a retake of a site, which is hard to retake initially anyway. Retake's going to have to be here for the Florida Mutineers, who have lost first and second bloods. Now we're 4 versus 3. Well, 3 versus 2, I should say. Matt's is hard. Capsule on Brack, what can you do?
Capsule's going to try and back off. Can he make the jump? See, I failed that pretty much all of the time. But Capsule has failed at this time as well. It is a difficult proposition. The dead silence will be popped. He's looking to make a hero play. Coming to fly towards the back. He should be able to get Beans as well. He has. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. 19 seconds left. Awakening popping his own dead silence. Trying to make this play here as well. As they take down Vivid towards the back. It's an incredible retake. Only Big Weight can do something, and he's going to go all the way around. He's not going to have enough time, surely. He's flying. Oh, did he get it?
He didn't get it.
I don't know. Mutineers got it. They got the defuse. Oh, he snaked on the stairs. And the bomb was defused.
It's a 2 versus 4 from Florida Mutineers. Capsule and Brack getting just the slightest bit of luck. Yeah, I mean, that was well and truly diffused before Awakening even had time. I like the play, but he kind of decided to make the move through top single, and you can maybe... In my own head, I'm hearing the call-outs to say it's not planted for that side, so that's when he has to make the move to transition towards the other side. I think if he went for it straight off the rip, he gets a hold of it. Florida Mutineers 2-0 up. That was a 2 versus 4 to put them in this position.
Havoc with the dead silence. Hasn't really made a big play with it. Trying to figure out if they can get back into this bomb site, because at the moment they are completely locked out. Keep it on the minimap, though. Awakening could be a key factor in this if Florida try to rotate.
They may well think about it. Boston are giving them little to nothing. On this side of things, Fellow will try to find the angle. Vivid might be weak here. Capsule will find one on the beans as well. This is going to now start falling apart. The collapse comes through. Florida Mutineers looking so good here in the search and destroy. Capsule finds another. And this is more like it. This is a bit more like the Florida Mutineers of old. 3-0 up Fortress, looking so good so far.
The fact that Capsule not only took this gunfight, but won it is ridiculous. I'm sure many people have had that gunfight in ranked play. That is not normally one you win.
It's not an easy one. Whether it be hardpoint control, S&D, never an easy fight. Wins it nonetheless. Boston Breach a little bit shell-shocked here. They set up towards that B site, thought they had it under lock and key. As soon as one kill goes down, you start getting the swivel. All right, where is he? Get the comms in. No red dots yet. And they just fall apart. Florida Mutineers looking good. Brack 6-1 so far for the Florida Mutineers. He's put about 5.67 KD on this map specifically. And continuing that off, yeah, Bryce, 6-1.
Trying to see if he can get that cruise, but can he find anything with his sniper rifle? Right now, Boston do not want to challenge him. He looks for it, just a pixel, and he's going to miss as well, and goes down as Nero gets 2. Everything being taken away from Florida, and this must be a map win for them now. Havoc still alive, a technical 1 versus 4 as he falls.
Yeah, the round goes over to Boston Breach. Crucial there that Nero maybe helps his teammate out. If you don't land a bullet with that sniper, you're pretty much dead to rights. Nero finds fellow, and then it's pretty much written in the stars exactly what's going to happen after that. Good job from Boston. Stop the bleeding just a little bit.
Now, can Florida continue to push this? They've already had 3 great rounds, lost the last one. They'll be feeling a lot more confident. Nero going close again. Boston Breach trying to look and take control of A bit more than Florida does.
Oh, Vivid drops down just as somebody pushes through towards top art. Grenade will go out. That will give Vivid some anticipation that a player will push top single. Florida Mutineers setting up for something maybe a little bit different here. Havoc, peek this if you dare. Is now the transition starting to come over towards A. It feels like Florida Mutineers are very fluid in what they want to do now. Making their move now. It's Vivid and Beans ready for this push.
They wait for Beans trying to get something as well, but Havoc takes down Nero close. Beans gets nothing out of it. Havoc now waiting for Vivid as well, but Beans does manage to get him down. Vivid gets a second one. Somehow this is falling apart for them, and fellow has to back off. How on earth have Boston got that retake in?
The bomb's down though. That's the important thing here. Brack trying to find the shot in the Beans. He's got the angle. And fellow now left in a 1 versus 3.
And they'll be looking for him towards the back. They know where he's going to be. Has to pick the right angles, but the timing is not there. And Awakening shuts him down. And Boston find everything. They lose first blood, and the bomb goes down.
Boston getting themselves back into this one. Beans was sitting himself on a little donut there. Now sitting at 2 and 3. Gets himself back into it. Slow little nod. Yeah, I'm back. Don't you worry about it. Surprised. I actually would consider the sniper coming up from Beans on this map. We know how proficient he has been with it. We have seen players use it to great effect. I think Illy springs to mind as my top tier when it does come down to peeking these angles in through close, looking at the wider ones over towards open. Maybe just something for Boston to ponder later on. 3-2 to Mutineers now. 2 in a row for Boston.
This time, that bomb has been left over towards B. Realistically, Boston Breach have had a little look around A, decided they haven't liked it too much, and even if they did like it, they have no bomb. Are they waiting on Nero to maybe make a dead silence play?
Very possibly. Did he hear him? No. Even the crouch walking. Don't you worry, Havoc's headset nice and loud. Push over towards A now, starting to come through. Are Florida Mutineers in a position to stop it happening? Or are they just going to go for the retake?
Oh, Capsule already gets him, and Beans cannot get that away as well. First blood here, the Florida Mutineers. Beans was desperately on Overwatch, trying to get it. Capsule may even chow this again. As soon as this goes down, Beans is going to be in an awful lot of trouble, and down he goes. A 2 versus 4 now. Boston Breach, can they hold the line?
Keep an eye on Nero. He may well just start to flank as Awakening. Just trying to stay alive. Finds one. Can't find the second. Bracker's watching the flank. And it's a round for the Mutineers. They just seem to be able to stop anything happening over towards this A side. And well, of course, yes. The Florida Mutineers getting their reps in. Havoc His arms are going to be massive by now, right? Does this a lot.
There's certainly more pull-ups than I can do. But I will say this. That site Capsule was so influential. The fact that Beans couldn't catch him, the fact that he got that first blood, it just put him in a horrible position. I even saw it, like, when Beans was planning that, there was no way they were letting him out alive, especially with no one looking over him.
Always a difficult position. Even when you do get that bomb down to get out. 4-2 Mutineers. They stop the bleeding themselves. It's 2 rounds in a row, and this one's going to get fast and frantic. There's the sniper out from Beans. I called for it. First blood to Boston. A lot of presence over towards the A side. Capsule is able to answer back, though. Vivid now going to be caught in the middle of nowhere, and Capsule just cleans that up. Where's the comms?
Capsule has been incredible so far this series. Looking for another one. Beans has to back off. Only the sniper in hand. They are outnumbered. Oh, the flank coming through. Keep an eye. Brack is about to find everything he wants, but Capsule takes the kill away from him before he can do anything. He knows where Beans is going to be. Wow. Fella takes another kill away. Brack's like, I was flanking, guy. Like, come on.
Capsule wants all the smoke now. Looking a lot better. The Florida Mutineers. As soon as Beans takes those first couple of bullets, he's in trouble. Fellow will find it. And honestly, it's a bit of a strange one because we see Boston get control. They find the snipe to rip things up and running, and all of a sudden you're in a good spot to lock down that A site. Vivid pushes forward. One of his teammates gets killed and then just gets shot in the back from exactly where his teammate just died from. It's a bit of a strange one. Oh, look at this from Boston.
One more round and the streak is broken, and Capsule is doing everything he can. Goes down to a 3 versus 3. Nero gets down as well. A 2 versus 3 here for Boston. Florida about to break the losing streak of maps.
Well, it will be a CDL record nonetheless. And one that may well stand for a little while. Awakening now going to take plenty of bullets. Fellow is going to get challenged from 1. Is Beans going to expect another one behind him? No, he isn't. 1 versus 2 now for Awakening to keep the game alive.
And he's already been stunned. They know exactly where he's going to be. But what does he do now? They need the biggest of wakes. They don't have it. Florida Mutineers, they break the streak. They have a map under their belt. No longer under that kind of pressure. And some of the plays coming out of Capsule in that S&D, they made the difference.
It's a huge game from him. Not just the numbers, as you said, the actual plays he was making. Putting up a lot of damage and a lot of kills for the side of the Florida Mutineers to search and destroy streak. And well, is this the start of it? That was a lot more impressive. Traded their numbers effectively. Did great work. Bracket 8 and 3 again, as mentioned halfway through. That one is KD on this map. It's going to suffer a little bit. It was 5.67 after 2 goes at it. 8 and 3 from him. 9 and 5 from Capsule. Damage very much there. First bloods, bombs, defused, bombs planted. Did it all, Bryce.
Yeah, it certainly did. Again, it's one of those things where maybe just a confidence win for the Florida team. They know there's been an awful lot of bad things said about the team, a lot of criticism that has come through the pipeline of social media and our desk and everybody else. But just to get a map win, just to try and make yourself competitive, especially, right, against a Boston team that has looked very good in this qualifier stage.
Yeah, they have looked good, and that's one that Boston will be annoyed about heading into Fortress. Yes, okay, Florida of old at least are very solid at that map, but to go in to lose it after how solid you've looked, it's going to be an annoyance for them. But they know there's plenty more maps to go. They'll be feeling confident still in the series. A potential 3 more to see. Yeah, Bryce.
There certainly is, and I'm looking forward to finding out exactly what will be happening next. But here comes a break, and we'll see you right after this.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live with a game. It's Boston Breach versus the Florida Mutineers. And it is all tied up now, 1-1. And the biggest thing, maybe, is that the curse has been broken. No, wait, that's something else. But the curse has been broken. That bad streak for Florida Mutineers has ended. They finally have a win on the board, and maybe just a sigh of relief over at the staff side.
And very much deservedly so. They played that one nicely. We've seen Capsule find a lot of first bloods. Brack doing what he could throughout the map as well. Florida Mutineers deserved that map. And things weren't looking too bad at map number 1 either. So heading into map number 3, maybe they can carry over that form. Maybe that is going to be the wind in their sails now, Brycey. Maybe they go 13 maps in a row when they win.
Hey, maybe that happened. Well, that would certainly put them in a great position. I'm trying to figure out how far that would actually get them into the major.
Yeah, they might bloody win it.
Wow. All right, I think we've got a bit too far off one map win here for Florida Mutineers, but I do like it. Optimism is always the key. I'm very optimistic myself. But let's see what happens here on the control with Boston versus Florida. Tan, you were saying in the break you still think it's a bit of a mountain to climb here for Florida to take this win over Boston.
Yeah, we've only seen the ones from Florida, albeit it was, of course, with their old roster sitting over towards the January side of things, but Capsule's found 3, one of them being his teammate, of course, so it's a nice first breakout of the side of things for the Florida Mutineers. And as far as things go on the defensive side, though, Boston Breach, the second best team in the game. It's like a 92% win rate on the defensive side, but Florida are keeping this scrappy so far to kick things off. That initial kills are going to start now coming through for the Boston Breach, who can set themselves up. Florida Mutineers now stuck in your spawn just a little bit, but that's a big kill.
But just enough to keep their toes outside of that line. The blender isn't quite locked in yet, and Florida Mutineers do not want that whirring to start. They have to keep this competitive, and they're keeping it open. Havoc staying alive as well. But as I say that, they are slowly losing a bit of ground here. The more time that goes through, the more that Boston can set up.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Your biggest chance in attack on control on Fortress is always at the beginning of rounds. Because you kind of meet each other 50-50. Boston don't get themselves, well, specifically the defensive team, never able to get themselves in a really good spot to lock you in your spawn immediately. It's if you lose that first wave of kills, that's when things start to get a little bit more difficult. 15 seconds or so to go here for the Florida Mutineers. Can they get a touch anywhere?
Here they go. They're going to have to make a big push now across the bay, but Awakening watching the cross. Brack will take him down. They have to move. They've got enough kills to get out at the same time. And that clock will stop on 7.1 seconds. But now Florida have to keep this momentum going. They have to try and find something. They're going to get a player over towards B as well. They've stopped the clock again.
Yeah, Nero goes over to try and stop something happening in there and just leaves the door wide open for the Florida Mutineers. There's a tick over towards B. Beans will find a kill here, though, and Brack all of a sudden is left on his own. But it is a tick. It's just the one. But bear that in mind later on in the game. Florida Mutineers did find themselves a little bit of a breakout there. Boston Breach, of course, will go on to win the round, but that tick might be important later on.
You're correct. Sometimes it's kind of weird to say that this early onto a game, but we don't know. It is so much about the breaks. A good break can completely change how an attacking round runs. And this time around, it'll be Boston trying to get out of the gates and see if they can do it, whereas Florida, it'll be their time to put the squeeze on.
And let's just bear this in mind, what I was just saying about the initial break. It is always easier off the rip for this attacking team. Now, Boston, where do you position yourself? Well, it's a 3-man stack over towards their side. Whoever's top hard there, it's going to be Havoc, actually. Seemingly missing everybody going over. Now the opportunity for a retake here for Florida.
They go both directions as well. Look at this. They're going flying straight in. Capsule makes the kills. Will be challenged by Vivid. Vivid goes down as well. Only Awakening left. And they didn't get the tick. I thought it was in. It was not in. Awakening's going to stay out, though, towards B. And all he wants to do here, realistically, is make sure his teammates can get out of that spawn, out of that blender position. Because all of that break means nothing if they don't do it.
Yeah, really good call by Awakening that. Some players would think, yeah, just flood over towards B, stop the time, put some pressure on. But because of his positioning over towards that side, well, he's not alive for much longer. It helps his team maybe get a break out. But Florida Mutineers now starts to wipe them. Big kill from Nero onto Havoc. He loses that gunfight. It's a dangerous proposition, but Fellow set up in a really nice spot. There'll be a couple of kills falling his way now. Vivid is going to put some bullets into him. Boston Breach, not in a terrible spot to try and find their way out here, but Florida Mutineers be happy with where they are as well.
And the old electric blender starts.
Here we go.
Boston cannot find their way through yet. They cannot get out. And wait a second, one player gets out towards bottom. I don't think they know he's there either. But he has to make some influential kills. One player out is not enough. You need the rest of the team to reinforce. Vivid finds the first one. Capture. Oh my goodness, he shut him down! And Vivid has got 2! And now they're out and they're in towards A. 10 seconds left to go. They want at least one tick off the back of this one. Vivid continues on a 4 streak. As the Awakening kills Nero with the trophy. They've got 1 tick.
And tick is in, and there's some potential here for the side of Boston Breach. Still a lot of work to do if you want to go on to win this round, of course, but Awakening staying alive inside the point is going to be influential. He's going to get double child, and Vivid is now finding the kill towards the mid-map. He's the last one. Nero now the last one himself. Is he going to manage to find a push over? Is the 1 tick. Nero dives into the grenade, stops the time.
The rest of his teammates, though, are just going to be shot repeatedly. You can already see they're going off across 4 as he dives into the point. 1.6 seconds left onto B, but he's alone. Vivid. Don't know if there's enough of a hero play for this one. It's not going to be. But that is the problem with the blender. Even when you feel like you've got 4 players out of it, it just takes a couple of bad gunfights and in you go.
It's really tough. Really tough when you're on the attacking side here. But what Vivid did there is what so many SMG players try to do. It's get bottom R. You can get through that single door straight off the rip, actually. If you're quick enough, you can just about get there if you get a nice spawn. It's a difficult one to do, but if you can get into that ARC position, you have dead silence to pop. It is a nightmare for defensive teams, and that was the reason that Boston Breach actually managed to find themselves a breakout. A couple of grenades coming over here. Awakening will get plenty of information from that. A couple of players from the Florida Mutineers set themselves up towards the mid-map. It is a trade, 1-for-1 so far, as they try to pick their way out of their spawn.
They're doing a very good job in Florida. Which way do they push? Boston have to take a bit of a step back, have to breathe. And the commitment goes towards A. Nero going to be looking for that first kill. Knows where Capsule is. Capsule is better than it. And all the flying coming out as well. This is going to be Florida Mutineers in the kill feed. That first tick is rocketing through onto A. And while the kills are still going through, at least they got out here. Capsule on a 5 streak.
Capsule are really having a good game here. Can make that a 6 in the middle of the map now. Should be dealt with here. You can wallbang this. He should be dead and is. And Florida Mutineers may well be back into that blender we talk about so often, but a tick already for them as well. Well, boy them with some confidence now. Those fights were being won, but they have to, as mentioned, pick their way out. That's it. You can't be too rushed about it. You have to just try and find the kills where you can. Awakening, Capsule, both sitting on a 1 spree themselves, but Capsule with that cruise missile.
They're still fighting. See if they can get one more opportunity coming through. Nero trying to stop everything he can, but they are spawning close.
B spawn, B spawn.
B's going to be here though as well. Boston have correctly identified this. They know exactly what is going on, and they are not willing to let it go. Florida Mutineers laid down all over the map as they try to stay alive. Capsule goes for the hero play. It's no good. The rest of them are waiting. It's in the haystack. There are 2 players next to me. He has no idea he's going to find Brack as well. And Kenny with a gunfight. No! Hasn't found anything. Dancing in the hay as the rest of Florida run towards that A point. They're stacking it as well to try and get it done early. Nero, the hero, flies in once more. But second tick is down and it may be an A capture.
And it's in. Florida Mutineers. Not doing the impossible, but the improbable. Now they have a minute to possibly do something here. Looking towards the lives, it's not looking pretty for the side of Boston Breach, but Florida Mutineers, map positioning is not looking good now. You may well have taken A. It's a small win to take away from this one. If you can not go any further. That's the problem. Can you manage to find a breakout over towards B? Havoc isn't going to get past Beans on the shutdown on the cross. We'll find another one in the Capsule as well, but these kills are being traded. Works out for the side of Florida Mutineers. I don't know what Fellow's doing, but he's managed to find a way through the B.
Just trying to stay alive. Just wants that clock to stop to allow his teammates a bit of time. Capsule is calling in the cruise missile.
That's going to let them into B. It's going to give him just a small window of opportunity. He gets nothing but a hit marker. And Fallow's going to fall to Vivid. Havoc is waiting. And they can taste it. It's so close. They have a player on the B. They have players out of the spawn. Florida look to capitalize, but shut down already. Capsule will get one back onto it. The trade still comes through.
Still, Brack inside the point. Kill's gonna call his way. Capsule towards the back, and he finds the kill on Nero as well. Not gonna happen. Nero shuts it down. Only 4 respawns remaining, but 20 seconds for Boston Breach to hold this down.
And here they go. Florida Mutineers can dive in. They just want the trade. That's all they really want. They get a first kill as well, though. It's a 3 versus 7. And Boston do not have control of this. They don't have the lightning. The Awakening gets the bottle. Capsule out the back. Flies 2. Looks for the 3rd, but his teammate will get it as well. And Florida Mutineers get the round win. And they are ecstatic, and rightfully so. They battled the entire way through that.
And it was just the case for Boston that you never gained ultimate control. Florida kept it scrappy as you like all the way through it. The 2-piece from Capsule to top it off. There's an attacking round. Boston do not concede those very often at all. In fact, I'll tell you the exact numbers of rounds that they've actually managed to concede on the defensive side in a second when I get there. But I mean, Boston Breach, you need to win an attack now. Florida Mutineers in the ascendancy, Bryce. They could take the lead in the series.
Let's see if they can do it. I also got to point out, Capsule has some serious interactions in this match as well. And again, loading up the kill feed, 21 and 21 now. But Boston need more than a little bit of luck, because they now have to do the thing that some teams find so difficult, winning that attack. They have a tick on the way, but a tick is no longer good enough. It's not about ticks. They have to get the round done.
A good start to it, though. Let's push over towards A. Havoc is going to know where he is, though. Bean's already weak. It's a couple of bullets from Havoc. 3 spree for him. And Florida just seemed to have, as we mentioned already, keep it chaotic. That's all they've needed to do. Vivid will find 2 inside the maps, though, and now a potential door to walk through if you are the Boston Breach. Havoc up top now on this roof. It's such a dangerous position. And now he's ready and waiting for the push to come through maps. You can see the spawn for Boston Breach with Beans and Co. over towards the B side of the map. They can maybe make a push over towards B if they can find a couple of kills here.
Nero actually finding a kill and getting out of there as well. Problem is pushing into B is going to be difficult for him as he goes for the jump across. Capsule, oh my goodness, close to the door on him, and Capsule hits him with a nade. Fellow shooting through the smoke, trying to find him as well, but he does eventually gun Nero. Another tick onto B here as well, and Fellow is shooting lasers here. Beans is eventually going to get him with a Semtech, stays alive, but there's going to be more players coming towards him. Capsule will eventually get to, but it is just enough. Boston Breach have found their way onto A.
Yeah, it frees up just a little bit of room for Boston to now stretch their legs. Vivid up top. I mean, you've got to predict that. That's where they're going to be spawning. Havoc with the big nade. Get me a trophy on the point. Boston are falling apart here. 30 seconds to go. Still so much work to be done. 12 versus 16 on the live front. Florida Mutineers may well take the lead in this series.
Oh, Capsule! Deciding to punish them. They have managed to get out here, but there is nobody from Boston anywhere close. They have to go through Fellow. Fellow's now giving that up because the second tick is going to be in, and he takes the kill as well. And he can do no wrong. Eventually gunned by Beans, but down he falls, and Brack will get 2 more. And all they're looking for now is chaos. They're throwing haymakers. They don't care about a setup. Just keep the kills rolling.
And for the side of Boston, it's felt one by one. It's felt a little bit frantic. It's felt uncoordinated. They may well get an opportunity over towards the A side here. This is not done yet. Beans all the way over towards B. A is going to go. But look at the lives. That's got to be the difference maker here. Beans
has to make some serious gunfights. He made a 2-piece. How on earth has he done that? Boston have to reinforce him.
I see.
Beans still in trouble. Beans is going to go down, and it's a 2 versus 5. Surely there's just no way they can pull this off. Boston need a miracle, and they fall one more time. It's on to Big Wake. He looks for Fellow, but Fellow will not give him time of day. They have nothing but life to trade to try to find the Big Wake, and they fall, and Florida go up in the series.
Wow. Things got a little bit fast and frantic towards the end. Boston, a small, minute chance there as Beans finds a couple over towards B after the transition when you capture A. It was good for Boston, but it was too little too late. Florida Mutineers Yeah, okay, the search and destroy, maybe not too much of a surprise. They've stepped it up there, but the control is a big scalp to take. Boston yet to lose a game here in stage number 3 of the CDL season and Modern Warfare 2, and yet they find themselves 2-1 down between the team behind a team that hadn't actually won a map in their last 13. They've down just won 2 in a row.
It's kind of crazy. Who had Florida Mutineers taking down Boston from their flawless record in the qualifiers on the old bingo card? I don't think anybody really thought this was going to go this way at all, but this map, this series is not over. And it was almost magic at the end, Ton. That was so close. A few more lives and maybe Boston could have found something.
Possibility, yes. Possible. It's just that it felt, and I want to say that when it does come down to this map, you kind of clutch at straws to a certain degree. You sit there and you sort of say, right, okay, we got 1 kill out. Let's all float down this side. Let's see if we can do it. But you really have to take your time. It's maybe just a little bit 1 by 1 for the side of Boston. You need to just tidy up on that, especially on the attacks. It felt desperate. It felt like they were always on the back foot, and Florida Mutineers punishing them at every single angle. And now, for Florida, even if you lose this next hardpoint, you've got a guaranteed map 5 search and destroy. This is so doable for them to get their first win on the board with the new roster.
Well, well, well. What a difference a day makes. Havoc 26 and 18 didn't have a great hard point, but the next respawn has certainly overperformed. And I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I think it's going to go. We did hear before this map, and I think we highlighted it earlier, that Florida feel a little bit more confident this week because they've been able to get some real serious practice in with their new team.
Well, I mean, we're seeing the fruits of their labor to a certain degree. I mean, Boston are no pushovers by any stretch of the imagination, Bryce. They're currently undefeated in the Major 3 stage here online. It's a big win if they can manage to find this, and all of a sudden people will pay a little bit more attention to them. I'm not going to say, obviously this is all dependent on them going on to win one of the next 2 maps. I'm not going to say they're a contender by any stretch of the imagination, but if they can get a win underneath their belts here, everyone will start paying attention to it. It'll make us look a little bit silly with that the report card at the beginning of the week, but hey, that's what it's there for.
At the moment, Florida Mutineers, a little bit of confidence swelling in the breast of this team. Can they keep on moving? Also, somebody needs to sort out the autofocus on Bragg's camera. It's starting to bug me, but we move forward. Hardpoint is up next between these 2 teams. Hotel hardpoint. Obviously, this was always going to be towards Boston Bridge. Florida, kind of famous for not doing well in hardpoint so far this year.
Yeah, it's really been a theme, but the theme for both these 2 teams is rotational side of things is very, very poor. 42%, both 11th and 12th respectively. But Boston, what they have on their side here is that break percentage. That's 3rd overall at 33% and a 5-2 record. You would fancy that this is going to our map number 5, but honestly, I didn't think we would maybe even see this map. So the fact that we're even here throws all predictions out of the window. I was thinking I was doing pretty good in the predictions. Shout out the breaking point, boys. I've been doing fantastic so far. It's kind of in the bin at this stage. Today has not been a great day for me. But Boston, not been a great day for them either. Bad start to this series. First 3 maps not going their way.
It really hasn't, and the fact that Beans before this series kind of told me to change my pickups, and I did. And now he's left just because we're both from Colchester. It's me, Beans, and Tactical Rab, all from a little town called Colchester. Apparently, a lot of CDL talent in that area. But how this hard point goes, is it heartbreak for Boston or a new beginning for the Mutineers?
Look, the last 2 maps, search and destroy, yeah, Florida looking a lot better. It was over towards Fortress. If there was ever going to be a search and destroy map they could possibly win, it would be that or El Asilo. And the control was something I really didn't expect. This would be a step further. Can they turn around on Hotel? Their fortunes have not been so good at all. This is Boston's pick as well. They've got to be feeling Boston. If you are thinking of map number 5 here, They have to be feeling confident, but Florida Mutineers, can you close it out in 4, miraculously?
Well, that's not the way that Boston wanted to start with a team kill. Probably the worst break you could possibly have. They need to shut down Capsule. He has been playing lights out, and well, that's a complete shutdown. Already all 4. They'll be looking to convert this into P2, get as much map control as possible.
A split here for the side of Florida Mutineers after Boston do push that aggressively. So it makes it a little bit awkward to hold this P1, and are we just going to trade complete wipes? Well, I was looking that way, but Owakening says no. Still alive and kicking to start the game. Definitely vivid in his cam, but Owakening, nonetheless, is getting a lot of efficiency, I want to say, for his team, getting a lot of positive kills, but not going to work out. P2 looking like it is going to go over towards the Florida Mutineers.
We see now Boston do not have P2. They're going to have to break it, but how do they do that? Let's find out with a listen in with the Boston Breach.
Yeah, he's deep behind the truck still, fellow.
Double right, don't double left. Bitter, real
No. Nice job. I'm at shot spot, Spot. I'm getting out, you, Joe. I stun red door. Yeah, red door. Counter back. They're gonna be flying us, Ben. Yep. That guy, fellow might spawn out.
I'm beside bricks. Could be deep.
I'm
not gonna count, right? One side bricks.
They're all in the. They have to be flying tight.
Top cap, weak.
Oh, and back kitchen. You push me on the back. Back, steady. Push to the van. If you have a nade.
I don't have van. You want to I think you're van up.
And the rotation goes so well for Florida. They've managed to get all the way into kitchen. You thought Boston Breach might be able to get that one first, but no good. They got cut down on the cross.
And you were saying to yourself, damn, well, I like that positioning for Brack. I might use that in rank play. None of the people that are playing rank play are pushing glass like that. I'm telling you. Nero code now through the front. This is more like the ones that I try and have to deal with when I'm locking kitchen down. It's a front hit coming in from the side of Boston. Don't manage to make that work, but 25 seconds remaining here. Kills starting to come on through. That is a nice break coming in from Boston. Florida Mutineers not able to hold.
Brack trying to just slow them down so they can't rotate. He's just being a nuisance and already finds one. He's going to go for the chow at the same time. Nero will get him. And what this does is it slows Boston down across the map. They now have to try and figure out exactly where the rest of Florida have gone and clean out every corner.
Capsule can just be a nuisance here. Major concentration in the player cam down bottom right. 3 and 6 from him. Here's another kill top bedroom. It's such a power position. As the rest of his team continue to lock down the point, he knows exactly where Awakening is. It's more kills for Capsule, 2 in a row in bedroom.
Still alive, going to come into another player here as well. Does he win this gunfight? Just spraying through the doorway, and Capsule actually goes for the reload. Still alive, and you are right. This is a nuisance. It is so difficult. Boston can't actually even start to challenge this hill properly. Well, Capsule was alive and just running around like a lunatic.
Doing a good job, and yeah, eventually they do get rid of him. Spawn towards the back as well, but it's 20 seconds to play for here. Florida Mutineers have played this so well so far. Great shots coming in from Tyler Fellow. 4 in a row from him, and now the rotation is looking like it's going to belong to the Mutineers as well. This could not be going worse for the Boston Breach right now.
Oh, Havoc catches that straight into the face. Fortunately, Battle Hardened will save him a bit, but still wins the gunfight. Flies in, looks for Awakening down as well. Havoc is gunning. Restaurant is secure.
Nicely done. Restaurant is secure for the Boston Breach, at least. Fellow still continuing things over. Cruise missile is available for him, which will help this break if possible.
And what Boston have retaken, it will be on the Mutineers to try and break this one down. Let's find out how they are sounding, though, with the Florida Mutineers. Listen in.
Yeah, definitely play to flip them here.
I'm looking at Coward Punch.
I'm one in the back. He's in the back.
One's still wine arch.
We're out in the back.
I don't know. I hear him on the wood. On me, weak in the back. On the stairs. On the close stairs. Close stairs in the back. Kill this guy in the back. Nice. Good job.
I'm gonna push on OpTic kitchen.
Yeah,
back kitchen weak. Back kitchen dead. Nice. There's gonna be more side door kitchen dead.
Last guy old.
Nice. I'm gonna hold mid. I'm holding mid. I'm holding mid.
Nice. That's one doubles.
I'm backing up. Can you get back kitchen?
I'll get time.
Okay, you have time? I'm holding the back. Where's Reese? Where's Reese? On hold?
Hold. I have all of I have all kitchen. I have all kitchen.
Okay. Do you have mid? Okay, bet. I'm looking your low beds right now, Carson. Hold on. I'm on my kitchen, right, Colt?
What's TV?
No, one's mid, one's top cat, one's low beds. Where you jumped outside door, one's low beds, 2 beds.
Yeah.
Help him, Captain.
He's going.
I'm coming front right now. They're gonna spawn up behind me. I don't see courtyard. No. I push.
Crossfire. You have my push.
Crossfire, Colt. Look my courtyard.
There's one in mid.
Look my right, Colt. I heard you.
Look right.
Trust me. I need a court.
Valet.
Florida doing a really good job of tracking all the players of Boston Breach there.
Wow.
As this rotation has gone flawlessly for them. They're racking up the kills and the points.
Their holds have been so good. When they manage to get themselves in, whether that by be rotating or breaking. I mean, the fact that Capsule is even hitting those angles says a lot to how Florida Mutineers are playing right now. This guy is twisted.
High interactions, high octane gameplay. As we go to this second set of rotations, Boston will have to find something different. They need to figure out how to deal with Florida in this new configuration.
Honestly, I'm trying to figure out how it's just working so well for Florida right now. They're putting themselves in the right positions to find these kills. They seem to be trading effectively. Significantly better than what we've seen over the past week or so. Map 1 wasn't actually too bad from the Boston clutched up. They'll have to clutch up here again. That's a good amount of kills coming through. Havoc now trying to work on spawns over towards P2. Good shots into Vivid. He should be traded and is so, but spawns gained for Florida Mutineers. 25 seconds or so before we head over towards P2. Florida in prime position.
Now, you can see Boston are in a horrible position. They don't make this P2 rotation.
Oh, they got it.
They're going to be in serious trouble. They've already got one player into it as well. And Owakening may have just saved their bacon. They needed this. They needed to get in the P2. They need to hold the time. They gave it to the Mutineers. They would almost be out of the game.
Mutineers really didn't respect that push coming in through bot. Didn't have anybody watching it. Too easy for Awakening. 2 kills fall his way. Capsule now just trying to find a route through. There's one. Can he find the second onto Capsule? Onto Awakening. Sorry, the one's right. Can't find it on himself. Awakening finding more kills. It's 5 in a row for Big Wake. This time now ticking up for the Boston Breach. He can just about tie it with the rest of this time, but Florida here in numbers.
Trying to get into it. Nero waiting for his teammates to try and back him up a little bit. He knows he's outnumbered. Shots coming through every single direction, but Nero makes the kill. But they're still not into this point. Florida Mutineers are just taking every point, sucking it dry as they get further and further towards winning this game.
Big shots coming in from fellow Havoc with a big gunfight through the middle of the map as well, so it's a foot race over towards P3. Shots into him. He's going to be a little bit weak, but that is going to be an issue they're going to have to deal with. Nero now catching players with knives out. Great shot to Brack as well. It's only Havoc here who can do anything for Mutineers, but disruption has got to be the aim of the game. It's a mid-map spawn because of where Beans is setting for Boston Breach. He gets taken down. It's 50-50 at Kitchen.
We're looking for Nero, still continuing to stay alive. He's been phenomenal so far, but eventually Havoc will fall, and it may have just let the dust settle a little bit for Boston, because they have to be almost perfect for the rest of this hard point. Kitchen is still locked in. Florida will take their time. They will stack this and try to hit it as one.
Oh, Nero doesn't get traded either. So Florida, we've seen it in Series 1 of the day. Teams well in the lead when it does come down to Hotel, but all of a sudden there's a full 60 whacked in by the opposition, and the game changes very quickly. Now transition over towards Bar's going to start coming on through, but the Florida Mutineers are going to fight for it. Brack just guns Vivid, and all of a sudden they're in.
And they've got it. They've got everything they need. The tick is still there for them.
And Brack is just soloing it, soloing. They're rotating.
Yeah, Boston don't have to really do anything but win this gunfight and then actually go across the map. Boston have 4 players here versus 1. They don't know it. Florida Mutineers have played it perfect. They said, all right, we'll leave 1. We'll go. We're disappearing. Boston are too far away. They can't even make this in time. And Florida Mutineers take down the flawless Boston. And they are happy, and rightfully so. The team change works. They've had the time to practice. And now it is showing. What a statement for Florida Mutineers on the fortunes they've been on.
That is such a tippable victory for Florida Mutineers. That rotation at the end, I mean, all props to Brack there. Runs in, absolutely guns 3 of them. The first one, yeah, okay, it's a 50-50 fight, but to then push into Kitchen and find those kills so easily. Questions to be asked on Boston's side, but Brack is the one who makes the play. And then Boston said themselves, yeah, okay, we need to break this, but you need to risk the fact that the new hill is coming up immediately. Yeah, okay, Florida can win it over towards Kitchen, but don't send 4. You can't send 4. You gotta rotate. But you've got to send somebody in to win that gunfight. Whether 1 or 2 players is excusable, but all 4 players hitting that old side is a mistake. Look, I think the game's probably lost at that stage, but it's a minor misstep after minor misstep for Boston Breach. Florida Mutineers capitalizing on that one. A 3-1 victory for them. That's a huge win for Florida. Massive. They hadn't won in 13 maps. It's a 13 map loss streak. And they go on to win 3 against Boston Breach, who hadn't lost this series. Yeah, the Call of Duty League is never too predictable, is it?
And that might be the difference. That's the kind of the crazy thing. Florida Mutineers, we spoke about it before. Last year, this franchise missed out on champs. This year, they are sitting in bottom 4 still. 10 points against Boston, a team we didn't think they would beat with the performance they've been putting on recently. It could make the difference come towards the end of the season. But for Florida, more than anything, it's just a weight off the shoulders. Let's send it over to our desk to break the game down.
All right, Boston doesn't get the 4-0 start. Instead, it's Florida on the board. Thank you, Bryson Tunn. And this is a bit of a shocker. We called it 3-0, maybe a 3-1. We were all wrong. Everyone online, everyone in the chat who is predicting Boston, we all have to just sit back and kind of take this one with a grain of salt, because Florida, you played the Raleigh champs. You played the Boston champs. When you play a normal team, they looked pretty solid today, Allie.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've had a little bit more time to get a little bit more reps in with their new players. Again, we talk about a team that basically made a 3-man roster change. Yes, one of them was already the starter of the main roster at the first inception in our first qualifiers, but then gets sat on the bench. And he has to sit and he has to watch. And we're all like, why is this player put on the bench? He's one of the best in the search and destroy. We saw it in that map too. 8-3, 6-2 Fortress win off of a Boston Breach who had just had a comfortable Fortress S&D win. So now we see what the Florida Mutineers might possibly be capable of moving forward.
And if you're looking at that first hard point, it played very much like hard point number 2, where Florida was in the lead for the majority of this game. The difference this time around was Florida closes it out. So talk to me about the individual stepping up for the Mutineers. Who impressed you today from Florida, Amp?
I thought Capsule really impressed me throughout this series, especially in the hard points and big moments, the way they rallied together, but also Fellow. In the middle of that game, like when we went to the listed, he had some great comms. The guy was picking up some big kills with the AR, some solid rotations out of them, and then also to break Kitchen, Fellow got a nasty 2-piece. I think after this series, we're all left scratching our head as to, like, did Florida figure it out, or is this one of those, like, Boston Breach, maybe pretenders? We don't know. Both these guys having a struggle start now. When you look at Boston, like, they're potentially going to go 5-0, but now this loss to Florida is like, are they a pretender? It's
and
so
they went
tough.
to that game 5 against London. I want to remind everybody, they were taking the distance by our 12th seed. Now you lose to the 11th seed. But for the Mutineers, we should change that to the 10th seed. You just jumped over the Guerrillas. You moved up into our top 10. Allie, how do you feel about this shakeup? We should also note that now Boston is below OpTic when it comes to the tiebreakers.
It's a shakeup that needed to happen. The Florida Mutineers were in one of those positions where we're heading near the final set of qualifiers, and you got to try and qualify for champs. So this was a big win, not only just mentally for this team, but for points as well.
Florida, they get off the losing streak, and they finish strong with a 3-1, and we got to give credit to the man with our scuff play of the game. Capsule coming over from the LA Thieves bench. He's in the starting lineup for the Mutineers, and in search, the man was taken over. The SMG always in the right place at the right time.
And can I say also, shout out to Capsule, kind of getting revenge on his team from last year. You know, he was on the starting lineup for the Boston Breach. He does get benched, and although not all the same players are on the other side, he does get his revenge in this series.
Yeah, get it on the GMs, right? It's still a win.
It also seemed like maybe going into this series, they were kind of like, yo, guys, can we just have some fun? Because if you saw in like the video and the cams before the game, Capsule was like dancing, they were vibing. So they came into this match with good vibes and translated to good play.
I like that a lot. Good stuff out of Florida. The one note I want to give them is you got to work on your comms, right? That was some of the most hectic comms we've listened to. If you're listening to all the top teams, very rarely do they need to repeat things 2, 3, 4 times. But end of the day, the comms got them the dub. And as we take a look at our numbers here, Allie, Who stood out to you? Who would you give MVP honors to from the Florida Mutineers if you had to pick just one player?
If you hadn't, I haven't picked one player, but obviously you do have to say Capsule. I mean, the 1.8 in the search and destroy, he ended going 9 and 5, and then the 1.35 in the hard point KD, just for the fact that we didn't see much from him in the series previous. Obviously, Brack sitting with the 2.67 search and destroy, but that's just Brack numbers, right? He had a 2.9 at one point in search and destroy before he got benched in the league, so I would say give it a little bit of an MVP to Cap.
MVP goes to Capsule, so that's going to be the player I want to talk to right now. Production, make it happen, light them up. Capsule, welcome to the show. Are you here, my friend?
Yo, what's good?
Yes. Okay, first off, I need to know about this dance pre-match. What was going on there? You guys looked like you were loose, but you were leading the charge.
Oh yeah, we're vibing, absolute vibes coming from the squad. You know, it's not trying to stress too much about the first 2 matches. It is what it is. We played the both major winners. You know, we just know we had to come out strong today.
Yeah, and you did come out strong today, and I want to say, you know, you did get revenge against Boston Breach, your old team from last year. Do you have anything you want to say to them after this dub?
I got nothing but love for those guys. Aww. They treated me nice. You know, it is what it is. Yeah, but they kind of need me. I see their game 5s, like they need some help. My brother's Jesus.
Capsule, now coming in, this is your 2nd year, right? We saw you last year with the Boston Breach, and now this year you're trying to find your way, and you get a big win in the revenge game over your last team. What was the discussion like after those first 2 losses? Because they were not easy games, they were a struggle. You guys did not look great, but you come into this with the new energy, still happy with a 3-1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, like we're just a new team coming in. We're playing both previous major winners, and we played sloppy. Like that is what it is. You know, we're a new team. We're just trying to fix some stuff. We fixed the small stuff, and we came out strong today.
Caps, Chad is saying you have the best smile in the league. I have to agree with him. Other than the pearly whites, though, talk to me about your name. How did you get the gamer tag you're rocking right now?
So when I was before IW came out, I was playing with my friend, and you know, he's like, I need a PlayStation Plus. You know, I was 13, had no cash. I was like, damn, bro, I'm trying to game, and he gave me this account, which is Capsule, and he hooked it up, and I was like, yep, bet, appreciate you.
Gonna rock it for life now. Well, you're repping it well. You get the W tonight. Who else are you looking forward to playing? I know you guys still have 2 more matches before we get down to Texas for major number 3.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the Seattle match, I'm pretty sure that'd be a good one. You know, they're a good team. See how we stack up against them, because I feel like we're getting to a form where, you know, we can compete with the top.
Caps, awesome to see you walking away with the W. Welcome to the starting lineup for the Mutineers, and great to see you now with a 1-2 record.
Yep, appreciate it. Thanks, my boy Puckett. Good to have you back.
Yeah, baby. Much love to Capsule. He's got the moves, and they got the dub tonight. But that was just match number 3 on the day. It's a super Saturday, and we still got 1 more to go. Is Vegas going to play spoiler to another top-tier squad? We find out as they match up against Atlanta FaZe when we come back. This is the CDL 2023.
racks, 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Welcome back. It's been a week of 3-0s and 3-1s. Will we see a game 5? Well, probably not. If you're looking at the stats here, we got our #1 seed Atlanta FaZe taking on the Las Vegas Legion. And while Legion is always flirting with top 8, they've been outside of that bubble for a minute. We take a look at the best of 5 here, though, tonight. And we want to remind everybody, they opened up Major III Qualifiers with an upset over the LA Thieves. They got it done in 4 games. Can the Legion do it against FaZe tonight after seeing this 5-map pool?
It's a really weird situation. The S&Ds, I don't really mind. I mean, it's pick your poison when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, but both these teams are coming off wins on both of those respective maps. I will say, though, I'm a little bit worried about that hotel hardpoint because typically Vegas Legion lean to veto that, auto-veto that in a series. So to see them square up with Atlanta FaZe on it, I don't know if I agree with that decision.
Nameless casters and game is ready, so give me your predictions. Where does this end?
I think it actually goes 5. I'm going to go Atlanta FaZe in game 5.
Atlanta FaZe in a game 5 search.
I'm going Atlanta FaZe in a 3-1.
I'm going Legion with the 3-1, and I just called Florida, so you know this one's going to be right, Chance.
Hey, I'm with Chris on this one. I also think this could be a crazy game 5 finish with Legion coming out on top. It was hard to actually get those words out, which tells you I might not believe it. Let's find out what happens, though, ladies and gents. Final match of the day. What a Saturday it has been. Miles and Chance to take you through this last one, and we're very, very excited, as I'm sure you can tell, at the prospect of this series.
I think the main thing for me looking at the maps and modes is like the 1 and 3, like the first 2 respawns for Vegas. It is not a good look. Admittedly, the record on it, not with 2 Real, and 2 Real is bringing a different impact to the squad, but they have a 1 and 5 record on Hotel Hardpoint. So maybe this will just be a pretty quick indication of the impact 2 Real has, how competitive, or if you can just outright beat Atlanta FaZe, who by no means are world beaters on this map. 4 and 5 record, the worst team in the game at actually breaking through on hardpoint. So right there, I think sort of paints the picture of the key to success for Vegas Legion. Win the rotations. Just, dear God, win those rotations.
Yeah, get in there first, and it's all yours for the whole thing. No one's going to get in there at all. If the stats lie, it's only because FaZe have gotten better since the last time we saw them. Here we go, into the first hard point, Atlanta FaZe. They will be there a little slower, but that doesn't mean they're any less dangerous. Here are the kills in the feed already. It's your boy Clay find the first.
And already just the instant break. Temp ready for it, though, so a pretty solid setup just off the rip from Vegas. Everything covered, Temp for 2, and now you can start pushing out the hill just a little bit and let 2 Real get up in the mix and potentially start making moves, or maybe aBeZy off spawn will try to cause problems. But where you've lost the hill for Vegas, you've at least gained the right side of the map, and again, rotation's incredibly key. Admittedly, though, Simp's trying to break it down from the start.
Yeah, Simp, the kind of guy to break it down from the front as well. Goes right through that hard point. PJ is going to soak up as much time as possible before Cellium removes him from the equation. Final 10 there on P1. 2 Real on the outside of the map, winning big fights against aBeZy. That's what you like to see for the Vegas Legion fans. A little bit of an opening pace set here. Will FaZe be able to bounce back going into the next relatively lined up? Here comes hard point number 2.
This is already so tough. If you're trying to flood in through the chandelier side, it is not going to be easy. I'm expecting the 2 Real flank to come through, and there you go. He is able to find success in the first push, is going to be stopped. Now, though, I'd say for FaZe, though, 1, they just got the entry. 2, pressure through the middle of the map, then aBeZy, and 3, Cellium's popping pieces. Temp, too many directions to look, and just like that, it doesn't need to be a clean setup for FaZe. They just have to bully their way as quick as they can.
And Clay is a bully. He's coming for lunch money here in the hard point. Vegas still running up the lead so far. Slasher, though, goes toe-to-toe with Clayster and brings him down. The next 20 seconds should be FaZe. Temp unable, sadly, to get the trophy out in time. Slasher's nade will take care of him. Over now, though, to the small side of the kitchen. This is going to get real mixy indeed. Legion are first in. Let's see how the setup holds.
And this is already going to be a little bit problematic as well. You already have Simp just toying with him a little bit, trying to make some noise, and he ends up getting a nade kill before he falls just to sort of soften up the push. But a close spawn there for 2 Real, who's going to be back in the mix for his teammates, and makes the hill that much more difficult. You can see FaZe, though, setting up, trying to break from both sides.
Tough looks there from Legion. No trophies just yet. Clay needs a kill to get it. Oh no, the brakes are there. TJ last man alive. Okay. Oh no, TJ taken down. It's aBeZy in the feed with a couple of sweet ones though. Too real. Right back at it. Gets 2 of his own. The hard point's not done yet.
Well, either way though, either the team that is 12th in breaks already breaking through both of the old hills, and maybe not for a massive amount of time. You still Cellium in the back trying to keep these players at bay, and you'll be able to do exactly that. The break is eventual but successful, and Atlanta FaZe able to take the lead, and now it's about that race to try to get ahead of the game, because Clayster and 2Real just dove over towards old. Now Simp is just trying to buy time for his teammates to come and support him, and by the time he falls, at least aBeZy is nearby, but that is too many players for Vegas. I don't know if aBeZy is going to be able to bounce just yet.
Oh, he's doing what he can though. There's the reinforcements in the form of Cellium, and boy, let me tell you, the cavalry has arrived. He's on a 5 spree. It's 10-2 overall for Cellium, and he's working it. Temp though finds it. 2Real 2 in the feed. Hard points up, and once again, it's Vegas.
Oh, this is beautiful as well. I think 2Real didn't even find the tack off the ground. I think he just knew where he was going to spawn, so had the right gun for the job, and he is slowing Atlanta FaZe down so much. Nice little readjustment. Gonna be able to catch out Simp, and honestly, Atlanta FaZe, so much pressure towards the middle of the map just to do with 2Real. By the time they get through him, now you gotta go through the front, and that is gunny up for the 2 AR players of Vegas Legion. You have Clayster able to take him down at least for a moment, but there's some nade smoke. Things get mixy, but in the mix, it looks like for the moment, Vegas keeping the pressure on.
They don't mind the mixer, man. They're all about it. They welcome the maelstrom of madness that is the back bar here on Hotel. There we go. That one's done now over towards the restaurant. And hello, Sneaky Simp. He's going to sneak on in, catch a dive, get himself 2. That's a sweet spree for Simp.
And that's a nice little moment too, just because Cellium was able to collect that scrap time at old, and in the 3v4 in theory over towards new, well, Simp is able to deliver with his teammates and get the job done. So Atlanta FaZe finally able to get ahead of that rotation game just a little bit, get set up inside a restaurant. Cellium gonna spot out everybody and get tags in, but it looks like Vegas honestly just gonna run straight at the hill and take it straight from Atlanta.
He's trying. They're just going to dive in. Cellium's holding these players at the bay. He's going to call them out now to his teammates. Hopefully be able to send them in and get some kills. Trophy starting to run out. aBeZy up close. Managed to get 1. Trades out immediately. Final 30 on the point here. TJ once again. Keeping the kills going. And Vegas somehow come out on top. Another war in the restaurant.
Yeah, 57 trades for Vegas to get the final one. And now an interesting moment to try to break the new hill. I was going to say 2Real maybe in position to make a soft little dent, but he gets taken care of. And Atlanta FaZe are going to have the full setup as Vegas going to be working the breakthrough kitchen.
Vegas working the break. Let's see how they sound with a quick listen in.
Of the hill too. Top right square of the hill. Yeah. I spawn close couches, yo.
One shot, Simp.
One shot.
The door kid's really weak.
Yo, back van hop. Back van. Okay. If he straight slow, I get a kill. One shot back van. 1 bullet backstairs.
Looking front.
Nothing bricks.
He's backstairs. 1 shot.
Got him. I'm 1 bullet here.
Give me
kitchen. Give me kitchen. Watch out.
What's in the back?
One shot.
Yo, in the back. Hill and deep back.
Back
Water fountain. Deep back kitchen and hill.
Light side of hill. Yeah, that side of hill. Teach.
He's deep. And one's flanking back.
I got 1 time. One's better.
Gotta kill that guy in the back.
Yeah, I'm trying to find.
No, not so down.
Deep water, mid. Deep water.
That one we're gonna spawn mid. Cage, bro.
I'm top bed right now.
Trophy on new.
Top bed weak. Top bed weak.
Some shit.
Okay. I'm playing for Simp.
Stay disciplined here, bro. We're only down 20.
I got Simp. Sending hill. Responding catch.
I'm in cage.
Simp spawn spot, guys. And aBeZy's top cat.
Oh, this guy old.
Hold on. Here one cage.
Simp spawn spot. I spawn spot behind him.
Cage 1 shot Simp.
Atlanta FaZe take the lead back during the listen-in chance, but hey, not bad looks whatsoever from Vegas Legion, still alive and kicking.
Well, you also had Atlanta FaZe sort of playing on the back foot and trying to break these hills on repeat, and your SMGs, especially aBeZy, was feeling that pain. As soon as you get your AR set up in the new hill and you stabilize the game just a little bit, aBeZy has started to go on a tear. Got up to his teammates at the very least, and obviously Atlanta FaZe taking the lead, but again, they were just playing off the back foot and struggling. Now they're the ones in control.
Yeah, he was sitting like 4 and 10 a moment ago. Now aBeZy 11 and 15. Great work out of him. 33 seconds remaining here on P1 as we get all the way back towards the center of the map again, and it's non-stop here on Hotel. Temp in the feed there. Clay with a couple of his own, and we are trying to force out that right-hand side. aBeZy's the man to worry about, though. He snuck in, he's found a corner, and he's going to hold on for this tough winter.
Oh, now the question is, how well do you check your corners? Clay a little bit too loud and ends up being bait, and Zell saw this player a little bit earlier. Actually, that was aBeZy, excuse me, but he does get traded out, so Temp doing a nice job job on the rotation. Has the left side completely under lock and key. No one getting through. Clayster on the other side. So now it's sort of the tails of the ARs trying to watch the wings. And when Clayster's going to fall, he should just be calling out the pressure. But Atlanta FaZe, they're flooding in through the desk side. And Temp, he's got a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, FaZe now trying for the break. Let's go for a quick listen in.
I spawned the back MC. Oh, that guy's one's broken wall bank. They might be behind you, MC. P4 and no, no, they go mid. Wall bank right. Wait. Back right broken.
Is it hold steady? One shot back here.
Nice to stand.
Hold heady still.
Heard you. I'm one shot. I'm trying to one more time. Hold heady. Heady. Back steps, guys.
That's my guess. Heady.
I'm on there.
1, 2.
Alright, all good. Full 60s new. I spawned spa. We'll keep you close front of you. I'm trying to get the back. Yeah, just got spawned.
That's one other.
They're going right, it looks like, guys. Nice.
Automate. One shot out TJ.
Where's he at?
TJ. He's on cloud.
Cammy, he's on mid desk. Where? Can't believe so done. Still there. Mid desk on me. Turn on the back right now. TJ's front. I'm pitching your back. Push me out. Weak Donnie in the back. I'm lights. Yo, one's back P6. One's back P6.
I don't see anything in front.
I'll see back P6.
I'm gonna front.
All the back P6. Oh, back lights. Back lights Donnie now.
There's a guy being front of this.
Vegas locking it down in kitchen. Temp finds a few more there. Chance. Not bad listening from Atlanta FaZe nonetheless, but hey man, they've got their work cut off from here. This could be the win for Vegas.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult one as well. You just have to hit through the front. Wow, Simp just straight up dives his way in and at least starts the contest. Forces the Vegas players out in a moment like that, just a bait from Simp of all players. When he's the bait, you feel like it's a bad sign, but they make the best of the situation, get all of that scrap, and at least try to keep the game alive. Now aBeZy, though, also has his work cut out for him. He has his teammate watching the cross, but you also have 2Real all the way in the back end. Honestly, 2Real in prime position to try to shut these players down, but he gets spotted and caught. FaZe now have the back spawns.
Temp from the front side, he also calls his streak in, no problem there. Clay, top bed, where the magic happens, and he's the wizard right now. Temp's finding kills as well. Vegas are holding on here with an iron grip. No one able to get through. aBeZy trying to slow down anything and anyone, but the hard point is behind him. It's 10 seconds for the win. His teammates are getting smoked to the point. No. I don't believe what I'm seeing. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in, boys and girls. This is going to be one hell of a series, because Vegas have just taken map number 1.
Well, all of the, man, even that route aBeZy just took towards the end, went everywhere, but the actual hard point couldn't find a kill. And the spread for Vegas, too clean and 2Real, making impactful plays all over the map the entire time, whether it's dragging the attention of both aBeZy and Cellium towards the back spawn and setting his teammates up just to get to the front of the hill. They're just those moments where he's pulling out the tack and like being the guy to cut off mid for his team. Like, you know, AR, SMGs, there's a lot of times where you spawn up and you just need to be the guy that has the right gun for the job. And I don't know, man, I'm seeing 2Real make those heads up plays, and they didn't even have to be the guy in the hill because everybody else delivers. TJ Halley ended up collecting 2 minutes of that time, and I mean, that's the second win on this map on the year for Vegas, and that is a hell of a team to do it against.
Woo! What a great start to this series. Beautiful work there all around from Vegas Legion, turning heads, winning hearts and minds, kissing babies and signing all sorts of things after that kind of series. Still though, from Atlanta FaZe, chance, I mean, we do have a slight correction to make in the stats coming into this one. It wasn't necessarily that FaZe were 12th in hold, it's actually their breaks, and it shows in that game.
Vice versa. No. We said they were 12th in breaks, and that's why Vegas had to rotate. It turns out they were 12th in hold, so the rotation matters for almost like opposite reasons. It's so confusing, you know, the breaks, the holds, what's going on? Well, in this game, it was honestly the breaks that time that were on point for FaZe in moments like this where they were getting through on kitchen, but I think the desk kill might have been where Vegas sort of set themselves apart, not just the first set of rotations, but the second as well. So, I mean, again, efficient gameplay through and through, and I think especially so on this hill, it was 2Real both times, sort of setting his teammates up. Again, first go around, cutting off the middle of the map, the second time dragging so much attention towards the back, and I think that's probably, I mean, I don't want to say comfortable. I'm sure it was still stressful, but one of the more comfortable games that both Temp and Clayster were able to have as an AR.
Oh wait, Temp. Speaking of, 1.6 there dropped in that series, coming out of the Atlanta FaZe headquarters as well. So yeah, there is definitely an imposter among them. GG's though, first map's done. Hotel Hardpoint in the books. What an exciting finish that was. 252-11 indeedy there as Vegas Legion take the lead in the series. Now though, Search and Destroy. Now Chance, I do believe there is a record nearing on the line here in this Mikado Search and Destroy, and God only knows it could be broken in this series, or at least not met. Who finds out in a minute? Tell us all about that Search and Destroy record, mate.
100%. Atlanta FaZe currently on a 10 S&D win streak. The record is 10 from LAG of last year. Obviously, the funny point there is the fact that Slasher on both of those teams. So S&D menace on the map at all times. It is the bread and butter of Slasher. It is what he absolutely loves. And now in this series, it's exactly what Atlanta FaZe needs. The fact they were going to Mercado is also interesting, by the way, because Atlanta FaZe have never banned it, but they've only played it twice the entire year. One of those was against LAG Academy. So again, they're 2-0. One of those wins was against an AM team at the time. Obviously, I say AM. 3 of those players are now on a starting roster, but either way, the S&D was not the finest. So the map where they are trying to break the record is on a map where they have very few reps, at least in like, you know, a tournament or match play. And they're going against a team where S&D has been the bread and butter for Vegas Legion.
Bread and butter. What a FaZe eating though. Let's think about these guys going to this one. Search and Destroy, the absolute go-to. They have been seemingly unstoppable. This is the comeback moment for them here in the series. This team, of course, they won Major II. World champions across the entire board. Sensational Call of Duty careers for them. I'm just excited to see how far these careers go, Chance. Frankly, I've kind of pulled this out of this current moment chat here, and I'm talking about legacies. But now, game's ready to rock and roll. Here we go, ladies and gents. Map number 2. Elasilo, Search and Destroy. Sorry, Mikado, Las Almas. I'm sorry.
It's been a tough series so far, man.
What a series, bro. I need a break. Here we go. Straight to Mikado. Map number 2.
It's worth pointing out for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, 2-1 throughout this split on the online portion. They have suffered loss, so a loss to Vegas will put them in a pretty bad spot. And Vegas are 1-1, have a big win over LA Thieves already. And if they can take Atlanta FaZe down, I mean, Vegas potentially just a new contender. Like, the sky is the limit. However, that is a terrifying sight. 63% for First Bloods is ridiculous. aBeZy obviously is the main reason why, but it's Cellium with the nades that gets the first, but it is Clay for the response.
Oh, Clay with the old MCPR 3 hundo with the First Blood. You don't see too many of those these days. Everyone's running the SPX. Literally everyone today. Clay, though, towards the back wall. Man's got spots. Take notes. Rank play, teammates. Can he find a second? Oh,
so tough.
Oh, that's tough. Cellium does find a kill on the other side of the map, though. Now 3v2. Clay and Tej trying to stop this bomb going down.
I'd be very careful about the shoulders that you throw. Doesn't even know if someone's on bomb, but if it doesn't go down, TJ just praying for the angle that he can catch a pick. For the moment for FaZe, everybody posted, and yep, Clayster falls as well, so Slasher loves the pick game, able to spot him out, and TJ can't quite get the kill. Trades are out and bound in Atlanta FaZe. Perfection in round 1.
It's crazy to think, though, again, Tej could have actually hit that site and maybe killed aBeZy. Maybe killed aBeZy in that tight corner. Who knows, though. Crazy stuff, though. Good work out FaZe there in the opening round. They managed to find the goods. A bomb site control. Total dominance there. Massive lockdown. No one getting in or out. As the rest of Vegas Legion weren't even to be seen most of that round. They were eviscerated quite quickly. Good job, FaZe.
And it is worth pointing out as well, it has been a talking point for a while because Illy used to only snipe, so we'd always talk about how impactful he is, but it was him and Clayster, 2 most impactful snipers in the league, and it's been a long time since we've seen Clay use it, and it was only good for 1 that round, but always a lethal threat to keep in the back pocket as aBeZy, yep, straight ahead, no time wasted, out and bound, impossible to find, impossible to kill without him taking 2 of your friends first, and unfortunate for 2 Real. Gonna have to clutch a 1v4.
Oh my word. Okie dokie, 2 Real. Let's see what you're made of, son. He's so close to Deddy as well. And what he doesn't know is he's very close to Simp on the inside there. Simp ain't moving. He's the young vet. Will hold down that top side of the cantina, no problem. Slash has got the other side covered. Good news for Turo, though. He's got the bomb and 40 seconds. Here we go. Pop steady.
For the timing, yeah, you already see Slasher starting to wrap back, so he's taking enough time just to force sort of a one-on-one fight around the site for the moment until Simp spots him, and now Slasher can be in the reinforcement, and you see what Simp's doing, getting out towards his teammate so he can get the help, but he finds the kill. No trade just yet, but Slasher, no mistakes made, shuts down the 1v4, but good lord, the 2Real just put on some pressure.
I'd be smirking if I were 2Real as well. Like, you give me half a second more. Old man, let it go, and I'm going to cut you in half. He was feeling it, and this was aBeZy's just absurd run. Watch the moves here. The first kill's good enough, but this spot, quick prone, hip fire, catches out the other. It came so close to taking 2Real also. What a three-piece that would have been.
And that's hilarious, too, because, you know, as soon as aBeZy gets that kill, KiSMET just screaming at his teammates. He's in, like, the alley cut. He's in the alley cut. And by the time he, like, stops calling out, aBeZy somehow made it inside in the corner behind you. So difficult to keep track of. And now not even leading the charge, but roaming over towards B. I mean, site control for the moment, but 2Real on the instant flank gets his revenge on Slasher.
We're going in. Cellium. Awkward spot to be in. That stun's not going to do a whole lot. Those nades, though, Clay's going to have to dip. He bought a lot of space. Simp and aBeZy joined the feed. Clayster, though, managing to get one of his own, and this is all of a sudden the 2v2.
And it's 2Real and Clayster working together. A lot of damage done, but now you're going to have to walk face first into this AR. Better throw a shoulder, better chow. Clay just guns him and leaves Simp in the 1v2.
Oh, it's Clay and 2Reals bring your son to work day, and they're both deady. Silent as you like. Now the next part of the problem is take care of Simp. In the slight off angle now. He's on the inside of the site, not going to make a single noise. He's going to wait for these boys to get involved. Clay gets dropped. That's going to be it. 15 seconds now. 2Real. You couldn't clutch up in the previous round. Can you get it here?
Oh, Simp's got the dead silence too, but he's just going to run straight into it in 2Real. The light in his eyes goes off because he just collects that oh-so-sweet Christmas gift. Simp, no 1v2 right there. Timing not quite on point, and I think Simp might have just been worried that 2Real hopped the bomb when Clay was looking over him, but redemption in that moment of the clutch for 2Real, and nice little moment there as well because him and Clay starting to make moves.
This is what it looked like from 2Real's POV. It looked so easy, but to make that read, to trust in the re-challenge from Simp, he knows the aggression of the young phenom. He's seen hours and hours of tape. Good reads from 2Real. Strong nerve. Does not let it get to him. Vegas back in this. Ooh, this is a good stage. I'm excited. This is a great stage. Destroy 2-1.
Yeah, the first blood battle's going to be tricky, right? How do you play against aBeZy? This time you chuck all the nades in the world and try to slow him down, but getting met with a couple nades of your own, and this time it's Slasher that picks up that first blood. So many of these players on Vegas feeling the pain, but at least Temp able to get that trade. You do it with 3 versus 3, but you do not have A site control. You have a lot of ARs. They're going to be staring at windows.
You're looking at the bomb, though, and that's in the hands of Clayster right now, and he's mid-map, so he's still thinking about that B hit potentially. What can he see? And it's Slasher versus Clay. It's a battle of the ages, and Clay comes out on top. Is that enough, though, to pull the defenders? It's currently Simp and Cellium just hanging out in the bushes.
Oh, and Cellium's making plays. Wow, he's popping Deady and running at them with the tack, and unfortunately runs right past one, but runs right into another. And now it's just the hunt for Clayster as the timing is ridiculous.
Oh, he heard him. He heard him. He heard him. Cellium. He's going to come in the backside now. No, at the front door. Wait a minute. Clay. What a fight that was. FaZe, though, survive. And a little bit of weird timing, a bit of FOV magic as Cellium somehow slips by those players. But either way, a masterclass in teamwork and gun skill from FaZe.
Yeah, and that is just the lethal threat of Atlanta FaZe, though, right? Even when you finally take care of, like, one of the tears, you think you got the pressure, you find the pick towards the middle of the map. Well, even Cellium is capable of making the aggressive, deady plays and getting behind you and flanking. The pressure is always on. You got to be on point to beat this team, and a nice little lead right now for Atlanta FaZe. 3-1 as DJ 0-4, Temp 1-4, feeling the pain.
Yeah, they are feeling the pain. Don't forget, this is to tie the record. This is 11 Search and Destroy wins in a row if Atlanta FaZe can pull
to beat the record. They are tied currently.
Oh, they're tied currently. KiSMET. Sorry, mate. I'm so wrong. 3-2. Vegas down a man.
Yeah, already again. First bloods, whether or not they come through. Trades too quick. Atlanta FaZe gonna jump on him, gonna kill him. You know he's challenging, even though aBeZy gets traded from the wings up top. from the heavens descend. Atlanta FaZe. You know, the interesting thing about this map, in my mind, they've only played it twice. They're 2-0, but they've also never vetoed it. They just don't pick it. So they have aBeZy, where they're undefeated. They have Elisilo, where they're 10-2 and look unstoppable. And technically, we don't even know what their best map is. Like, it could be Mercado. S&D for this team is just utterly bonkers.
Oh, my God. Another round. Can Vegas turn it around? Can they get it going? 4-1. Currently FaZe running the show here on Mercado.
Nades on point. Trophies out, though, so those will get stopped. And finally, actually, for Vegas, those nades are going to slow the push down, and it just doesn't matter. Still, another nade kill from Slasher. TJ might get on the board, but he gets traded. Temp at least the extra, so you do have a 2 versus 2. Another clutch moment. All 4 ARs.
All 4 ARs. I wonder how many Dead Silence players we've got here, because Clay's running trophy. On the other side of the board, Cellium, who's now creeping through mid. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Cellium, Dead Silence, Slasher does. He does have the trophy. Yeah, it's tough for Temp. Yeah, that's real sore. And there's an awkward conversation being had right now of like, you got this one? There's a no, I'm running a trophy also. So there we go. Bomb plant. Here we go. 2v2.
Also about the reads as well. This is a typical sort of clutch spot being played in Atlanta FaZe. If it's 2 tacks, maybe you don't go for the close angle. Looks like they're doubling up towards tunnel, and they're going to try to take down Temp, but Clayster can feel it. So he's slowly creeping up, but again, no Dead Silence. He can't be aggressive, but Temp delivers at least for 1. Might have just bought his round the win.
Cellium's making his way straight into the courtyard. Aggressive play, ambitious tags from behind. Vegas Legion stay alive in the post-plant position, 4-2.
Yeah, big win right there from Temp. Bought his team the round is what I was trying to say, because both the ARs posted up. If no trade comes through, not a lot of opportunity for anything to happen. And even the spidey senses from Clayster of like enough time has passed, no one's chowed them, make a quick move and just be able to tell Temp to be like, they're not here. It's got to be tunnel or the flank. I'll check this real quick and can wrap back to pick up tunnel and try to make your life easier. But Temp wins the gunfight in the meantime, and players getting on board as well. TJ collecting a kill, Temp adding a couple extra. Vegas trying to build that momentum.
1 round at a time is all they need. 2 real. Makes his way in inside. Oh my word, he cuts the shots there from aBeZy. From toe to head. Doesn't manage to get the kill though. You can see footsteps, all sorts of noise. Manages to get 1 out of it. Oh, the reach out immediately. Oh lordy, let me tell you. There was a lot of damage dealt there from that hip fire, but not enough to bring down Simp. 2v2 again.
Oh, this is being read, though. I mean, again, Temp and Clayster are always the final players left, but they already come through the middle of the map, so they got the intel. Clayster maybe looking for the chow towards mid, but he's got to be delicate, and I don't think they've read it enough. They saw 1 player mid. They have no idea where Simp is. I don't know if Simp's going to make the push and try to make the play or just keep control of this B site. But for the moment, you see Clayster. I mean, he's staring at things that are just out of the picture. That is not where the bomb or the players on Atlanta FaZe are going. And it looks like they've read this wrong. Atlanta FaZe being gifted a free bomb plant towards B.
Such a tough read as well. However, the great news for FaZe is Cell's going to plant this bomb and guarantee himself Dead Silence. That could be the difference maker right now. Post-plant position from FaZe. Both of them stacked up on the inside of tin. Clock's ticking.
And they have no information, too. You see Cellium trying to figure out where he needs to play. It's the Vaznev up top and attack down low. Cell can snake that middle section forever. You get intel on 1. Simp can feel the pressure. He's trying to read the jump up, and, well, Vegas are making moves.
They're making them many moves as they possibly can. No Deddy just yet, so a lot of noise now being made. Both players upstairs now. Less than 20 on the clock. Have to keep an eye on the bomb. No one on the defuse. That's all good for now. There's Clay through the window. Able to get anything out of this. He does get the kill. 10 seconds to go. You still have to track down Cellium. Someone's got to go on it quick. Dive for it. Cell, though, from upstairs. Oh, you would have never read him. Never in a million years would you have guessed it. Cellium, dead silent. What a demon he is.
And that is, I mean, that is maximum level difficulty of trying to retake this site with players who are up top. You saw the way Simp was checking the bomb, just flying across the window, and you can see, yep, it's good. We're in the clear, and he can do that. He's never going to die, and just the perfect moment to jump out of the window as soon as the jump up is coming through. The maximum difficulty, retaking that without Dead Silence is 2 AR players. That is a hell of an attempt, but doesn't make a difference. You're down 5-2.
All right, I think I tell a lie. Cellium didn't activate Dead Silence, so we've still got that going in this round.
Okay, GG. Welcome to the record.
Okay, let's just get to the control. Oh, just through the towel, throw it in. Temp, what you got? Let's just go to control. You know what? Let's just run the break. Let's get us to a commercial break, get into that control ASAP, because this round is done.
The nades again. I mean, Slasher with the Semtex, this time down low. How many first bloods did Atlanta FaZe just get? Pretty much all of them, and their 2-0 record. Both of their wins, they won in a 6-2 fashion. And he just doesn't have dead silence. That is GG. That is the record. Congratulations, Atlanta FaZe. No surprise there. They're S&D, the best in the world.
Unbelievable. The best in the world. Another record set with Austin Lidigo. Slasher on the roster there as Atlanta FaZe have done it. Search and Destroy is their game mode. And what a way to close it out. We tie the series up 1-1. Surprise for those who have just joined us. Yeah, Vegas took the hard point. Now, though, control after this. Chance, not a bad search whatsoever from FaZe. Another banger. Oh, terrible looks from Vegas, but it's still very, very difficult to deal with the world's best.
Yeah, and also 6 out of 8 rounds. Atlanta FaZe getting the first blood. This time Slasher for 3. aBeZy only had to get 2 of them, so almost ordinary stuff out of aBeZy, but other players picking up in the mix. And I mean, definitely good moments in the S&D for sure, but just an overwhelming force is Atlanta FaZe in every given situation. It doesn't matter what players are left alive. They're going to be able to convert.
Woo, crazy stuff, ladies and gents. Well, that is the first 2 maps in the series now complete. We're going to go to a quick commercial break on the other side of this one. Control. Find out who takes the lead here in the series. Vegas Legion going up against Atlanta FaZe. We'll be right back. Our scuff play of the game. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just a play, it's the record being set. Atlanta FaZe 12, search and destroy, map wins in a row, and they're just dangerous. They're mean, they're aggressive, they're ultimately very friendly as individuals, but that squad, unstoppable in the mode so far.
And they're just spooky. I mean, the first blood king is aBeZy. This is a game where Slasher got the most first bloods. Clutch potential on the ARs every single time, whether it's Cellium and Simp or Cellium having to make the dead silence plays or Slasher clutching up towards the end. Everything for this team is going right. They have 2 different maps that they're just undefeated on, that they don't even have to play all the time. And then the one that they're not undefeated on is Elisilo, which is the game 5 in this series, and they're 10-2. So I don't know what you do against them in search and destroy. You just pray, I guess.
I mean, sure. That's what you got. The playbook's running a little thin. It's just time to look up in the sky and scream help against Atlanta FaZe in search and destroy. Control, though, a totally different kettle of fish or bag of bricks, whatever you want to say. But we're going to find out what happens now as we descend into Elisilo, into the asylum. Staying here in Las Almas for more shenanigans, for a point A and a point B and 30 lives either side, and we'll find out what the hell happens in this one.
And those are actually incredibly surprising stats from Temp, because those numbers look good. The record on the map, 0-4. So look, you might have a guy getting some good output, but you actually have to win the map at some point to really start holding any sort of a claim. But I would say for Vegas, maybe Too Real can be that impactful player. They had a 1-5 record on Hotel Hardpoint, came out, beat Atlanta map 1. So we'll see if they can get their first win on this map, also against Atlanta FaZe.
Well, here we go. FaZe tie the series up after that crazy search and destroy, and now we'll see who takes the lead. TJ Haley, though, smashing that triangle button into dust as he roams the bottom side of the map here. Now looking to get some capture progress done on A. aBeZy says, nah, brah, cuts him down immediately.
I'd say both aBeZy and Atlanta FaZe as a whole, not players that particularly care about the fact that they can be heard coming around corners, because DJ heard aBeZy flying around that entire time, didn't make a single bit of difference, and now you got a little bit of pressure over towards the B zone, but look at how quick Atlanta FaZe is going to be on the setup. Cellium reads you the entire way, trying to come up those steps, and even Slasher starts off 3-0. Might get shut down, but at least draws a little bit of pressure towards the back of the map as you have Legion desperately trying to stabilize.
Well, Viva Las Vegas as they now get himself over towards the A zone quickly, but Simp, he's been, I think, spotted at the very least. You're going to have a setup here where at least the members of Vegas Legion are going to be able to watch those back doors. Two-man stack, slow and steady capture. Simp's been spotted. Here comes the chow. Nobody's checked. Oh my God! Clay! All over him. The contest is done. Oh, no! It was looking great for Vegas. And then Chris Lair went and did it.
I mean, I think it would have been fine if not for, like, the team kill Nade, but that is, like, I just don't know how you do that. Like, I'm watching, dude, Simp baits for people. That's the craziest thing. He's bait for this team at times. And he can do things like that. A terrifying dynamic that this Atlanta FaZe team has, but at least Legion are able to secure A. A little bit of pressure on the map, and not exactly a life lead, but you're just looking for that one moment of opportunity or towards this B site, but I don't think that opportunity is going to get created going through the flank. Cellium is a force to be reckoned with.
Yep, they are doing it. Teach. Ooh, slow and steady through the outside. Wait, one more. Nope, no chance. There's aBeZy. Anti-air. Vaznev cuts him down. Simno still making a bit of a run here. Clay gets a little bit of retribution. Quick spawns there from everyone here on Vegas Legion. You've got a full force of Vegas players now flooding through the field. Is Cellium going to be able to slow them down whatsoever? aBeZy on the back line here. 40 seconds to go. We might be able to see some presence towards B.
I think aBeZy might fall asleep. He's been waiting for TJ to chow this entire time. TJ never shows up, and that is a clean 4 down for Atlanta FaZe. Obviously, we saw it from aBeZy's point of view. That setup was just way too strong. He was able to just comfortably sit up in the alley, and now he just gets to comfortably roam over towards this White House. Maybe a flank coming through for Legion, but until you get rid of the tears out of this building, you're never capping me.
No. Final 10 seconds here on the round. You've got an entire segment. An entire zone captured if you're Vegas Legion. That's good news. Constellation prize indeed. But for now, no hope TJ's getting on that point. No way. Simply no way. He's gone and done it. He's on the point. He's in. Will he survive? The gunfight's now in. The nades are there. Cellium catches one. aBeZy now on the quick flank. Wait a minute. 0.2 on the clock. 2 lives. Round over. FaZe, good job.
Yeah, someone hopped off the point as well. But, I mean, I suppose, in a sense, all things considered, it's nice that you captured a zone when you just got outslayed by about 14, 15 kills. But definitely the bad news in that situation, you just got outslayed that hard. Your guns are not exactly hot on this map for the moment. And smiles on at least one of the Terror's face, or maybe both of them, as they were able to just comfortably, again, run the show, live inside of your spawn, get a couple clean 4 downs, and not really ease up the pressure at any point that round.
Pressure now for FaZe on offense. See what they've got. Simp stats not so hot this time around. 2 and 5. Watching him for a moment here. See if he can catch anyone out going towards the top side. TJ, though, who's going to be under that sweet cover of Temp on the other side of the balcony. These players up by 8. Oh, just a little bit too much thigh shown there, TJ. It gave Slasher all the notice he needed. Turo, though, from downstairs, chance. He's slowing down the hit here and causing quite a bit of damage. Cellium should have spotted him, maybe. No, he didn't. Turo in a spot to maybe cause some damage later on.
Certainly if the presence for Atlanta FaZe is going to be over towards B, and DJ's going to catch him. Well, we talked about how not all the Atlanta FaZe players need to be able to hear everything that's happening. Cellium not on that list. He heard that coming a mile away, and nice little gunfight win by him down low. He turns that into 2, and now you have so much pressure on the point. aBeZy and Slasher going for the slow cap over towards A together. Cellium still roaming the spawn, and Atlanta FaZe toying with the idea they might try to make a break over towards B.
Second segment here coming through over by A. Gonna add a minute to the game clock if Atlanta FaZe can capture this one. So far, so good, John. Oh, wait a minute. It's too real on Teachers. The last minute's the contest there. Cellium still alive. Keeping the capture going for a minute. And they've still got the numbers up. 21 lives either side.
Yeah, they never actually stacked the point, at least not with enough players, but it looks like they're going to be secure, bar some, like, miraculous play by Too Real, but he's just in a pinch. Cellium, this is a moment where all he wants to do is play for the kills and get set up from his team, or from his team, rather. Temp with 2, though. Cellium still down low. At least a nice job by Vegas Legion. Again, pressure over towards that white building. Temp still causing problems down low, so Atlanta right now being slowed down just a bit, but only a single life difference between these two teams.
1 kill at a time. Oh, dear. 1 kill at a time. FaZe are getting closer and closer. Too real. Big win from him. FaZe is going to get caught out there upstairs. Sim's moving, but is he aware of the players behind him? Then he popped, trying to make his way on towards that point as well. Too real once again holding that small room. As soon as he sees a player get on towards that B zone and start the capture, he's going to spring to life. There he is. FaZe, oh man, Chance, they've played this so delicately, so well. They're spinning plates right now, and they're still up. Cellium's managed to slip through as well. Oh god, this is going to get ugly fast.
And if you die to Cellium in this moment, you might end up in a spawn trap. There's the first one for him. Damage on the second. His teammates get free clearance just to run through a field, and now he gets to go back to the cliff and try to set up the spawn trap, and Clay's getting caught along the way. Mantle the tree, get up, pop, and shoot these players off the cross. 1 tick already through from Atlanta, and they're not able to gun Cellium down just yet. Too big of a thorn in their side.
Second segment to be gone. This could be the round if somebody gets there in time. Got to fly, though. aBeZy bring him down. TJ finds 2. He can't get the 3rd. A valiant, courageous attempt, but not enough. And we do have an update from Tim in stats. In that first attacking round, Vegas didn't manage to actually complete that segment on B, so they are down real bad right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the tick's going to matter too much if you end up losing 3-0, so we'll see how it goes. But I know that first round on defense, Atlanta FaZe did not break a sweat. Might have well just been search and destroy for those guys, completely on point. 0 mistakes made, and now a massive advantage, at least on this specific map. The Slaying did kick up a little bit in that round for Vegas, but as soon as Cellium, who is 14 and 5, got in position, the round ended 20 seconds later.
Vegas on offense once again. Can they get themselves on the board at the very least? Here in the LSCLO control. First kill, nice bit of work there from Teach. Now with the teammates roaming downstairs, looking for a couple more kills, soften up the defenders, pull some aggression, stack a point, get it done quite quick. This could be it though. Smooth moves out Teach. Great round. Can he get Cellium as well? This would be unbelievable. Playing it safe. Oh, Marcel, what a spot. Great nade from Teach still. There's a lovely spree. Does get his boys on the point. Can Turo pick up where Teach left off?
Doing what he can, little dance just to try to stay alive and just praying for help from his teammates. Gets enough help just to get these guys out of the point, and now he wants to be aggressive. That's a spot that Insight used earlier, and that is a difficult one to actually spot out, and another player is just going to fall as Cellium continues the rampage. 17 kills to his name, leaving the lobby by a decent chunk and everything covered. Atlanta FaZe, there are no holes on the map. They are ready to pounce on either side.
Good work out aBeZy. One room at a time cleared out. 2 reels up next. It's a 3 spree for Tyler Farris. Slasher joins him in the feed. 30 seconds and the map is done. Oh god. It's aBeZy. Finds another. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, he had the knife out ready to go. And I mean, just the setup. You have Cellium in the window, just throwing spots over towards field. That's not open. You try to flood your way through a pop. If you go down low, Slashers here. It's going to be a swarm onto his zone in the final seconds. And even if you get there, you're going to get traded. 2 real, last man standing, has to stay alive, desperate for a little bit of support. But he's trapped in between all of Atlanta FaZe. And as soon as he falls, that will be game.
That will be game. 2.2 on the clock though. Over towards B. Clay sneaks in.
Oh, no.
He's waiting. He's going for the game-winning play. Wait, he's got tags in a Slasher. He's got him. He's got him. Slasher wins the fight. Oh, God, that's it. 20 to 8 in the life count. 3-0. They're on a CeeLo. FaZe with an exceptionally dominant game of control. GG's. They take the lead here in the series.
It is worth mentioning, though, just the fact that Vegas were able to win that map 1. That wasn't the hardpoint map that they were necessarily looking forward to. The hotel where they had a 1-5 record. On aBeZy, Vegas are quite a bit stronger. 4-5 overall. Obviously, Atlanta FaZe on that map. No slouches, 7-5 record, but as soon as you get that first win under your belt, at least the potential of a map 5 is going to be on the horizon for Vegas. But I think certainly the map where they were 0-4 on, in the game mode where they are really from the start of the year, never exactly been their best. I think this is the one that certainly went as expected.
Yeah, this one really did. 3-0, 8 minutes 26 seconds to be precise, to get that one done. Good work there from Atlanta FaZe. Great work out of Cellium. What a beast he really is. 19-6. Outstanding in the search. Outstanding in the control. Let's see what happens in these highlights again. A wicked series so far. Vegas Legion taking that map. Surprised us all. Yeah, that was horrible. That was tough, man. That was a tough one. So a great spree out of TJ as well. Just good play all around. But Atlanta FaZe as a team, just a little too much.
What a placement. Yeah. You know, like when I use the gun, I call it a Vaznev. When Simp and aBeZy use the gun, it looks more just like a delete button because like Clay really didn't deserve that.
No, that was next level. That feels like one of those kills as well. You know it hits and you're in trouble after that one. Saw some sweet nade spots as well. Plenty of learnings here for you ranked players out there looking to climb the ladder. Get yourself up into that top 250 if you wish, but mad series so far. Let's find out what happens over the next map. Of course, we're going to Embassy Hardpoint, map number 4. See how that one goes in just a second. But for now, mate, the guns for FaZe are scorching hot. The barrels are still smoking. The momentum is in their favor. Pressure's now on for Vegas.
And I do know Atlanta FaZe, like, you know, still a very strong hardpoint team, but as far as their standards go, they have been struggling in the game mode. Even on a map like aBeZy that you assume would just be like their absolute wheelhouse, they quite often find themselves down by like 100 points. And it just like the struggle moments within the games really can hurt them. I know there's also the times where they're down by 100 points and nearly make the comeback as well. So Atlanta FaZe certainly possess that switch that they can flip. I just think it'd be a good map, honestly. Vegas, truly, on aBeZy, I think will go toe-to-toe.
This should be a lot of fun. Again, a solid pick for Vegas and Atlanta FaZe current form, as ever. Should be very, very exciting. What a contest we will have in our hands here. LSE low control, done. 3-0. Atlanta FaZe, GG's in the chat. Over now, we go to MC Hardpoint. Match point for Atlanta FaZe. One more map and they can close this one out 3-1. Or do we go to the game 5? LSE low, search and destroy for that one. Atlanta FaZe can push their own record even further, or could Paris do the unthinkable? End the spree, win the series, get the girl. I don't know. You know where I'm going with this one, but that would be a lot of fun. We'll see if that happens. We got to get through MC first.
Sorry, Miles. If Huke can get to the game 5, did he say?
Oh, no!
Yeah, that's right. Add one to the list.
No! add another to the list. I called him Paris. It doesn't count the second time round. I'll make sure that gets put on the tally. Oh, I've just been told. Like that too. I've just been told I've been fired as well. Well, GG's guys. It was a good run. We had a nice time. Couldn't even make it a map 4. That's crazy. But yes, we'll make sure that gets updated. You devil. All right. How are we feeling about the respawn chance? Save me.
Well, okay, actually, I'll give you a little caveat on this moment. So Legion as an organization are 0-9 in the CDL against Atlanta FaZe. So I know we were sort of running from the start of the year, calling Paris until they started getting wins. They started getting wins immediately, but maybe against Atlanta FaZe, you can get a pass. We'll go with that. So maybe we can unfire you just because they're 0-9 against Atlanta.
Yeah, maybe. I've been unfired, thanks. I was reinstated, but it was a tough time. I was already getting the twit longer ready, but there you go. GG's in the chat. Everyone's getting ready for this one. We're almost hot to trot, ladies and gents. Bring your passports. We're going to Embassy.
Those passports last you for 10 years, so better to get them early. You're able to have it for a very long time, and I think something the Brits are becoming very familiar with. They're visas, renewals, exchanges, services. Not an easy process, so definitely when you're dealing with bureaucracy, you want to be as on point as possible. And you say for Atlanta FaZe, if you want to be as on point, the holds are good when they get them. But that rotation battle, it looks like Legion, at least over the course of the year, have been slightly stronger in that regard. You got to make sure you're on point, or you never get your visa in time.
Well, you know, it was the alliteration. It was the pressure for Paris. That's what it was. Damn, son! It's Simp in the feed. Cellium with the 2 as well, and it is an immaculate opener here for Atlanta FaZe on Embassy.
And poor Temp already just forced to not actually get the player out of the hill, but watched his own flank. So this is Simp. Just the fact that he is alive, his teammates able to sit in the hill and collect the time because Temp is still waiting for the chow. And now everybody is falling one by one, just waiting for Simp to kill him next.
No, he's whoever's next. I just don't chow him. This is his building. This is his embassy. No, Temp. No, Temp, stop. Don't chow him. Wherever he may be, he's on a tear. It's 5 in a row now for Simp. You've spawned out the backside. That's all good for now. Simp still roaming the halls. I think he's got any more kills on the cards for a few moments, but what an opener. Atlanta FaZe, here comes the next. Oh, no, teammates have got it. Jesus, Mary, Joseph. Atlanta FaZe starting hot.
Well, that is maybe the best P1 of the year opening break. This is not a hill that is easy to collect time on, but Atlanta FaZe maybe trying to break more records than one, and even on the rotation, set up, ready to go. You can snake all you want. Simp just going to pre-fire you, get the cruise, and now be the man to collect the time. And honestly, the fact that number 7 just spawned out, I don't know if Vegas is going to read it, but you have a flank coming as well. So Cellium going to start shooting in the back. It does not get read, and the man that snakes air.
Yep.
Yeah, good luck with this one.
Yeah, good luck with this one. Oh no, Clay, don't do it. No! Ah! Cellium 3. Oh, it's out. The Simp spree is still rolling. Oh dear, and Cellium, the fadeaway stays alive. This is a wild one. Can we go to Simp? Yeah, can we stay on with Simp until he dies? Oh, it gets 6-7. Stay on with Simp if we can. 10 seconds remaining. I don't care about the hard point for now. I just love to see how this spree goes.
Why would you care about the hard point? It's 78 to nothing.
He's washed.
No reason to for the moment, Miles. It's not competitive.
Well, he's washed. The spree is over. But this has been a devastating and potentially back-breaking opener from FaZe. Do Vegas Legion have the fortitude chance mentally to bounce back from this one?
Oh, this is tough because apparently they didn't get trophies in the hills. So you had TJ, who I think went on a 5 spree to set them on this rotation. And off the back of the trophies being gone and the cruise missile and the ARs getting a couple extra kills. Vegas, all that early rotation, that 5 spree from TJ. Doesn't get you a ton of time, but maybe this hill is TJ's. Gets the 2-piece and maybe looking to collect that final 20 seconds of scrap. TJ doing everything he can to keep his team in this game.
I think Too Real may have been spotted out. Slash is upstairs. He's watching the ladder. Oh no! Too Real, so Sneaky, please look left. And this kills yours, and you help your boys run this a little better. Oh, crumbs. Yeah, baby, that's the Vaz never worked. There we go. Too Real keeps this play alive. This is a huge turning point here for Vegas.
I was about to say, you want to go out the back window, though. You need to go out the back window to try to block these spawns and get the kill. Now those Atlanta FaZe players are going to spawn now, and your teammates have a bit of a shorter run. Atlanta FaZe actually just spawn up watching the cross, though, but Clay gets the kill. Too Real can now hit the back end. There you go, Vegas Legion inside the point. You just have to trade Slasher, and you're good to get the time.
Slasher just crossed up 2 players right over the block. Into the point we now go. Clay, oh, he's slithering, baby. Too Real, though. Sorting Hat is through. Is he also a member of the same house? I think so, baby. Too Real in the point, bringing his Vaznev to play, and he's having a great time. The trophies, the madness, utter insanity on the inside here. Oh my God, Clay, can he get another? What a point this has been so far. There's the contest. There's the kills. Clay's on a 4.
It's like you're fighting zombies. aBeZy will just sprint straight at you. 1 HP, does not care. He is challenged, but on the rotation, it looks like Temp can't quite get the 2-piece. The nade's there for the damage, and Atlanta FaZe in control of the game once again. You have Clayster on a 4, so certainly noteworthy as all 4 players right now for Vegas working through the tennis court side of the map, and Trey's out of bound. That's going to be at least number 5 as Temp does get that kill. You're trying to work yourself towards this hill. Clay's going to get caught, though, but the rest of the team, it's SMG's out and abound. They got the break inside.
Simp on the back, trying to make his way through the kitchen. He's got no contest so far. Brings down Tej. His teammates win all their ones, and what looked like a good setup has just been turned to ash. Atlanta FaZe with a...
Yeah, that's the tough one, where everybody makes the break, you get inside the point, and then each of the tears picks up a 2-piece and takes it away from you 3 seconds later. Essentially suffocating moment is Simp the unkillable. Maybe this is the part of the map that is just his wheelhouse. Another spree for him. That's number 6. Number 7 on the cards. Clay hates this gunfight, doesn't want to fight him. Simp is closing doors in his face. Finally, he's going to fall. Atlanta FaZe happy for the lead. 1 set of rotations in. They've doubled up the score. A perfect 140-70.
Cellium wins another 140-70. God, what a hard point so far. It is a masterclass from Simp. aBeZy, top side of Embassy Suite, nearly takes care of 2 real as well. That's 3 clean kills there, though, for Vegas Legion. Take care of Cellium, get a bit of time on P1. The entire squad just appeared in kitchen. Let's see if we can do something here. If you are Vegas Legion, we may be sounding a little trolly, but this map is not over yet.
aBeZy wants the knife kill. He is desperate for the knife kill. He pulled it out 2 different times, but even just the annoyance of him staying alive there. As long as there's someone up and around the hill, Vegas knew they couldn't actually jump inside the point, so Cellium doing a nice job to buy his team a little bit of time. And now Vegas doing a nice job of picking up some of the kills. Cellium still on the exact same life he's been on from the previous hill. And it's a 4 spree for him. Gonna get shut down, but look at that rotation. The back of PD got left open in Atlanta FaZe. At least they're going to have the back spawns for new.
They do, but they don't have 10. He's got the clearance there. He gets 1. A lot of information passed over. TJ guns up, ready to go. Here we have it. Hard point in the hands of Vegas for now, but for how long? Trophy stack, putting in the good work. aBeZy's the man on the hill. Here comes the counter-attack now from Vegas through the side door, trying to bait out these players from FaZe. Can they get them to commit to the fight? Temp's got another one. Tej, he's going on the world tour right now. Deady in hand, looking to reinforce, but that Slasher AR is up. Oh, it's a big win. Slasher's in. Simp's in. Hard point FaZe.
Yeah, that was ridiculously good positioning out of aBeZy as well. He knows a couple of those players got forced inside the stairwell. He jumps to the other side of the point to get the cutoff kills, and when the players coming out of the stairwell, well, he had him in a pinch. So nice little moment right there, coordinated obviously with the other tear through the cruise missile and Cellium in the unkillable spot.
Yeah,
Clayster's eyes are gonna glaze over in this gunfight. Just the worst, just the absolute worst.
What is this?
Yeah, oh my God.
Who won it? Nobody won it. That's who. 176 and climbing. FaZe, hard point in their hands. New one's up. Temp's trying to make something happen here from downstairs, as full has definitely been lost on the other side of the stage. As Clay did not enjoy that fight, but hard point. Temp just dives in, breaks this bad boy on his own. A nade from aBeZy. Unfortunate timing there with a trophy. That would have been sweet. But hey, man, Cell locking it down. 6 spree for him, as he has been playing out of his mind last few maps.
I mean, it's, you know, the type of player that Slasher would hate the absolute most, and now is the beneficiary of this style of Call of Duty. Cellium perfect with the pistol. Clayster just getting the short end of the stick no matter where he goes, and right now Vegas just trying to avoid the old 100-point club. They should be successful, should be able to get this scrap time, but even on that rotation, Atlanta FaZe, all 4 players squared up, ready to go.
Ready to roll. 100-point club has been avoided now for Vegas Legion. Not over yet. Can they find something here? Can they regain? Slasher with the kills in the feed. Top side covered. He spots out 2 real. Teach's got him red. Here we go. Back on the inside of the embassy. This is a banger of a hard point the first time round. Second time. What do we got? Simp in a corner. Clay's about to get red and now dead. Next up, Simp with the back door. Gets his second. 1 more to deal with. And it's just Chris Lair, man. It's Simp all day and night. Embassy is his playground.
Yeah, he just goes on sprees almost whenever he decides. This one only a 4 for the moment, but if Placer gets snaked one more time, he's going to pull out his hair. And Simp still just trying to run it up, even if he doesn't need to get the kills himself. He's got the teammates for the coverage, but he gets his own trades. That's number 5. Number 6 in short order, and the game gonna follow. Atlanta FaZe with a dominant win on aBeZy Hardpoint.
Atlanta FaZe close it out with a bang. Snakes aside, it was a sensational performance from the squad. Simp with the unbelievable spree to start things off and a crazy one to close it out as well. Kudos to those boys. A well-deserved victory, 3-1. And despite the blemish in that opening hard point, the Vegas Legion stole and certainly walked away with very, very good looks from Atlanta FaZe. The Search and Destroy record remains intact, and they are one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, well, without question. I mean, these guys are absolutely ridiculous. I think selling like half of his salary needs to go to him being like a QR tester whenever new games get developed. Just let him just have free reign to figure things out, you know, selling him if there's a way to break it, he's going to find it. And all he did there was pretty much break Vegas Legion down. I mean, 25 and 11, the number of times where he was just like, he had lives that were being extended like 2 hills straight, were just completely unkillable, rotating around the map. And his job was never to touch the hill. That was everybody else's job. And everybody that game for Atlanta FaZe did their job. I mean, 3 players with 20+ non-trades. You had the tears with 1.5 minutes+ inside the hill for each of them. Dominant series towards the end. Obviously, the hotel, not where Atlanta wants it, but I don't think that's a map that we're going to expect them to be too poor on for too much longer.
No, crazy stuff. There we go. Solid hard point to start things off there. FaZe obviously going to be putting, you're going to see them play that in the coming weeks for sure. They want to get that one right before we get to the major. But everything else, squeaky clean for Atlanta FaZe, your Major 2 champs. Have not skipped a beat whatsoever. Crazy, crazy series. Very, very exciting stuff. And Atlanta FaZe still running things over here in the CDL. Chance is on his back. Just checked. I mean,
the worst part about those gunfights, Miles, like the one Placer had against Cellium on the back truck, you have to take it. You can't turn and run, because as soon as you turn and run, he just pops up and kills you. You have to take an impossible gunfight, and you're just stuck. Like, I just feel so bad for Placer in that moment. That's all it is.
I do. See this, Chance? The tiniest little violin for Clay there.
Yeah,
but Jax, take it away. Jax, get us out of here before we say something stupid.
Thank you, Miles. I am here with our resident conspiracy theorist. We have Nameless on the desk. And Nameless, I've been told stories of how their lizard people's running the world, right? Cellium is guaranteed to have skills, correct? True or false underneath that jersey?
He absolutely has to, bro. I mean, how is, like, that form is 12 out of 10. Like, this guy was snaking the air at one point, bro. This is unacceptable, man. You need to lock this guy up. For real, this is literally ridiculous.
Cellium, maybe the sneakiest player in all of Call of Duty. He's always peeping over an edge, and he gave his team the edge over Vegas today. 25 and 11, I think, were the final numbers, but the whole team put up the stats. After dropping game 1, it was 3 straight for Atlanta FaZe in a series that we were kind of hoping would go the distance here. Vegas just looked like they ran out of gas, or maybe just got a little too frustrated in this final fourth.
Yeah, a series, I mean, that probably went as expected, as most people would have thought, but there was some hope, I think, in most of our hearts of maybe Vegas Legion pulls out this win, but it ends up the same way as the last time that they matched up. Vegas wins that opening hardpoint. Last time they matched up, it was 250 to 248, and they cinched it on aBeZy. This time it was on Hotel, 250 to 211. But the 3 maps following that were nowhere near as close as the last time. That's 6-2 Mercado. I mean, Simp was just doing what he wanted to do on the map. At least last time in that game 2, they went to around 11. It was a little bit more competitive, and then we moved to that LSEO control. I mean, it was just dominant overall from the Atlanta FaZe.
Nameless, as we take a look at some of the numbers here, where do you rate FaZe at the moment? Where do you rate the Vegas Legion?
Oh, man, that's a tough question. I have to, like, dive a little bit deeper. I feel like Vegas Legion definitely could be a top 8 team. Fringe in that area, they're looking a lot better. This series was just really tough. I mean, you get the respawn out of the way right off the rip, right? You win that hotel hardpoint, then you go into that search and destroy. Man, it's really just pick your poison when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, and now, like, Mercado seems to be so dominant. I wouldn't want to play them on that map either. You know, it's just early round fights. What do you do against aBeZy and Simp? So many rounds, they got blooded. Like, these guys are just running at you, and there's no answer that Vegas had.
Slash was saying in his last interview that the whole league seems to be getting closer together when it comes to skill ceiling, but they are working on perfecting their own gameplay, and so far, FaZe is looking pretty darn good outside of that match against the Thieves. We've got Cellium, the King Cobra, joining us live. And Cellium, I just got to ask you, first of all, were you talking any smack to Vegas even though they couldn't hear you? It looks like you were in their head all of Game 4.
Nah, I wasn't talking smack, but I was like saying like, guys, there's only 2 there. There's only 2 that I'm snagging them so bad. But I was like, I started to feel bad after a while, you know. But yeah.
A 3.17 in control. I just now took notice of that. Name was Cell was dropping bombs today.
First of all, Cell, you're just insane, bro. Like, dominant in game. I gotta ask you though, it feels like there's just no shame now when it comes to snaking. Like, you're doing it all over the map. Like, just talk to me about snaking. Like, how does it give you such a big edge over the rest of everyone else? How's your form so much better?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I've been snaking since like IW, so it's been like a minute that I've had my form. So you know, I feel like everyone knows the snake's kind of like but then I'm here. So
why is it so rampant now? Why does it feel like it's just shameless? Everyone's doing it in this game, as opposed to other games where people didn't do it as much.
I mean, I feel like it's the game. I feel like the older games did like the crouch cooldown, like they fixed it. But I feel like with this game, it's not really like a cooldown. You just do how many times you want, you know. So, I mean, yeah, like Cold War, it fixed it. Vanguard, it was like the crouch cooldown was good, but I feel like this game is just like there's no cooldown. I feel like there needs to be a cooldown.
If the devs give it to him, he's gonna use it, Nameless, all right?
All right. Well, I want to take the conversation a different direction.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the search and destroys. You guys have looked literally unbeatable. It's been phenomenal across the board. What kind of sets you apart? What makes you guys so good at search and destroy? Is it the work ethic? Is it the ice? Is it just the talent? Like, what sets you guys above the rest right now?
I honestly feel like it's our mid-round decision. I feel like our mid-round decision making is just like over the top with any other team. And Austin's calling his strats, and then me, Tyler, Chris are just like it's in our blood pretty much, S&D, since we grew up playing it. So I feel like we have a really good S&D team.
We only have time for 2 more questions, so Cellium, I'm going to steal both of these. First question is, who can compete with Atlanta FaZe for the Texas title? Right now, there's just a handful of teams in my book that could be playing for that trophy.
I mean, there's a lot of teams. You know, there's like Toronto. Obviously, Toronto's looking really good with their new player. There's a lot of good teams like Boston. I know that there's a lot today, but Boston's good. New York. I mean, there's a lot of good teams, man.
Final question for you tonight is, I know you're done competing for the evening, but I've heard you've been firing up the stream recently. So what should people be tuning in for? What are you doing when you're live?
I mean, I'm usually playing ranked play when I'm live. You know, if you want to tune in, Twitch TV, Cellium, but I mean, yeah, I just play ranked play with like my friends and just chill.
And could you carry a caster or maybe a host one day?
Yeah, I'm down, man.
All right, I got some kind of mobile guys with me tonight. We're gonna need your backpack. Cellium, congratulations on dropping some bombs tonight, including that 3.17 in control. We look forward to your next match.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
That is Cellium, a.k.a. MacArthur. I'm still waiting for my bobblehead, Atlanta FaZe. We need to make that happen. The king of the snakes, just always bouncing up and down and getting them headshots. But we got to talk about a lot of these games that happened today, because we open it up with our number 2 seed versus number 3. Toronto, the number 3 in this situation. But after today, you may argue, the Ultra stronger than the Subliners?
I mean, it was certainly one of the matches I didn't expect to go in a 3-0 coming off of yesterday. You know, when we talked about it at the end of the show, it's like, yeah, the first 2 matches tomorrow should be a bit of a crueler for both these teams. It'll be a solid head-to-head. That is not what we got in this series. Toronto Ultra, they pull off the clutch win in that first hotel hardpoint. They win by a measly 10 seconds, and then it's scrappy and Kleenex throughout the entire rest of the series. It was a dominant S&D. It was a clutch control, and Toronto Ultra are looking better than ever.
Yeah, I thought that first map in the series was map of the day, absolutely. Almost one of the craziest comebacks that we have ever seen. But Toronto Ultra, man, looking absolutely phenomenal with this pickup. Clearly, you know, with the addition of Hixie, everybody's been frying. And we also saw Insight have some pretty big moments. A guy that I feel like we haven't talked about as much. We'll be looking at him in the future.
Insights, we want an interview with you, my friend. We've talked to the rest of the Toronto crew after their wins. Toronto getting an impressive victory over the Subliners today. And we also saw an impressive victory coming out of this squad. LA Thieves matching up against Seattle Surge that just 3-0'd Minnesota in their last meeting. This time it was Thieves in the driver's seat after that first map, and they continue to roll here. What did you see from the Thieves, Allie?
I saw a really good showing from Kenny today. I feel like it's not very often we see him come out hot in a series, even though they did lose that first hotel hardpoint. He was still flying across the board. He was the only positive member on the side of LA Thieves, and he continued that throughout the rest of the match. So definitely good to see him starting off hot in these series. But I also want to talk about their search and destroy again. I knew it was going to come down in that map number 2. There's both teams that are struggling in that game mode specifically, and it was nice to see Thieves kind of make that middle round adjustment because they were on the back end in the first half of that. Seattle was playing their trades amazing in that middle building, and the LA Thieves make the adjustment and end up coming out with the win.
Yeah, LA Thieves look great in this series. A couple nail biters when you get down to the wire at the end of it, but in control, we saw the big plays as Ali just referenced, and as well as them multiple times trying to set up like the same sort of spawn trap. So clearly they have a goal on these maps, and you know, strategically these guys are sound. And also on that HyDra clutching up at the very end, it was hard fought back and forth. Both of these teams are top 5 when it comes to hardpoint and control. So we knew it was going to be a battle. LA Thieves just more structured today.
LA Thieves pulling out the W over the Surge. Florida hoping to play spoiler against Boston Breach. And guess what? They did it! 3-1 after everyone called it 3-0, maybe a 3-1 in favor of Boston. Florida puts an end to Boston's 3-0 run here in our Major 3 qualifiers and now has a chance of making a run for top 8. It's not going to be easy for the Mutineers, but this match gave them life tonight.
Yeah, I think every single day there has to be a match that just leaves you scratching your head, right? And this was the one of the day for me. Looking at this, it's like, did Florida figure it out, or have Boston Breach just had an easy schedule so far? We need more questions answered on both sides of the coin here. But today, Florida Mutineers looked great. Havoc had a good series, but also Capsule and Fellow, the new guys, came to play today. So it's nice to see Florida getting in the mix.
Yeah, if you want to see Florida having success, go watch that game 4 and just watch Fellow's POV. I felt like the man was beaming. You can see him there in a 5-1 start. But Capsule giving us the interview on the day is the vibes that Florida very much needed, and you love to see it. Right now, where does Florida stand? Well, they're 1-2. They're in 9th. They're still capable of finishing in the top 8, and that's where all of these teams are fighting to place as we head into Major 3. But keep in mind, this is just our Major 3 qualifier standings. Everyone playing for top 8 on the season, because that's how you compete at COD Champs.
Yeah, and you got to pay attention to those bottom 4 teams, especially as we're moving through the later half of Major 3 qualifiers now. They have to start winning, and they have to start winning now. You see the Lone Royal Ravens sitting at 30, LA Guerrillas sitting at 50, Vegas Legion now sitting at 60. These are some teams who desperately need some wins.
As we take a look at the future, don't worry, my friend Chow in the chat. He said, I just got here. It's over. Don't worry. We're live 3 days a week, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and you can join us bright and early. 2:45 p.m. Eastern is the start of our headquarters show where we'll tell you everything about the matches coming up on the day. Speaking of the matches on day 2 of this week, Allie, final thoughts. What did you learn on our Super Saturday?
I learned that there's still a lot of upsets happening this late in the season.
It's still happening. And what'd you learn?
I mean, anything can happen in Call of Duty. We saw today that Florida-Boston game is still a shocker. Excited to see Florida in tomorrow's game.
I've learned that we refuse to go to Game 5s. No one wants to do it, and I'm angry about it, so we're going to go tomorrow. We'll see you at 2:45 p.m. Eastern. Allie, I'm sorry. I'll do it one more time.
I mean, personally, I wouldn't take that.
Let's go. Yeah. This that action-packed Rambo rap, a sample of rap, hard like Geronimo rap. Go brat, I just move on them, advance on them, groove on them, then dance on them, put a trance on them, with this tool on them. Tell all my young MCs, what's the move on them? Mass tragedies when I grand groove on them, put in long hours over strong flowers. The money's all ours, this is all power.